Chapter 1, 10 draws in a row at the beginning, with the peak 2-pillar template close by. Suzuki Uchiha, please come in now. Suzuki-kun, it's your turn. Suzuki-kun, Irika-sensei is calling you. Suzuki-kun, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Suzuki-kun, please speak quickly. Don't ignore me. Hey. There was a buzzing sound in my ears, and at the same time, I felt my arms being shaken back and forth. Can you please stop pinching me? I'm getting goosebumps. It's so early in the morning and I can't let anyone sleep. Suzuki, who couldn't bear the pinch, opened his eyes suddenly. However, the scene that caught his eye made him confused. 3 classic philosophical questions come to mind involuntarily. Who I am? Where am I? What do I want to do? I was obviously sleeping comfortably in bed, so why did I appear in this place inexplicably? Strange scenery. Strange building. And the little kids in a circle around. So, where the hell am I? Just when Sasuke's mind was filled with questions, an extremely excited voice suddenly came from beside him. Ah! Suzuki-kun, you finally answered me. It seems that you still care about me, Suzuki-kun. Although she didn't know what Suzuki-kun meant by clip just now, Haruno Sakura didn't care at all. As long as Suzuki-kun talked to her, it meant that Suzuki also liked her. Haruno Sakura felt very sweet. At this moment, she had even thought of the name of their child. At the same time, she used both hands to push Sasuke's arm toward her airport. The pulling force from his arm brought Suzuki back to his senses. He quickly pulled out his arm and turned his head to look. What I saw was a little loli with a broad forehead, pink hair, and about 6 or 7 years old. The appearance of the person in front of me is extremely familiar. I must have seen him somewhere. Think back to when the other person called you Suzuki just now. Lie down. Is it possible? An extremely absurd idea came to mind. I have traveled through time. And he also traveled to the world of Naruto, one of the 3 major migrant workers comics. Okay, actually traveling to the world of Naruto is not an unacceptable thing. But if you want to time travel, you should choose a better identity to do so. Why is it Uchiha Suzuki? This is a completely miserable character. In the early stage, he was like a puppet on strings, clearly arranged by Itachi Uchiha. After defeating Itachi by releasing a piece of water from the Pacific Ocean, he was then tricked by Uchiha Obito into working part-time. When it came time for the final battle in the ninja world, I thought I would be able to enjoy the glory, but I didn't expect that in the end I would have to rely on the old man of 6 paths to save the scene and send cheats, but it was still arranged by others. Throughout Sasuke's life, he was just a chess piece that was manipulated at will. It's not just that sad. The time period you choose to travel through is also very unlucky. Based on the memory in the original owner's mind, it can be inferred that it won't be long before the plot of the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. When the time comes. Well. Just when Suzuki was feeling miserable about his time travel identity, an electronic mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Binding successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest lottery system in all worlds. The host successfully traveled through time and was rewarded with 10 lottery opportunities. Will the host conduct a lottery? When Suzuki heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, when God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. Although I have traveled back in time to the tragic character Suzuki, with the system by my side, everything will be all right. Without hesitation, Suzuki quickly said in his heart. System, no ink marks, draw, give me a draw. Just give me 10 draws in a row. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of your godmother. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for getting 100 shurikens. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for winning an exquisite doll with the same proportions as Mr. King. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for winning one Laoba's secret hamburger. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for winning 10 pairs of flower pants. Ding! The lottery was successful, congratulations to the host for winning a yellow-skinned chick doll. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for winning a 100,000 cubic meter system backpack. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for getting one super soldier serum. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for getting one super soldier serum. Ding! The lottery is successful, congratulations to the host for getting the peak Uchiha Sasuke template. When you see the trash that was pulled out in front of you when tasting, Sasuke was completely confused. Could it be that he is still the reincarnation of a non-chief? Laoba's secret hamburger, 100 shurikens, Ao Sensei's proportional dolls. These things are useful. Fortunately, the system did not let him down. The 100,000 cubic meter backpack revealed at the back is still very powerful. This is a must-have artifact for killing people and grabbing treasures. Then 2 more Super Trooper serums were released. This stuff was so awesome that it transformed Captain America from a frail, skinny boy into a muscular man. If the Super Soldier serum made Sasuke happy, then the peak Sasuke template revealed at the end made his adrenaline soar and made him excited. Directly obtaining the power of the second pillar at its peak, the Knight of Genocide was nothing in his eyes. What about Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who were hiding behind and trying to pick things up? He could suppress them with just a flip of his hand. At this time, the system's mechanical sound sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the peak Sasuke template has been fused. After the words fell, Sasuke clearly felt a wave of heat flowing through his body. Especially his eyes, which were instantly injected with a very terrifying power, and he directly transformed. The left eye is the 6 Megatama Samsara eye. The right eye is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Of course, Sasuke does not have these 2 eyes exposed, he still maintains the appearance of ordinary eyes. After all, if it is exposed now, how can it surprise the 3rd generation and Danzo then? In short, at this moment, Sasuke's little body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Strong! Too strong! Is this the power of the 2 pillars at their peak? Sasuke was amazed in his heart. At the same time, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. He put his hand on his forehead, grinned, and laughed. Ha 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 ha! I don't know if it was due to the influence of his original body, but when he encountered something that made him extremely excited, he just couldn't help but want to laugh wildly. Sasuke! Uchiha Sasuke! Why are you laughing? Didn't you hear that I asked you to compete? Irika's face turned a little dark. Sasuke, this guy, refused to come forward after being called many times and ignored his words. He was simply challenging the majesty of his teacher. As expected, the Uchiha clan are all arrogant guys. In his heart, Irika couldn't help but feel a little disgusted with Sasuke. Irika-sensei, I'm sorry. I just thought of something funny, I didn't mean to offend you. Sasuke suppressed his smile. The incident happened suddenly. First, he traveled across time inexplicably, and then experienced the system lottery. He almost forgot that this was his first ninja sparring session. At this moment, it was his turn to have a ninja battle with a Hyuga tribesman named Hinata Manzeo. Chapter 2, Slapped Away. Okay, since there is no problem, let's go on stage quickly. Don't keep Hinata Manzeo-san waiting. Seeing that Uchiha finally replied to him, Irika urged helplessly. I'm sorry, Irika-sensei, I suddenly feel unwell, so please allow me to take a leave of absence and let me go home to recuperate. After a pause, Sasuke said indifferently. As for the duel, there's no need for it. Let him win. The plot of the night of genocide will be staged in the next few days. Time is running out, and Sasuke has no intention of continuing to stay in the ninja school and play ninja house. It is better to return to the clan and prepare in advance for the next major event of genocide. After saying that, Sasuke turned around and left, not caring whether Irika approved or not. It was said to be asking for leave from Irika, but in fact it was more like a notice. Whether Irika agrees or not, it doesn't make any sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. A sneer came from behind him. Some people can't even make excuses. Obviously it was just an excuse deliberately made because I was afraid that I would not be able to match your master. You even said you were not feeling well. It was so funny. Ha ha ha. Is this the son of the Uchiha clan leader? You are a coward, and Uchiha deserves to be compared with my Hyuga clan. As expected, our Hyuga clan is the largest clan in Konoha, and Uchiha is nothing. Sasuke paused, turned around suddenly, and saw the mocking and contemptuous face of Hinata Menzuo. Are you so arrogant? Sasuke turned around and spoke in a cold tone. He didn't care how the other party ridiculed Uchiha. After all, he had just traveled through time and he didn't have much sense of belonging to Uchiha. But the other party mocked him and said he was a coward, which he couldn't bear. Even if the other person is just a 7 or 8-year-old brat, Sasuke is still going to teach him a lesson. However, before Sasuke could take action, a sullen voice came from beside him. Hey! What's going on with you? Didn't you hear Sasuke-kun just say that he's not feeling well? Sasuke-kun is already like this, and you still force Sasuke-kun to play. What's your intention? Do you want to take the opportunity to do harm? Damn Sasuke-kun! The one who spoke was Haruno Sakura, and the pink-haired little loli was staring at Hinata Menzuo with an angry look on her face. That's right. Hinata Menzuo-san, you're going too far. Even though Sasuke-kun said you won, you still keep chasing me. You must have ulterior motives. It's really too much. Yamanaka Ino on the other side echoed. That's right, Hinata Menzuo, you've gone too far. Hinata Menzuo, you are so disgusting. The other girls in the class gathered around Sasuke, chattering and criticizing each other to the left of Hinata's door. Sasuke looked at the little Lolita around and felt speechless. I didn't expect the original charm to be so great. If he had such charm in his previous life, why would he have been single long ago after being solo for more than 20 years? When the other boys in the class saw this, they gritted their teeth with hatred. Damn it! Sasuke, isn't he a little bit more handsome? Why are there so many girls surrounding him? Ah! It seems to be replacing him. On the opposite side, Hinata Menzuo's face turned completely dark, and he gritted his teeth in anger. He just wanted to provoke Sasuke and force him to come back for a duel. Why did he inexplicably become the public enemy of the girls? Uchiha Sasuke, are you just a loser who likes to hide behind women? Do you dare to come out and fight me head-on? Hinata Menzuo roared in grief and anger. Uchiha Sasuke! Come out quickly and fight Menzuo head-on! Uchiha Sasuke, are you really a coward? You can only act like a coward. The boys who usually couldn't stand Sasuke also spoke in agreement. Sasuke-kun, please ignore them. Don't show off if you're not feeling well. Come on, Sasuke-kun, I'll take you home. Haruno Sakura's voice was full of concern, and her face was even more worried. However, in Haruno Sakura's heart, she had already laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! I finally caught the opportunity. As long as I send Sasuke home smoothly, it will be easy to enter the Uchiha family from now on. Over there, Hinata Menzuo was still shouting, Uchiha Sasuke, you loser who only knows how to hide behind women, why don't you get out and die? It's true that the more mature a person is, the more he likes to shout. Sasuke said expressionlessly, then took his arm out of Sakura's arms, pushed away the little loli who was blocking the front, and took a few steps to the center of the sparring field, standing opposite Hinata's left door. Humph! Are you finally willing to come out? Later I will beat you until you are full of teeth. Let them see that you are nothing but a pretty face. Hinata Menzio licked his lips, looking eager to try. His face was full of excitement, as if he had seen Sasuke being beaten until he knelt down and begged for mercy. Sasuke ignored it, but turned his head to look at Iruka as the referee, and said calmly, "Iruka-sensei, can you start? I'm in a hurry." Iruka glanced at Sasuke and said nothing more, just said, "Both sides are on the field, Uchiha Sasuke vs Hyuga Manzio, both sides have formed a seal of opposition, and the competition begins." After the words fell, Hinata Menzuo quickly formed a seal of opposition with his hands, while a pair of white eyes stared at Sasuke opposite him. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, too lazy to form the seal of opposition. Seeing this, Iruka frowned and said, "Sasuke, according to the rules of the ninja competition, you should form the seal of opposition. This is a sign of respect for your opponent." When Sasuke heard this, he still put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Make no mistake, this kind of noob is not worthy of being my opponent. Uchiha Sasuke, you." Iruka was a little angry. Sasuke, this guy, refused to give him face over and over again, which was really annoying. But before he could say anything, an angry voice came over. "Damn you little pretty boy! How dare you look down on me? I'm going to show you how powerful you are. White eyes, open." As soon as he finished speaking, there were ferocious veins popping up on both sides of Hinata Menzuo's cheeks. But it was Hinata Menzuo who opened his eyes. Although the difficulty of awakening the Byakugan is much less than that of the Sharingan, awakening the Byakugan at such a young age is enough to be considered a genius. This is why Hinata Menzuo dared to shout like crazy. He didn't believe that Sasuke could awaken the Sharingan at this age. One person has awakened the blood succession limit, and the other has not. Therefore, he will definitely be able to press Uchiha Sasuke to the ground and rub him. Just as Hinata Menzuo was thinking this, Sasuke's figure disappeared from his sight. "Hey? Where are the people?" As soon as this question came to mind, a heartbreaking pain suddenly came from the left cheek, as if a piece of flesh had been torn off from the face. Snap! Loud slaps resounded throughout the sparring square. Hinata's left cheek deformed, and he flew straight away. He hit a giant tree more than 10 meters away with a bang and stopped, leaving a dozen bloody teeth along the way. Since the other party said that he wanted to beat Sasuke to pieces, Sasuke didn't mind helping him realize this wish. After all, reciprocity is a traditional virtue of the Big Foodie Empire. Chapter 3 Teach you how to be a good person. Sasuke shook his palm, secretly shocked. He didn't expect that his power had reached such a level. Just now, he didn't even use 1% of his strength, and he slapped the person directly for more than 10 meters. If we use all our strength, I'm afraid not everyone will be killed. Hinata's left back was leaning against a tree trunk, his head was tilted, his mouth was full of blood, he had obviously passed out. Of course, no one cares about his condition. At this moment, Iruka's eyes were as big as bull's eyes, and his mouth was half open, as if something was blocking it and he couldn't close it at all. Quick! Too fast! The speed that Sasuke showed just now was not even possible for him, a Chunin, to catch him. Completely displayed by Sasuke, I was shocked by how fast it came. If he had moved to the left position of Hinata's door, he would have been slapped away. Iruka was shocked by his sudden idea. Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke's strength has surpassed that of a Chunin? Iruka looked at Sasuke with his hands in his pockets and felt that he suddenly couldn't understand this boy. Sneak attack! You must be a sneak attack on Hinata Manzio. You despicable guy! Is this Uchiha? I didn't expect that he wouldn't even dare to have an honest duel, and he still needs to rely on sneak attacks to win. I'm so disappointed, Uchiha Sasuke, I've really disgraced the Uchiha family. Those little brats who couldn't stand Sasuke started yelling again. They don't have Iruka's knowledge. In their eyes, they were just dazzled for a moment, and then Hinata Menzuo bumped into a giant tree inexplicably. Such a result is obviously beyond their scope of cognition. As for Sasuke killing his opponent instantly with one move, sorry, they never thought about it at all. In their perception, isn't a ninja battle just a fist fight? How could it be possible to kill an opponent instantly with one move? Therefore, they all thought that Sasuke had succeeded in a sneak attack and continued to shout indiscriminately. Cheating, Mr. Iruka, Uchiha Sasuke won by cheating, but he cannot be sentenced to win. We will not approve of this shameless behavior. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and stared at those little brats with an indifferent expression. What a bunch of ignorant noobs, their chirping will annoy someone to death. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke suddenly took out a dozen shurikens from the system backpack, with a look of solemnity on his face, looking at the little brats who were still shouting, and said coldly, "Now, let me teach you noobs a lesson. The weak will pay a heavy price for being presumptuous in front of the strong." "And I?" Sasuke suddenly grinned. "The price I ask for from you is to send you to confess to the Lord of Hell." Looking at the dozen or so shurikens that suddenly appeared in Sasuke's hand, and the cold words Sasuke said, Iruka's heart skipped a beat and he shouted hurriedly. "Sasuke, calm down. Don't be impulsive. They are your classmates, so hurry up and put down the dangerous blades in your hands." With the speed that Sasuke showed just now, Iruka knew that if Sasuke became murderous out of anger, he would not be able to stop him at all, so he could only yell loudly. "Uchiha Sasuke, stop! Stop it! Do you want to bear the crime of killing your companions and become a traitor at a young age?" Seeing that Sasuke had no intention of giving up, Iruka became anxious, and while roaring angrily, he ran towards Sasuke quickly. Uchiha is synonymous with madness, and every Uchiha has it to some extent. Therefore, Iruka didn't feel that Sasuke was joking at all. "Ha! You didn't stop those brats when they were shouting just now, and now you come to stop me. How ridiculous!" Sasuke sneered, and with just a shake of his hand, a dozen shurikens glowing with cold light spun around and shot towards the group of brats. No! In Iruka's horror, a dozen shurikens accurately passed through the crotches of those little devils. The little devil who was still shouting suddenly felt a cold feeling in his crotch. A big crack was cut directly into the pants. Everyone likes to wear a pair of open pants. A different kind of scenery is presented to everyone. This Sasuke you. Iruka was completely stunned, not expecting this to happen. At the same time, he was also a little lucky it seemed that Sasuke didn't really go crazy and commit murder. If a bloody incident occurred during his tenure as a teacher, he would not know how to explain it to the third generation. "Iruka-sensei, it seems like you are very nervous." Sasuke showed a faint smile. But in Iruka's opinion, this smile was more like mockery. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Sasuke, what you did is going too far. Is it too much? I don't think that if they were on the battlefield, these weaklings would have moved their heads long ago." Sasuke looked calm. "On the contrary, you, Mr. Iruka, failed to fulfill your duty as a teacher and failed to teach these brats the due respect for the strong. If you don't know how to assess the situation, these brats will only end up dying early if they graduate and go on missions. So, Iruka-sensei, you should thank me for teaching these brats to respect the strong." Iruka. Unexpectedly, as a teacher, he would one day be lectured by students. "Ah! What's going on? Why is there a big hole in my pants?" My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Damn it! It must be Uchiha Sasuke who did it. How dare you humiliate us like this? At this time, those little brats reacted. They all covered their pants with their hands and stared at Sasuke with shame and anger. Oh! It seems you haven't been taught enough lessons. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he faintly exuded a dangerous aura. When Iruka saw this, his expression changed, and he quickly shouted to the group of brats. What are you doing? Why don't you apologize to Sasuke-san? If the shuriken was aimed at your heads just now, do you think you still have a chance to stand here? But Iruka-sensei. A boy looked dissatisfied and wanted to stand up to refute, but was interrupted as soon as he spoke. It's nothing, just apologize if I ask you to apologize. You will understand why I asked you to apologize in the future. Iruka's face was stern, and he showed the dignity of a teacher. The effect was quite good. A group of brats covered their crotches and apologized to Sasuke one after another. Yes, I'm sorry Sasuke, we shouldn't question you. Of course, they must be dissatisfied. Having to apologize to someone for having your pants ripped, you can imagine how aggrieved I feel. Sasuke didn't even look at it, turned around and left, leaving only a handsome figure behind. Behind him, a group of girls screamed wildly. So handsome! Sasuke-kun looks so handsome like this. So domineering, I like Sasuke-kun like this even more. No one can compete with me, Sasuke-kun is mine. What did you say, you bitch? Sasuke-kun is mine. Iruka ignored the noisy little loli, but looked at Sasuke's retreating figure, still unable to calm down in his heart. Is this Uchiha? As expected, they are a family full of geniuses. With such strength at such a young age, his talent must have already surpassed that of his brother Uchiha Itachi. Iruka asked himself, whether it was Sasuke's burst of speed when he instantly killed Hinata Manzeo, or his superb shuriken throwing technique. As a Chunin, he couldn't do it. This shows that Uchiha Sasuke's strength has surpassed the Chunin level. A 7-year-old Chunin is really terrifying. However, they are all children of Konoha. When Sasuke grows up, Konoha will only become stronger. Iruka suddenly felt a little relieved, after all, this was his student. It seems that the good news must be told to the third generation of adults as soon as possible, so that he can also be happy. Just as Iruka was about to leave for the Hokage building, a tuft of yellow hair caught his eye. Iruka-sensei, Iruka-sensei. Where is that guy Sasuke? Uncle Naruto wants to challenge him. Naruto looked left and right, looking for Sasuke. Seeing the careless Naruto, Iruka had a straight face and said seriously. Naruto Uzumaki, where did you go just now? Why are you here now? Forward. Naruto scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I ate too much instant noodles last night and had some diarrhea, so I wasted some time in the toilet. Why didn't you report it to me in advance? Forgot. Naruto answered confidently. Oh you. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Iruka also sighed helplessly. Naruto didn't care so much and said excitedly, Teacher Iruka, let Sasuke come out quickly, Uncle Naruto wants to challenge him. Sasuke went home early. Humph. He must have chosen to run away because he was afraid of Uncle Naruto's strength, ha ha ha. I will definitely laugh at that guy when I come to school tomorrow. Naruto put his hands on his hips and looked high-spirited. It's like he scared Sasuke away. Ah, yes, yes. With the strength Sasuke showed, hitting Naruto was like swatting a fly. So Iruka didn't explain to this stubborn guy that it would be good to let him improve his memory. Chapter 4, Early Start. What? You said that Uchiha Sasuke's strength may have reached the level of a Chunin? He has even surpassed the Chunin. Iruka, are you not kidding me? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was full of surprise, looking at Iruka in front of him in disbelief. Yes, Sandaime-sama, I would not dare to make such a joke with you. According to my assessment, Uchiha Sasuke definitely has the strength of a Chunin. Iruka answered respectfully, but with certainty in his tone. At that time, Irika told the third generation exactly how Suzuki performed today. Okay, okay. After listening to this, Sandai showed a smile like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom and said 3 good words in a row. The Uchiha clan is really the largest clan in Konoha. Itaki Uchiha passed the Chunin exam at the age of 10 and became a Chunin, and now his younger brother Uchiha Suzuki has become a Chunin at the age of 7. Okay, that's great. The third generation had a very happy look on his face. Then the third generation, are you going to let Suzuki graduate early? Irika asked, but he was afraid that the third generation would not agree, so he quickly added. After all, Kakashi-senpai graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. I think there should be no problem in letting Suzuki graduate early at this time. No problem, of course no problem. This is a genius comparable to Kakashi Hatake, so naturally he can graduate early. The third generation agreed readily. But you don't need to take care of this matter. You just have to do your teaching job well. When I have time, I will personally assess this child Suzuki. Let this child Suzuki understand what a great will the will of fire is. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face. Okay, great. With your personal assessment, the third generation, I believe that this kid Suzuki will definitely become an excellent Konoha ninja. Irika had a look of admiration on his face. The third generation nodded slightly, indicating that Irika could leave. After Irika saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, he quickly left the Hokage's office. Until Irika's figure completely disappeared, the kind grandfather smile that the third generation maintained on his face also completely disappeared. Instead, there was a gloomy old face. Uchiha, Uchiha again. Why do monsters always appear in Uchiha? First, there was the genius ninja Shunshen Shisui, then there was the 10-year-old Chunin genius ninja Uchiha Itaki, and now there is Uchiha Suzuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, came to the window, and looked in the direction of the Uchiha clan, his eyes full of gloom. Snort! This kind of unstable family should disappear, so that Konoha can usher in peaceful and stable development. So, for the sake of Konoha, please make your Uchiha disappear completely. Shinoshoku. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen called softly. The next moment, a masked ninja appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Father, do you have any orders? The person who came was none other than Sarutobi Shinoshoku, the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around, he continued to look out the window and said in a calm tone. Tell Danzo that you can agree to Uchiha Itaki's conditions and save Uchiha Sasuke's life. But let him take action quickly and don't delay any longer. Hey? Father, are you going to take action against the Uchiha clan so soon? We are not fully prepared. If we take action rashly, accidents may occur. Shinoshoku was a little worried. The Uchiha clan is a very famous clan in the ninja world. The risk of killing the Uchiha clan without being fully prepared is very high. Well. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said in a low tone. I don't want to act hastily. But there is no way, Uchiha is too unstable. If we don't eradicate it quickly, I will feel uneasy. Besides, now another genius has appeared in the Uchiha clan. If he is allowed to grow again, it will be troublesome to destroy the Uchiha. But this is too rushed. Shinoshoku is still a little worried. Okay, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing, you just need to convey my order to Danzo. I believe that my old friend has been fully prepared for a long time. After all, annihilating Uchiha has been something he has been thinking about for a long time. Yes. This time, Sarutobi Shinoshoku didn't talk nonsense. After agreeing, he directly used the teleportation technique to disappear and went to the roots to inform Danzo. After standing in front of the window for a while, Sandai returned to his seat, then picked up his cigarette rod and started puffing away. Uchiha Suzuki, 7 years old, I hope you can understand the will of fire by then, otherwise, the Uchiha clan will really be exterminated. The rising smoke completely enveloped his face, making it impossible to see clearly what he looked like at the moment. After twists and turns, Sasuke finally found the Uchiha clan in the most remote corner of Konoha according to the memory in his mind. At that time, the top management of Konoha and the major ninja clans united to squeeze out the Uchiha, and the Uchiha clan was forced to move from the prosperous area of Konoha to a desolate area. No wonder the Uchiha clan rebelled in the original work. He is obviously one of the founders of Konoha, but he didn't say anything before he got the power he deserved. Instead, he was ostracized everywhere. This is weird. But the result was very tragic. Uchiha Itachi was deceived, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to take over the Uchiha clan without even using a single soldier. Such a result seems a bit ridiculous to Sasuke at the moment. As long as there are some sane Uchiha people who are prepared in advance, it is impossible for the 13-year-old Itachi to challenge the entire Uchiha alone. And Uchiha Itachi too, let the third generation be deceived so easily, it is simply outrageous. Or should I say that the will of fire is really that awesome and can brainwash cage-level ninjas? No matter how ridiculous the genocide incident in the original work is, at this moment, Sasuke, who has the peak strength of the two pillars, will never let such a thing happen again. With this thought in mind, Sasuke slowly walked into the Uchiha clan. At the same time, somewhere in an alley within the Uchiha clan. Tell me quickly, where is that bastard Uchiha Itachi? I want to settle a score with him. That's right, the three of us are already on guard at this moment, and we won't let that bastard Itachi succeed in his sneak attack again. Humph. That day, Uchiha Itachi actually dared to humiliate us like this. We must let him taste what it's like to be unable to take care of himself. Uchiha Tekka, Uchiha Yashiro, and Uchiha Inari, with anger on their faces and an aggressive attitude, blocked Uchiha Izumi in an alley. You calm down. A gentle person like Itachi-kun will not attack his clan members at will. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Uchiha Izumi's body was trembling slightly and he looked a little scared. After all, he was just a 13-year-old girl, so it was normal to feel scared. Although she was scared, she still tried to defend Itachi. Besides, she really didn't believe that Itachi would fight someone of his own race. Chapter 5-3 Uchiha Madman. Misunderstanding. Are you kidding me? Are these injuries on my body fake? Uchiha Inari's face was filled with ferocity, and he tore off his shirt. The upper body wrapped in bandages was immediately revealed. Most of the white bandages were stained red, and it was obvious that the injury must have been quite serious before. Did you see that these injuries were caused by that bastard Itachi Uchiha? Uchiha Daohuo pointed at the bandages on his body and roared sternly. This. Uchiha Izumi covered his mouth with his hands, looking in disbelief. No, it won't happen. Itachi-kun is such a gentle person, I believe he would not attack someone of his own race without any reason, so. Speaking of this, Uchiha Izumi paused for a moment, but still mustered up the courage to speak. Ken, it must have been you who provoked me first, so Itachi-kun would teach you a lesson. Although she seemed to be mindlessly defending the person she liked, she also guessed the truth. These three people are exactly the three Uchiha tribesmen who doubted Itachi because of Shisui's death in the original work. The three of them came to the door aggressively to question the crime, hoping to use the large number of people to bully the small number in order to suppress their momentum. The result was obvious. 13-year-old Itachi beat the three of them up with just one person. Damn it! You stinky bitch are still defending that bastard Itachi. He is the traitor to our Uchiha clan, and he is the one who killed Shisui. The truth of the matter was ruthlessly exposed, and the fiery-tempered Yashiro Uchiha immediately became angry, his eyes turned red, and he actually opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where the traitor Uchiha Itachi is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. I don't know where Itaka-kun is. Frightened by its power, Uchiha Izumi involuntarily stepped back. Are you really not knowing, or are you pretending not to know? The three of them approached step by step, exuding frightening power at the same time. I really don't know. Uchiha Izumi almost burst into tears. These three people were really terrifying. Of course, even if she really knew, she would never tell it. The three of them came prepared this time, and she didn't want Itaka to get hurt because of her. Since you don't know, forget it. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief, but he heard Uchiha Taihuo continue. I heard that you have an unusual relationship with that traitor Itaka. You two are still childhood sweethearts. I guess that guy Itaka cares about you very much. So, if we catch you, that traitor Itaka will naturally come to us. When Uchiha Inari next to him heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a great idea, Taihuo, hey. So Miss Izumi, please cooperate with us and don't make any pointless resistance. Yes, Izumi, as long as you cooperate well, when that guy Itaka shows up, we will naturally let you leave safely, and we will never do anything unnecessary. Uchiha Yashiro echoed, while squinting his eyes and looking up and down Izumi's figure. Itaka's little girlfriend, although she is only 13 years old, has a pretty good figure. That guy Itaka actually humiliated them, so it is reasonable for the three of them to ask for some interest from Itaka's girlfriend, right? At the same time, it can also give that bastard Itaka a taste of being cuckolded. Not only can he take revenge, but he can also severely humiliate him. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Just thinking about it makes people feel proud. The three people at this moment understood each other's thoughts without communicating, so they all showed evil smiles on their faces and approached Uchiha Spring together. You can't do this. Uchiha Izumi was completely panicked. He never expected that things would suddenly turn out like this. Look at the undisguised malice in the eyes of the other three at this moment. She knew that as long as she fell into the hands of these three bastards, she would never end well. Therefore, we must save ourselves. We are all from the Uchiha clan, how can you attack people of the same clan? He, we learned from that traitor Itaka. When that guy attacked us, he didn't consider the feelings of the same clan. If you want to blame, just blame your little boyfriend. Who made him so arrogant? Uchiha Inari sneered, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and then added. By the way, don't even think about shouting for help. Doing that is just a waste of time. Today is the day of the clan meeting. The masters in the clan have gone to hold the clan meeting. No matter how much you shout, no one will come. Save you. Didn't you think you would have a good life earlier? It's really hateful. There was a look of despair in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, and then he stopped retreating, as if he chose to give up the struggle, and said in a low voice. Okay. I'll go with you. I hope you will keep your promise for the sake of your fellow tribesmen and don't do unnecessary things to me. Hee. Don't worry, we are all gentlemen. We will love you very much. With that said, Uchiha Yashiro stretched out his hand to grab Izumi's slender and white neck. But just when he was about to succeed, a soft bang sound spread. Then a large cloud of smoke appeared out of thin air, instantly covering the four people present. But it was Izumi Uchiha who took out the smoke bomb from his knife bag at some point, and then looked like he was giving up resistance, confusing the three of them. After the three of them relaxed their vigilance, she instantly detonated the smoke bomb in her hand. With the cover of smoke, Uchiha Izumi rushed out of the alley at an extremely fast speed. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As long as she comes to a crowded place, the three people will not dare to mess around, and she will be able to avoid being ruined. Damn stinky bitch, you actually dare to cheat. When you fall into my hands, I will torture you. Uchiha Yashiro and the other three quickly rushed out of the smoke and chased after Chao Chuan, cursing. Warehouse as the emperor was running away, Uchiha Izumi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she saw a black shadow at the entrance of the alley. Although because of the light, she couldn't see clearly who the other party was. Like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, she shouted loudly, "Help! Help! Uchiha Yashiro and the others are crazy." Well, what's going on? Who's calling for help? Sasuke, who was passing by the alley, turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of the sound. Immediately, he saw three Uchiha tribesmen with Sharingan activated and crazy looks on their faces, chasing a beautiful girl. Soon, the distance between the two sides narrowed. At this time, Uchiha Izumi realized that the person in front of him was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke? How could it be him? At this point in time, shouldn't the other party be attending ninja school? How come it appears here? First, these questions flashed through his mind, and then Izumi's expression suddenly changed, and he anxiously shouted to Sasuke. "Run! Sasuke, run away, they are here to trouble your brother. They have gone crazy. If they see you, they will definitely do you harm. Run away quickly, Sasuke. I'll hold them for you." Chapter 6 Sasuke takes action. "Sasuke, run away." Uchiha Izumi turned around, blocked Sasuke behind him, and faced the three people chasing him. She regretted a little. She never expected to meet Sasuke here. She had known for a long time that she would not have shouted for help just now. If something happens to Sasuke because of her, Itachi-kun will definitely not forgive her. So she had to stop the three of them and buy Sasuke time to escape. "Yo yo yo! Look who I found! Isn't this Itachi's traitorous brother Uchiha Sasuke?" Soon, the three of them caught up and naturally saw Sasuke behind Izumi. Immediately, their eyes lit up and they became even more excited. "Buy one, get one free. It seems like today is our lucky day. If we catch his brother, that Itachi guy will definitely come to us, double guarantee." Uchiha Yashiro licked his lips excitedly, as if he saw Uchiha Itachi being played between their hands. "No. Don't catch Sasuke, he is still a child, and this matter has nothing to do with him. I'll go with you." Uchiha Izumi's face turned pale and he took the initiative to walk towards the three of them. I hope that with the sincerity I have shown, the three of them can let Sasuke go. However, before she could take 2 steps, her cold arm was grabbed by a small hand, and then there was a force that she could not resist, and her body involuntarily stepped back. This kind of coward who only picks the weakest persimmons. I can't stand it the most in my life. Don't worry, Sister Chuan, as long as I'm here, these 3 weaklings won't be able to cause any trouble. Sasuke took 1 step forward, guarding Izumi behind him, and looked at the 3 Uchiha mad dogs in front of him with a calm expression. "Humph! I don't know what you call a brat. He is even more arrogant than your traitorous brother. It really makes people angry. Today I will let you know why the flowers are so red." Uchiha Yashiro's face was full of displeasure. After snorting, he directly attacked Sasuke. I saw his 5 fingers turned into claws, clawing at Sasuke's neck fiercely. He can easily suppress this brat who hasn't even graduated from ninja school. "Sasuke, be careful! Get out of the way!" Uchiha Izumi exclaimed. Such a sharp attack on a 7-year-old child might not even be able to break his neck. She felt extremely regretful at this moment, regretting involving Sasuke. However, the next moment, the scene that appeared in front of her eyes made her unable to believe her eyes. Sasuke stretched out his slender hand and firmly caught Yashiro Uchiha's claw attack. How is it possible? Uchiha Yashiro was surprised. It was like there was a big mountain in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. Sasuke sneered, his eyes full of indifference, as if he was looking at garbage. Things without eggs. I was beaten by Uchiha Itachi, so I went to settle the score with him. What's the point of venting my anger on my sister Izumi? It's just an embarrassment to Uchiha. No. Trash like you don't deserve the Uchiha surname. Sasuke's voice was loud, as if thunder was surrounding him. His eyes were like lightning, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose, sending chills down people's spines, as if they were facing a terrifying ancient beast. Today, let me clean up your Uchiha garbage. Crack! Thunder released Chidori Ryu. The next moment, a dazzling light of lightning suddenly lit up in Sasuke's hand. The electric light flashed, making the originally dark alley illuminated brightly. He held Uchiha Yashiro's wrist with his backhand. In an instant, the terrifying lightning turned into countless thunder snakes, and spread all over Yashiro Uchiha's body along his arms. The attack came so suddenly that Yashiro didn't even have the time to scream, but his whole body was scorched on the outside and tender on the inside, with black smoke rising all over his body. It is already a situation of more air coming out and less air entering. Humph! A loser who can't even bear 1% of my strength dares to bark in front of me. Sasuke glanced at the lump of black coal in his hand with disgust, then tossed it away as if throwing away garbage. What a coincidence, it happened to fall into the trash can not far away. Sasuke clapped his hands and looked at the remaining two people with a calm expression. At this moment, Uchiha Taiho and Uchiha Inawa were so shocked that they stood on the spot, feeling as if they were dreaming. Killed instantly with one blow, he was killed so easily. Uchiha Yashiro is the strongest among the three of them. How could he be killed instantly by a brat who has not graduated from ninja school? They couldn't believe what they were seeing was real. This. Izumi Uchiha covered his mouth with both hands, also looking in disbelief. Sasuke, when did he become so powerful? He was able to kill a jounin instantly. You, who are you? Why are you pretending to be Uchiha Sasuke to tease us? Soon, Dahuo and Taihuo recovered from the shock. He shouted sharply while distancing himself from Sasuke. How could such a magical thing happen to a 7-year-old who fought against a jounin? So the Sasuke in front of me must be someone pretending to be someone. Tell me. What is your purpose of infiltrating by pretending to be the clan leader's son? Otherwise, when the masters from the clan come over, you will be left with nothing to eat. Sasuke was too lazy to talk nonsense, and his figure disappeared from the place in an instant. He is not a person who likes to have sex, especially with a little guy like this. It is a waste of time. No, gone. In there. The two pairs of scarlet Sharingan moved crazily, but they couldn't catch Sasuke's figure. Just then. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. A fist suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Inari. What? Daohuo didn't have time to be surprised by the sudden attack. His body's instinct had already made him raise his arms to protect his chest. The next moment. Click! It was the sound of bones being broken. Power, how can the power be so great? With this doubt in Uchiha Inari's mind, his arms were broken and he flew out upside down. He hit the stone wall hard with a bang and passed out on the spot. Another comrade was killed instantly in front of him. Uchiha Taihuo's throat became loose and he swallowed hard. Strong man. The other party is definitely a strong one. The strength has at least reached the level of an elite jounin. Seeing Sasuke's calm and unruffled eyes looking at him, Taihuo was frightened. Immediately, he made the right choice. Bang! The knee hit the ground, and there was a muffled sound. He chose to kneel down and beg for mercy. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused trouble, please spare me. Uchiha Taihuo looked remorseful and begged Sasuke frantically for mercy. How arrogant you were before, how embarrassed you are now. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again next time. He was really scared. Even Uchiha Yashiro, whose strength reached the level of a jonin, was destined to be killed instantly, let alone him who was only a chunin. At this time, he had no intention of fighting against it. As for personal dignity, Uchiha's glory, and so on, these things are not worth mentioning in front of one's own life. Sasuke's face was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything, and he was approaching him step by step. Seeing this, Uchiha Taiho's expression changed, knowing that this was a ruthless person who would not feel pity for his enemies begging for mercy. Immediately, as if he thought of something, he suddenly changed direction and kowtowed crazily towards Uchiha Izumi. Izumi. For the sake of being of the same race, please forgive me. And I was also instigated by that Yashiro guy. I have no intention of causing trouble for you at all. Please let me go. Chuan. Uchiha Taiho burst into tears, looking very miserable. Chuan looked at the other person with disgust, as if he was looking at trash. But after all, she is still just a 13-year-old girl, and she is still very kind-hearted. She looked at Sasuke and said hesitantly, Sasuke, that's enough. After all, this is still within the clan's territory, and it will be very troublesome if your clan members see you taking action against them. Okay. For Sister Kwan's sake, I'll spare your life. I hope you'll be wiser next time and don't do such stupid things. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill you even if I kill you. Sasuke didn't hesitate and nodded directly in agreement. He doesn't pay attention to this kind of little miscellaneous fish, and he can't cause any trouble. Besides, this is the land of the Uchiha clan, so taking action directly would have a bad impact. Remember, don't come to trouble Takakun in the future. Chuan warned again. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha is as fierce as fire, nodding like pounding garlic. But when he looked at the two people's retreating figures, his eyes suddenly turned red. The three Megatama's Sharingan eyes were as red as blood, as if they were burning with endless anger. His expression also became extremely ferocious, and a sinister aura spread around him. Damn it! Damn it! They were just two brats, but they actually forced him to kneel down. Can't bear it. Absolutely intolerable. You must find a chance to take revenge. Just as he was planning his revenge plan, his vision suddenly went dark, and then a sharp pain surged through his body. Ah! My eyes! Sasuke withdrew his scissor hands indifferently and said in a cold tone. Watch your eyes, bastard! But Sasuke, who was already some distance away, suddenly felt a great malice coming towards him. He immediately turned back and destroyed Uchiha Taiho's eyes. I originally planned to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and dare to unleash your malice on me. You are simply looking for death. Sasuke said indifferently. No, you misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything against you. Uchiha Taiho endured the pain caused by blindness, and said with a trembling voice. I'm just angry at the stupid behavior of that idiot Yashiro, and… Bang! Sasuke didn't mean to listen to his nonsense, so he kicked him more than 10 meters away, and then turned around and left without paying attention to whether the other person was dead or alive. Chapter 7 Fooling Izumi Uchiha. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? On the way, Chuan looked at the boy beside him, who was a head shorter than him, and asked hesitantly. Of course, I am Uchiha Sasuke, I guarantee it's true. Sasuke turned to look at her, showing a sunny smile. But what's up with your terrifying strength? Yashiro is a famous jounin in the clan, but you killed him so easily. Even your genius brother Uchiha Itachi couldn't do such a thing at your age. Chuan looked curious about the baby, very curious that a small body actually contained such terrifying power. Sister Chuan, let me ask you a question, do you believe in fate? Sasuke's face became serious and his voice lowered. Destiny. Chuan put his finger to his lips, thought about it carefully and then shook his head. I don't believe in fate. Nothing is destined from the beginning. As long as you work hard, anything so-called destined can be changed. Really? It seems that Sister Chuan, you are a non-fatalist. Suzuki chuckled. The idea is positive, but unfortunately, the ninja world is a place that talks about destiny and fate. Just like Metkai in the original work, he worked hard and struggled all his life. Although the final kick almost led to the finale, the almost was just an almost. In the end, it's not the plug-in given by the old man Lu Dao that saves the day. If Suzuki hadn't been around by the system, he wouldn't have returned to the fate assigned to him by his original owner. Suzuki, why are you asking me this suddenly? Chuan turned his head and looked over in confusion. Is it possible that this has something to do with your sudden increase in strength? Yes. That's right. Sasuke's expression suddenly became serious, and he began to explain in a serious manner. Originally, I didn't believe in fate, until one day, I had a dream, a very strange dream. Dream? What strange dream? Chuan on the side continued the conversation very cooperatively. It was during one of my dreams that I dreamed of an old man wearing a white robe and a long beard. At the same time, I could clearly realize that I was dreaming, but I couldn't get rid of the dream. I was quite panicked at first. I thought someone was trapping me with illusions. But soon, the old man with the beard told me that he was the founder of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths. He told me not to be afraid, and... What? Sage of Six Paths, isn't that a legendary existence? Chuan looked suspicious, with disbelief written all over his face. Cough. Suzuki coughed slightly, and the other party's sudden exclamation almost interrupted the thought he had just made up in his mind. I didn't believe it at first, until the old man told me that I was actually the reincarnation of his son Indra, and told me how to awaken the power of my previous life. With a dubious attitude, I tried the method he gave me. Sure enough, I instantly gained unparalleled power. So, I believed in him. I believed that he was the legendary Sage of Six Paths. After all, except for the legendary Sage of Six Paths, no one can do such a thing. And the reason why he wants me to awaken the power of my past life is because he hopes that I can prevent the catastrophe of genocide that is about to happen in Uchiha. What? Exterminate the clan? You said that we Uchiha will be exterminated. How is this possible? Chuan looked in disbelief. Although I can clearly feel that something is wrong with the atmosphere in the clan these days, it is impossible to go to the step of exterminating the clan. She is just a low-level Uchiha and has no access to the things at the top, but she still feels that the genocide of the Uchiha clan is a fantasy. After all, Uchiha is the largest clan in Konoha and an indispensable force in Konoha. How could they be exterminated? Ha! Impossible, how is it impossible? Suzuki sneered in his heart. The third generation, this old man, will kill anyone who threatens his Hokage, no matter if you are the largest clan in Konoha or a hero of Konoha such as Hitaki Sakumo. Moreover, the executioner of the genocide this time is none other than your sweetheart, Itaki Uchiha. And I will watch you get killed with my own eyes. Of course, Suzuki did not tell this cruel truth. After all, the girl in front of me really likes Itaki. Knowing that Itaki likes to eat meatballs, he practiced cooking and made meatballs for Itaki to eat. But in the end, what he got in exchange was Itaki's indifferent and merciless onlooker. Thinking about it this way, Ma Dan, what Itaki did in the original novel was really out of character. Watching the girl who liked him get killed before his own eyes, it was a shame that he could do it. But this time, Suzuki will not let such a thing happen again. Thinking too far, Suzuki quickly brought his thoughts back and explained to Izumi. Yes, the Uchiha will be exterminated, and the murderer behind the scenes is the sanctimonious third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ah! Mr. Third Generation, how could he? Why did he do that? Chuan covered her mouth with both hands in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the image of Sanday's kind grandfather suddenly collapsed in her heart. Well, the reasons are very complicated. I can only say that everyone who understands it. If you don't understand, I won't explain it too much. You can study it carefully by yourself. Don't come to get to the bottom of it. The interests involved are too great. It won't be good for you or me to tell you. Just pretend that you don't know. For the rest, I can only say that the water here is very deep and the things involved are very deep. You are very familiar with the details. It's hard to find, and most of the evidence in the clan has been destroyed, so I can only say that I understand everything. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Uchiha Izumi. If I couldn't beat you, I really wanted to slap you in the face. What the hell are you talking about? Cough. Sasuke coughed lightly and said seriously without further arguing. In short, the situation is very complicated. Just remember that the old lamp of the third generation is not a good thing. Okay, I understand. Even if I know the truth, I can't change anything. After all, I'm too weak. Chuan silently lowered his head, looking a little helpless. Don't be discouraged, Sister Chuan. After all, you are still young. You are only 13 years old now. There is still a lot of room for improvement. You will naturally become as powerful as me in the future. Sasuke reached out and patted Izumi on the shoulder, encouraging him. Chuan. Looking at Sasuke, who was a head shorter than her, she always felt something was strange. But he quickly threw away the messy thoughts in his mind and turned to stare at Sasuke's little face seriously. What's wrong, Sister Chuan? You must have fallen in love with me and are interested in me, right? No, I'm a principled person and I won't steal Ataka's girlfriend. What nonsense are you talking about, brat? Chuan slapped Sasuke angrily, his face feeling a little hot. Probably because I heard the phrase Ataka's girlfriend and felt embarrassed. Well, what a simple little girl. When Sasuke saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. According to what you said just now, you were reincarnated as the informer. So, are you Uchiha Sasuke now, or are you the informer? Chuan looked into Sasuke's eyes and asked seriously. Chapter 8 I, Sasuke, want to be the ancestor of Uchiha. It's called Indra, not because of Luo. Sasuke corrected him first, and then answered seriously. I'm still me, the same Uchiha Sasuke. I only awakened Indra's power, but I did not awaken Indra's memory, so I am still me. Is that so? Chuan said doubtfully, but I feel like you've changed a lot, Sasuke. It's not like you at all. Hey? What should I say? Sasuke frowned, reflecting on his actions that conflicted with his original owner. You didn't seem to like me very much before. You always had a stern face every time you saw me, but now you call me Chuan sister so affectionately. It turns out there is a problem here. Sasuke now remembered that the original owner didn't like Izumi very much. Because every time this woman appeared, Itaka would follow her away, so the original owner felt that this woman had stolen his brother. Brother control is so terrifying. Although there are flaws in the lie, he can continue to talk things over without panic. Oh! Now that I have gained strength, my mentality has changed and I will no longer be so childish. Then the method you showed when dealing with Yashiro Uchiha and the others was too cruel. This is not something a 7-year-old child can do. Chuan continued to raise questions. Oh! That was also caused by my strength growing too fast and being unable to control it. In fact, I just wanted to give them a small lesson. Chuan. The arms are broken, the eyes are useless, and the electricity is turned into black charcoal. You call this a little lesson? Okay, Sister Chuan, do you still have any doubts? I can give you a reasonable explanation. Well, no, I'm explaining the reasons. Sasuke said seriously. Okay, I believe you are Sasuke. A smile suddenly broke out on Izumi's face. If you were that person, you wouldn't have any reason to save me when I was bullied by Yashiro Uchiha, right? Well. The little girl finally believed it. Sasuke was tired. As expected, telling one lie would require countless lies to cover it up. But he is not lying. After all, the original owner himself is the reincarnation of Indra. Therefore, at this moment Sasuke decided that he no longer wanted to be a brat of Uchiha, he wanted to be the ancestor of Uchiha. After all, as we all know, Indra is the ancestor of Uchiha. And he, Uchiha Sasuke, is the reincarnation of Indra. Therefore, he is the ancestor of Uchiha. Nothing wrong. Very reasonable. As for those who don't believe it and question it, let them see the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, and ask them if they still dare to say they don't believe it. As long as the person who asked the question is solved, there will be no problem in the world that cannot be solved. While chatting and walking, the two of them soon came to a fork in the road. Sasuke, how about coming to my house? In order to thank you for saving your life, I'll treat you to my best 3-course meal. Sexy balls? Chuan asked Sasuke with a smile. No, I'm in a hurry and need to go home. Let's taste your 3-color meatballs again when I have the chance. Sasuke shook his head and politely declined her invitation. Okay, I must come if you have the chance. Chuan was a little disappointed and waved goodbye to Sasuke. Soon, the two of them went in different directions, each going back to their respective homes. Hey! Sasuke, shouldn't you be studying at a ninja school at this time? Why are you home? At the door of Sasuke's house, Uchiha Mikoto, wearing an apron, looked at her son who suddenly returned and asked in confusion. Sasuke did not answer this question, but asked, "Where is Itaki? Is that guy Itaki at home?" Oh! So Sasuke, you miss your brother. But I have to disappoint you. Your brother went on a mission 2 weeks ago and he hasn't come back yet. Alas! Your brother doesn't make people worry. He went on a mission and didn't come back for so long. After worrying about Itaki for a while, Mikoto started lecturing her little son again. Little Sasuke, I know you miss your brother very much, but what you are doing is wrong. Good children are not allowed to leave school early. Besides, chirping, chirping, chirping. I'm back, the familiar feeling is back. Sure enough, nagging is an essential skill for every mother. Mom, stop talking. I didn't sneak home from school. I asked for leave from the teacher and I came back only after the teacher approved it. Sasuke interrupted Mikoto's words directly, explained something, and quickly slipped into his bedroom according to the memory of the original owner. Okay, I won't tell you any more, I have something urgent to deal with. Looking at the closed door, Mikoto sighed helplessly. Alas! What a careless boy, but why do I always feel that Sasuke is acting weird today? Phew! Sasuke let out a long sigh of relief when he entered the room. Mother's nagging is indeed the most difficult thing to resist. His original plan was to go home to find Itaki, and then convince him to betray him at the critical moment, and Yindan had a hidden agenda. Unexpectedly, Itaki has been on a mission for 2 weeks and still hasn't returned home. Sasuke is sure that Itaki at this time should be mentally preparing for the coming night of genocide. After finding a random place to sit down, Sasuke thought again. Even if he found Itaki at this time, it would still be very difficult to convince him. He didn't have Naruto's tongue evasion skills, and he could talk the dead into living things. Black is said to be white. So it's better to be direct and give Itaki a good beating on the night of genocide. What should I do if my child disobeys? It's probably because the skin is itchy and a good beating will be enough. I hope that by then, I can see the surprised expression on Itaki's cold face. Then, Sasuke came to the mirror and released the power in his eyes. Suddenly, the pupil of the right eye turned into a complex 6-pointed star pattern, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The left eye turned into a purple samsara eye with circles of ripples, and 6 megatama embellished on it, the 6 megatama samsara eye. This was the first time he saw himself with his eyes open. In this form, he is full of unruly and domineering. If he says, "Do you also want to dance?" then it is safe to say that Uchiha Madara is still alive. After admiring his own figure, it was time to test the power contained in these eyes. So Sasuke pulled out a Will of Fire book from the drawer, and it was written clearly that the author was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The cover of the book is printed with the portrait of Hiruzen Sarutobi with a kind smile. Bah! It looks disgusting. Without saying a word, Sasuke hit the book in his hand with Amaterasu. The next moment, the dark flames instantly swallowed up the entire book, and soon it was burned to ashes. Not bad. Killing people and seizing treasures, destroying corpses and eradicating traces are essential magical skills for home and travel. Burning the books used for brainwashing by Sandai made him feel inexplicably happy. Next, it's time to test the ability of the Samsara Eye. Sasuke aimed his gaze at the pillow on the bed not far away. The next moment, the ability of the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye was activated. Chapter 9 The Samsara Eye begins to show its power. Heavenly Hand Power. Silently, Sasuke's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared at the head of the bed, and the pillow on the bed appeared where he originally stood. Within a certain range, he can exchange the positions of 2 objects at will. This is the ability of his 6 Megatama Samsara Eye. The whole process was silent, and the exchange was completed in just an instant, making it almost impossible to guard against. With this ability, he is not afraid even when facing Kamui Obito. The next moment, with the thought, Sasuke took out all the items he had obtained from the previous 10 consecutive draws from the system backpack. I saw a flash of white light, and a lot of things appeared in front of me. Among them, the one that attracts the most attention is a doll. With a scientific inquiry mentality, Sasuke took a good look at it and was definitely not interested in it. It's big enough, real enough, and the texture of the skin is quite smooth. Except that it can't move, it's almost the same as a real person. Of course, once again, Sasuke is just curious and has absolutely no other ideas. Even if there was, with his 7-year-old body, he couldn't even lift it, and he could only look at it without using it. After studying for half an hour, Sasuke lost interest, and then he picked up 2 reagents from the pile of items, which were filled with green liquid. This is exactly what Marvel's Super Soldier Serum is, a good thing that can directly transform a person into a super macho man. Looking at the 2 potions in his hand, Sasuke thought for a while and asked the system. System, if I take 2 potions, can the effects be superimposed? The effects can be superimposed and there are no side effects. And you can control your body shape at will. Woohoo! Take off! This works! Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, the product produced by the system must be a high-quality product. Without hesitation, he took 2 bottles of medicine at once. The potion turned into pure energy and spread inside Sasuke's body. The next moment, the muscles all over Sasuke's body bulged, his clothes were torn, and his figure rose from just over 1 meter to 2 meters, and a lot of black, sticky substance was discharged from his pores. The hair became longer and more abundant, and the lush hair directly crossed the thighs. Of course, the pants are not torn. After all, as we all know, with the blessing of the power of the universe, pants are stronger than diamonds. Damn it! This forms Super Saiyan 3. Sasuke looked at his appearance in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaimed. Except for the fact that his hair color is still black, he is exactly the same as the Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. At this moment, he felt that every part of his body was full of explosive power. If the 3rd generation were here, with 1 punch, he could directly smash the opponent into slag. However, the black substance on his body was a bit annoying. So Sasuke immediately took out a tissue and wiped his whole body clean, feeling much better immediately. Then he tested his defensive power in this form, took out the kunao and stabbed it hard. The result was that the kunao was broken, but he was unscathed. This kind of physical defense is really great. Normal ninja attacks have no effect on me at all. Sasuke looked at the muscles all over his body and marveled at the training. At this moment, Uchiha Mikato's voice suddenly came from the door. "Little Sasuke, Mom made you a fruit platter, I brought it in for you." Click. It was the sound of the door bolt being pulled. Oops! I forgot to lock the door. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't let his mother see him in this form. Just now, he was fully immersed in exploring his new form, and he didn't pay attention to the movement outside the door. As a result, even Uchiha Mikato walked to the door of the room, and he didn't notice it at all. It's too late to stop him now. Immediately, he quickly restrained his power and transformed back into his original appearance of a 7-year-old boy before Uchiha Mikato pushed the door open and came in. Squeak! The door was opened. "Mother, why didn't you knock on the door before coming in?" Sasuke asked with a frown, choosing to take the initiative and strike first. Mikato didn't answer, as if she didn't hear her. Her eyes were wide open, with an expression as if she had seen a ghost, and her fingers were tremblingly pointing in one direction. Sasuke, can you tell me what this is?" Sasuke looked in the direction of her finger, and his eyes widened immediately. "Grass. I forgot that this thing was not confiscated. I saw the doll lying quietly on the bed at this moment, with its back arched in a very intriguing posture. Damn it, why didn't I notice that this thing had this misleading posture? Posting for help, what should I do if my parents see the doll toys I bought at home? Urgent. Extremely urgent." Sasuke said that he was not panic at all, because he was not panic at all now. If this happened in the original world, then he would be ready to live on other planets. But where is this place? This is the world of Naruto with all kinds of extraordinary powers. The next moment, where Mikato couldn't see, his left eye suddenly turned into a 6 Magatama Samsara eye. Heavenly hand power. Suddenly, the doll on the bed disappeared, and a green leaf appeared in its place. It was Sasuke who used his ability to change the positions of the doll and the leaves outside the house. After the position exchange is completed, the Samsara eye is instantly closed, and it takes less than 0.1 seconds to open and close the eye. Unexpectedly, the first time the Samsara eye showed its power would be used to do such a thing. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Of course, he can also use easier methods, such as using the Manjiki Sharingan to directly erase Mikato's memory. But Sasuke couldn't do such a thing as using a kaleidoscope on his mother. "Hey! Mother, what is that thing you are asking about?" Sasuke looked at Mikato with a puzzled expression, looking very curious as to why she was so shocked. "Where's the doll? Where's the doll on your bed just now?" Mikato pointed to the place where the doll had been kneeling just now. "Doll? What doll? Mother, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand something?" Sasuke scratched his head, looking cute. Could it be that I saw it wrong?" Mikato blinked hard and looked at Sasuke's bed again. Still didn't see anything. "It seems I was wrong." "That's right, Mother, you must be wrong. I won't buy dolls. These are toys that girls like, and I won't have them. Alas! I didn't expect that I would have symptoms of vertigo at such a young age, alas!" Uchiha Mikato put her hands on her face and began to sigh. Seeing this, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Final life confusion is over, and he doesn't need to live on another planet. Just when Sasuke was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Mikato's surprised voice came out. "Little Sasuke, can you tell Mom why you are only wearing a pair of shorts? Also, what's going on with the bunches of tissues on the ground?" "Gan. Chapter 10 A good dog stays out of the way. Grass. Wave after wave, endless, right? You really have to force Lao Zishe to die before you give up, right? Suzuki complained crazily in his heart. Suzuki, give mom an explanation. You are still so young, you can't play with this kind of thing. Mikoto began to teach. Mom, you misunderstood. These tissues are what I use to wipe my sweat. They are not what you think. Suzuki decided to tell the truth and did not decide to use the Rinnegan again to move the tissue on the ground. If we do it again, Mikoto will definitely find out the clues. It would not be good if Ao-sensei's affairs were exposed because of this. But don't lose big for small things. Suzuki, don't try to deceive your mother. You must dare to admit what you have done. Lying is not good. And your mother does not mean to blame you, but you are too young. Doing such a thing is not good for your health. Mikoto continued her education, not believing what Suzuki said at all. It's really for wiping sweat. I was training in the room just now and I was sweating all over. Alas! You kid, Mikoto shook her head helplessly and placed the fruit platter on the table. I won't talk about you anymore. When Ataka comes back, I will let him talk about you properly. After all, you listen to your brother the most. I told you I was just wiping sweat, but no one believed me when I told the truth. Suzuki was also helpless. Well. Mikoto sighed and left Sasuke's room. Suzuki was speechless and found some new clothes to put on. He couldn't stay in this house for the time being. He couldn't bear the look of his mother, Uchiha Mikoto. And the dolls must be recycled immediately, and they cannot be picked up by others. Let me make it clear in advance that he is not reluctant to part with it and intends to keep it for future use, but if this thing is seen by other little kids, it will really have a bad impact. For the healthy physical and mental development of the children of the ninja world, he must recover this source of evil. Fortunately, when I walked out of the house, I saw the doll lying quietly under the tree, and no one picked it up. Phew! Suzuki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and hurried over to put the doll back into the system backpack. Then he thought about his next plan. It was not his style to wait for the night of genocide. He had to make some preparations in advance. Thinking that today happened to be the day when the clan held a clan meeting, maybe he could go over and convince the clansmen to make preparations in advance and give Danzo a surprise then. Which kid came here? Go home and drink milk. Is this a place where you can come? At the entrance of the lobby where Uchiha was holding a clan meeting, an Uchiha clansman with scars on his face blocked Sasuke's way. Hey! Ryusuke, be careful what you say. This is the youngest son of the Fugaku clan leader. He seems to be named Uchiha Suzuki. Uchiha Shohei quickly reminded his companions and told him the identity of the child in front of him. Hearing this, Uchiha Ryusuke lowered his head and glanced sideways at Suzuki, raised his eyebrows, and said in a neutral tone. Oh! So he's the son of the Fugaku clan leader. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize him. After all, your talent is so useless compared to your genius brother, and I, Ryusuke, have always looked down on guys who only have status but no talent, so it's normal that I didn't recognize you. If your genius brother Uchiha Itachi were here, I would definitely recognize him at a glance. For some unknown reason, the other party seemed to be a little hostile to Suzuki, or maybe he had no good intentions toward Suzuki and his family. While belittling Suzuki and boasting about Itachi, it was obvious that he wanted to divide the two brothers. No matter what the reason was, Suzuki would not tolerate the other party being so arrogant. Oh! Now that I know the identity of your little master, why don't you get out of here? After all, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. What are you talking about, kid? Uchiha Ryusuke was furious. Veins popped out on his face, and the scars on his face wriggled like centipedes. Don't think that because you are the clan leader's son, I won't dare to beat you, right? Or do you think you are Uchiha Itachi? Click, click, click. Ryusuke pinched the joints of his fingers and made loud pops, like setting off firecrackers. When he thought about it, the kid in front of him would definitely be scared to death by his appearance. So what about the patriarch's son? He's just a little brat. However, Sasuke just said calmly. Get out. I'm not in the mood to waste time here with you, a bastard. For the sake of being of the same race, I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of my sight, or I'll never give you the chance to get out. 19. Hee. Uchiha Ryusuke laughed angrily. He had never seen such an arrogant kid before, and he had seen it today. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with your poor status? Let me tell you today, you brat. This is Uchiha, a race that believes in the strong. Strength is everything. Your identity is nothing in my eyes. Today, I will teach you a lesson for the Fugaku clan leader, you little brat who doesn't know what to call. The next moment, a fist as big as a sandbag hit Sasuke on the head. However, the person who stopped him and took action was not Sasuke, but his companion Uchiha Shohei. Ryusuke. Calm down, calm down. Don't be impulsive. The patriarch is still having a meeting inside. But you beat his son outside. This is not good after all. Shobing pulled Ryusuke hard to prevent him from attacking Sasuke. Well. What an unlucky thing, how could this happen to me? My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Shobing felt bitter in his heart. If he had known it earlier, he would not have guarded the gate with Ryusuke. If the patriarch's son is beaten here, he will definitely be implicated. Master Sasuke. You'd better go back quickly. There's a meeting going on inside, and they're still discussing major matters related to the rise and fall of the family. No one is allowed to enter halfway. Even as a special jonin, I am not qualified to enter. Uchiha Shohei pulled Ryusuke hard and at the same time, he persuaded Sasuke earnestly. If I let you in without permission, you will be severely punished. So Master Sasuke, please don't embarrass me. If you want to find your father, you can go home and wait. The clan leader will be back soon after his meeting. As the saying goes, if people respect me 1 foot, I respect others 1 foot. Uchiha Shohei's persuasion was so reasonable, but Sasuke was embarrassed to force his way in. After all, he is a reasonable person. After thinking for a while, Sasuke said to Shobing. I have something urgent to tell everyone, so I have to go in. Of course, this is my own will and has nothing to do with you. I promise you will not be punished. Uchiha Shohei smiled helplessly and was about to say something when suddenly a huge force came from his hand, but Ryusuke broke free. He pushed Shobing away and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking to this kind of brat? To deal with such a disobedient brat, just give him a beating. Stop Ryusuke, calm down. When Shobing saw this, he distanced himself from Ryusuke, knowing that he had no way to stop him, so he could only scold him. Calm down? I am very calm now. Even if that coward Fugaku is here today, I will beat him out of Siang. Ryusuke looked crazy and shouted excitedly. The room behind him was blocked by a soundproof barrier, so he wasn't worried about Fugaku inside being able to hear it. Fugaku, a coward, faced the demonstrations from Konoha's top brass and could only compromise repeatedly and constantly sacrifice the family's interests. As a militant member of the family, Uchiha Ryusuke couldn't stand Fugaku's cowardly behavior. If he couldn't beat him, he would have punched Fugaku on the head twice. Although he can't beat me, but now he can beat his son to vent his anger, he will naturally not miss this golden opportunity. Immediately, Ryusuke turned his fist into a palm and struck Sasuke on the head from top to bottom. Chapter 11 Uchiha Wrangling Conference. Ryusuke slapped Sasuke on the head. Kid, kneel down and apologize to me. Snap. Sasuke calmly stretched out his hand and blocked the opponent's attack lightly. Then hold the opponent's wrist with your backhand and bend it backwards. Click. Uchiha Ryusuke's entire palm suddenly turned over. Ah! You bastard! I'm going to kill you! The severe pain made Uchiha Ryusuke completely crazy, and he instantly opened the second Megatama Sharingan. When Sasuke saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Tisk! I'm just a piece of Megatama trash, but I thought you were so awesome. Click! Click! Sasuke kicked out 2 lightning-fast kicks, directly kicking the opponent's knees to pieces. Let me kneel down. You deserve it too. Sasuke's eyes were full of coldness. Like a king looking down at ants, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura. The severe pain left Ryusuke at this moment only howling miserably. It's so noisy. Sasuke frowned and said something, then took action and pinched Ryusuke's jaw. With a click sound, Ryusuke's jaw was crushed directly. This time, he could no longer scream, and could only hear the painful woo sound coming from his throat. It's much quieter now. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction, then threw it aside as if throwing away garbage. Snap! Uchiha Shihei was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Kill! You actually killed Uchiha people in Uchiha territory. At this moment, he was extremely horrified and pointed at Sasuke with trembling fingers. How terrifying! Ryusuke, who has special Jounin strength, is like a little chicken in the opponent's hands, without any resistance. Previously, he would never have thought that the result of Ryusuke's action would be like this. Kill! Sasuke frowned slightly and said dissatisfied, Don't talk nonsense, I didn't kill him, I just gave him a small lesson. Xiu Bing looked at Ryusuke, who was already half dead in the distance. This situation was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Then he looked at Sasuke, who looked indifferent, and finally nodded sharply. Yes. You are right. Okay, can I go in now? Sasuke asked with a smile. Please. Please. Uchiha Shihei was so frightened that he quickly stepped aside. He didn't want to follow Ryusuke's footsteps. The people meeting inside were all experts from the clan, so naturally there were people who could deal with this brutal guy in front of them. And he is just a janitor, he doesn't want to get into trouble, or life is at stake. At the Uchiha clan meeting, a group of Uchiha knelt down in a circle. Unbeknownst to others, they thought they were playing a handkerchief game. Although the way Uchiha holds meetings is rather weird and funny, the people who can hold meetings here are all the big shots in the clan. Basically, they are all important elders of the family and powerful elite Jounin. Of course Jounin are also qualified to participate in the meeting, but most of them sit in the outer circle and only have the right to listen, not to speak. After all, today's clan meeting is too important. It involves the interests of the family, so we must not be careless. Bang! Uchiha Munuhito, the representative of the radical faction, suddenly got off the floor. He looked at Fugaku opposite and scolded unceremoniously. Fugaku! You are so weak. That bitch from the 3rd generation even sat on our Uchiha heads and shit. You are still compromising. When I supported you as the clan leader, it was simply the biggest mistake in my life. I was so blind. I thought you could lead us Uchiha to rise and fall, but I didn't expect that you would make our family decline even more. I think, in your hands, Uchiha will be destroyed sooner or later. You are not worthy of being the clan leader at all. Speaking of this, Uchiha Zonghito paused deliberately. After all the tribesmen turned their gazes over, he saw it and his voice suddenly raised an octave, loudly saying. So, I propose to change the clan leader and let a more capable person serve as the clan leader. In this way, we Uchiha can prosper and become the largest clan in the ninja world, and then... That's enough. Shut up. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by an angry shout. The clay figurine still has a certain amount of anger, let alone Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. He immediately opened his mouth to fight back. What do you know? You will be here screaming all day long. Do you know how much effort I have put into the development of my family? If it weren't for my bloody sacrifice during the Third War, Uchiha would be where it is today. If it weren't for my prudent policies, would Uchiha have the environment that allows it to thrive today? Haha! You made me laugh so hard. You call your weakness steadiness, it makes me laugh out loud. After hearing this, Uchiha Zongren couldn't help laughing. The high-level officials of Konoha are suppressing them step by step. The achievements of the clan members of the three wars have been swallowed up. The clan is forced to relocate. The Nine Tails Rebellion is under suspicion. Is this what you call a sound policy? Open! Uchiha Zonghito suddenly opened the three Megatama Sharingan, his scarlet eyes stared at Fugaku closely, and his fierce aura pressed towards the opposite side. Tell me Fugaku, what have you gained as Uchiha from your so-called policy? In addition to the continuous devouring of interests, what else have we gained? Tell me Fugaku. Open! Not to be outdone, Fugaku also looked at the three Megatama Sharingan, and a more powerful aura rose from him. Pay attention to your attitude Zongren, I am the leader of the clan, you have no right to question my decision. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hehe. Uchiha Zonghito sneered, with a look of ridicule on his face. Fugaku, do you only have this weak argument? It seems that you are not suitable to continue to be the leader of the clan. I propose that I replace Fugaku and become the new Uchiha clan leader. Here, I promise that I, Uchiha Munehito, will never compromise to the top management of Konoha. Furthermore, I will also take back the interests that we Uchiha have lost, and at least let that bastard third generation give us the position of an elder of Konoha. Okay, now, who is in favor and who is against? After finishing speaking, more than half of the Uchiha tribe raised their hands and said one after another. Second the proposal. Second the proposal. I agree. I also think Zongren is more suitable to be the clan leader. Seeing that Uchiha Munehito actually had half of the supporters, Fugaku immediately sank. It seems that this guy Zongren came prepared. There are actually so many tribesmen supporting him. Although the situation was somewhat unexpected, Fugaku was not overwhelmed by anger and remained calm. I saw him calmly asking. Oh. Since you want to replace me as the new clan leader, let me ask you, how should you deal with the persecution of 3 generations? Nonsense. Of course it's for fuck's sake. Let that bitch Sandame taste the power of our Uchiha. Blindly forbearing will only allow the enemy to gain more ground. Only by taking the initiative can we regain the benefits we deserve. Yes. That's right, at this moment, everyone in Uchiha only felt that the top management of Konoha was playing a game of entangled interests with them, and they never thought that the third generation would implement the genocide plan. This is why, in the original work, when Atake wiped out the clan, Uchiha had no defense at all. Oh. In other words, you are planning to lead your family in rebellion. Fugaku continued to ask questions calmly. Humph. What is rebellion? We are just getting back what we deserve. Besides, we Uchiha are the original founders of Konoha, and we are the real masters of Konoha. Idiot. Your approach will only lead the family into the abyss. Konoha's strength is simply beyond what we can contend with. To confront Konoha head-on is like striking an egg against a stone. Fugaku cursed directly. Fugaku, you are trying to build up other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige. We Uchiha are the largest clan in the ninja world, how can we be afraid of that old boss Sarutobi? West. Uchiha Zonghito exuded absolute self-confidence, as if the third generation was like a chicken and a dog in front of him, a being that could be easily suppressed. Yes. We Uchiha are fearless. That's right. We Uchiha are invincible. The Uchiha clan members who supported Zongren echoed. There is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas in Konoha. Fugaku asked in a deep voice. We have the Sharingan. The next moment, Uchiha who supported Zongren opened their Sharingan. A pair of Sharingan eyes flashed with a strange red light. Konoha has the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade. We have the Sharingan. Konoha has an elite gathering of ANBU. We have the Sharingan. Konoha has the roots of Danzo's leadership. We have the Sharingan. Fugaku. Fugaku took a deep breath. Sure enough, the arrogance of his tribe was engraved in their genes. Especially the tribesmen who have activated the 3 Megatama Sharingan, all of them feel that they are invincible, and it is completely normal to casually beat up 3 generations. After being silent for a while, Fugaku said, Okay, since Zongren, you want to be the clan leader, right? If you beat me, you will be the next Uchiha clan leader. Hey! Just what I want! Uchiha Zongren stood up and licked his lips excitedly. To be honest Fugaku, I have long wanted to give you a slap in the face. Fugaku stood up silently, preparing to use his fists to make the tribe realize the reality. And at this moment, bang! There was a loud noise and the door shattered. At the same time, a slightly exaggerated voice came in. Hey, look what I found! A group of idiots are having a conference. It's really strange. Chapter 12 Everyone here is a jerk. Who? All the Uchiha ninjas were startled and turned their heads to look at the door. At the same time, I was also curious as to which bold guy dared to break into their Uchiha clan so arrogantly. As the smoke and dust receded, a small figure came into view. When he saw the appearance of this figure clearly, Fugaku's face immediately darkened. He would never have thought that the intruder turned out to be Sasuke, and he also mocked all the clan members present. Although I don't know what it means, it is not a good word when I hear it. Damn it! What do those 2 guys at the gate do for a living? Why did they let the boy in? Furthermore, when did Sasuke become so bold? He immediately shouted angrily. Sasuke! What are you doing here? This is a place where a young boy like you can come. Why don't you go home quickly? Fugaku straightened his face and showed his dignity as a father. Tisk! Fugaku, is this the son you raised? He really has no rules at all, and he dares to break into the important place of the clan at will. Over there, Zongren, who saw this scene, immediately sneered. Fugaku ignored him and continued to angrily yell at Sasuke. Hurry! Go home and wait for me. It's really 3 days since I haven't had my bed. Let's see how I teach you a lesson when I get back. Let you know. Shut up! Who are you? You deserve to teach me a lesson. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted directly. It was Sasuke who interrupted. He looked at Fugaku with an indifferent expression, not taking his father seriously at all. You're a weakling. You're just a coward in the face of 3 generations of persecution. You're worthy of teaching me a lesson. What did you say? Fugaku had a sullen face. Unexpectedly, he actually let his 7-year-old son be scolded, and he was scolded in front of so many tribesmen. Is this still the one who only bows his head and respectfully calls father when he sees his son? Go back. This is a big family matter. How can a little brat like you talk nonsense about it? Fugaku's face darkened. It's not your turn to speak here, and you're not even qualified to participate in the clan meeting, so get out of here. Ha! Sasuke sneered disdainfully. It's you who should get out. You are hesitant when things happen and indecisive in doing things. Facing that old guy from the 3rd generation, you can only give in or give in. You are simply a coward. To say you are a weakling is to flatter you. He said you are not worthy of being the clan leader, and he is absolutely right. With that said, Sasuke pointed to Uchiha Munehito on the other side. Hiss! All the Uchiha gasped. They didn't expect that a son would dare to say this about his father. You are simply not a human being. They looked at Fugaku with strange expressions in their eyes, as if to say, is this the patriarch? He can't even control his son. Noticing the glances directed at him by his clansmen, Fugaku could still keep his composure, but at this moment, his face was already covered with frost. Unfilial son, see if I don't break your legs. It doesn't matter if others say he is not worthy of being the clan leader. Even his 7-year-old son says he is not worthy. This is absolutely intolerable. And he's really humiliated today. Let's see if he doesn't beat the shit out of this kid. Immediately, Fugaku walked towards Suzuki, and with every step he took, the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Oh haha! There's something good to watch. The wonderful scene of a loving father and a filial son will soon be staged. I'm really looking forward to it. A group of Uchiha came to the melon eaters one after another. But when Fugaku was halfway there was a figure block his way. Fugaku, don't be so angry. As a child, you are just telling the truth. There is no need to get angry. Uchiha Zonghito stopped in front of Fugaku with a smile on his face. And I think your son has a bright future. At least he is more talented than you. He will definitely be a genius on par with Itaki Uchiha in the future. Then he turned to face Suzuki and asked with a smile. Boy! You are very appealing to me. Your name is Suzuki, right? Very good, we Uchiha just need a man with such a bloody spirit as you. Then, he stretched out his hand towards Suzuki and said boldly. Come. Boy, do you want to be my grandson? I promise, I can tap your talents better than this guy Fugaku, and I can make you the youngest strongman in our Uchiha. Fugaku. Good guy. Have you ever seen such a shameless person, asking his son to be his grandson in front of his face? Do you really want to take advantage of me? If Suzuki recognized Zonghito as his grandfather, wouldn't Fugaku become Zonghito's son? Zongren, don't go too far. Hey! It's just a casual talk, Fugaku, don't take it too seriously. Zongren spread his hands indifferently. He did this simply because he wanted to disgust Fugaku. Then he continued to smile and asked Suzuki, how do you think about it, kid? Do you want to recognize me as your grandfather? Suzuki looked at the other person and said indifferently. Get out of here. Who do you think you are? A mad dog that only barks blindly. Even if you add shoes to me, I feel dirty. What did you say, you brat? The smile on Zongren's face froze. He didn't expect the boy in front of him to be so disrespectful. Hot chicken. Who are you calling a hot chick? Zongren's face turned completely dark. Oh! Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about you. Suzuki glanced at everyone present, then leaned forward and said calmly. I mean, everyone here is a jerk. Boom! Like a huge boulder smashing into the calm lake, all the Uchiha exploded. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Those here are at least jounin. When have they ever experienced such humiliation? They were actually insulted like this by a 7-year-old brat. Kid. Do you know what you are talking about? You brat. Keep your mouth clean, no one here will spoil you. Fugaku, look at the good son you trained, he is so disrespectful to his elders. All the Uchiha stood up one after another, and many clan members even opened their 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes and glared at Suzuki. Humph! Don't deny it if you are called a hot chick. Suzuki snorted coldly. He was not afraid of the powerful aura delivered by a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. In my opinion, there is no difference between your so-called moderates and radicals. They are both hotheads. Faced with suppression, moderates will only compromise, continue to sell out family interests, and eventually become nothing more than a piece of cake on the chopping board. The so-called radicals are mad dogs that can only bark. Apart from shouting slogans of rebel and rebellion every day, they have done nothing. Since you said you would rebel, have you made preparations? Is there any intelligence collection? Are there any family defense measures? Are there any emergency plans for emergencies? None of that. Why the hell do you shout slogans every day? Can shouting slogans kill the third generation in Danzo or what? I'm afraid, you losers don't even know whether the family's information has been leaked. What a bunch of trash! Suzuki shouted angrily, one person's voice drowning out all the Uchiha present. Chapter 13 Breaking the Mouth. Suzuki, who has read the original work, truly feels that Uchiha's so-called radicals are just a bunch of idiots who can only shout slogans. They talk about rebellion, but in fact they are just words and they have no preparation for rebellion at all. The most powerful proof is that during the night of genocide, all the Uchiha clan members except Suzuki and Itake were killed. On the other hand, there were 0 casualties in Konoha. As long as the Uchiha side is prepared, it will not be unprepared at all, and Konoha will not have no casualties at all. The family is in dire straits, and they are still arguing over a mere clan leader. It's like their brains were eaten by pigs. I originally planned to discuss important matters with you in the next few days, but now I feel that it is a waste of time to say another word to you. After leaving such words, Suzuki turned around and left, as if the Uchiha present were nothing. Uchiha, who has an average IQ of 20% per capita, has no sense of politics at all. He would only be successful if he could succeed in a coup. This group of idiots is not reliable at all. It is better to act alone to avoid being held back by pig teammates. Stop! Kid, do I allow you to leave? You came here and taunted us and then wanted to leave. It's not that easy. Seeing that they wanted to leave after scolding them, Uchiha Zonghito was the first to be unhappy. He immediately stood up and shouted angrily. Let me tell you the truth, kid, if you say something out loud, you have to pay a price. Suzuki put his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't hear Zongren's words at all, and continued to walk towards the exit unhurriedly. His posture was very leisurely and content, as if he was taking a walk after having a good meal. He said that if you are too lazy to talk nonsense with these people, you are too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Snort. Seeing this, Zongren snorted coldly, Fugaku, let me do it for you. You shouldn't mind if I teach your arrogant son a lesson. Fugaku had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. This attitude obviously acquiesces to the other party's proposal. No matter how hard it is for Suzuki to suffer, he doesn't even take himself seriously and scolds him as much as he wants. Simply unworthy of a man. And with him here, there is no need to worry about Suzuki being beaten too badly. Seeing that Fugaku remained silent, Uchiha Zonghito curled his lips into a ferocious smile. Very well Fugaku, it's rare that you and I have the same opinion. After finishing speaking, he did not take any action and continued to block Fugaku. Instead, he turned his head and ordered an Uchiha behind him. Feng Guo, go and teach this kid a lesson, just don't beat him to death. Hey! Guaranteed to complete the mission, boss. Uchiha Feng Guo clenched his fists and walked out with excitement. I've been unhappy with this brat for a long time. If the Fugaku clan leader hadn't been here, I would have smashed this brat's mouth. Hee hee. Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. Bang! A dent appeared on the wooden floor under his feet. With a bloodthirsty smile on his face, Uchiha Feng Guo rushed towards Suzuki like a beast out of its cage with the aura to destroy everything. Seeing Feng Guo in such a posture, Fugaku became a little uneasy. After all, no matter how rebellious he was still his son, and he didn't want anything to happen to Suzuki. But Zongren was stuck in front of him, making it impossible for him to stop him immediately. Damn it! Zongren did this on purpose. Fugaku cursed secretly in his heart, and then warned loudly. Feng Guo, don't go too far. Otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Don't worry. Feng Guo will take care of himself. He's just giving Suzuki, that naughty kid, a little lesson. Uchiha Zongren answered with a smile, but he said in his heart, at most, it will just make him lose a few parts, such as removing limbs or something. I believe this guy Feng Guo will know how to do it. Uchiha Beacon circled directly and appeared in front of Suzuki. There was bloodlust and excitement in the corner of his mouth, and he punched Suzuki in the mouth with his fist. Damn you brat, let me destroy your foul mouth first, and then break your limbs. Before the punch even came, the fierce wind of the fist hit him in the face first. It can be seen that the other party did not mean to joke, and was really forced to break his mouth. Facing this fierce punch, Suzuki just raised his hand casually and blocked it easily. Hey? What's going on? Where do you little brat get so much strength? Seeing that his heavy punch was easily blocked by a small hand, Uchiha Feng Guo looked in disbelief. Suzuki had no intention of answering the other party's question, so he squeezed hard with his fingers. Click, click, click. Like squeezing popcorn, the bones in Feng Guo's palm instantly shattered into countless bone dregs. Many bones pierced the skin, making his whole palm dripping with blood. Ah! My hands! Damn it! The pain Uchiha Beacon went completely crazy, and there was an extra kunao in the other hand at some point. You go to hell! The sharp kunao pierced Sasuke's head. Suzuki still stretched out his hand calmly. The kunao hit the palm of my hand, except for breaking some skin, it had no effect. After taking 2 bottles of Super Soldier Serum, Sasuke's physical defense was extremely terrifying even without transformation. Ordinary blades such as kunao shurikens could not hurt him at all. If he transformed into a muscular man, this kunao wouldn't even be able to break his skin. It's such a perversion. How is it possible? Are you a monster? When Feng Guo saw this scene, he was completely shocked. Kunao actually only broke the opponent's skin a little, how can he fight like this? This skin is probably thicker than the city wall. Click, click, click. Suzuki didn't care how shocked the other party was, he just did the same thing and crushed the kunao and bones into pieces together. Ah! The severe pain made Feng Guo scream. Just now, you seem to want to smash my mouth and crush my limbs. Suzuki raised his head and looked at the other person with a smile. But in Feng Guo's eyes, this is the devil's smile. As if he knew what Suzuki was going to do, his face, which was already pale from pain, became even paler. He quickly stopped screaming and started begging loudly for mercy. Don't! 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 I was just joking with you, and I didn't really mean to do anything. Let me go. He began to struggle crazily, trying to break free. But Sasuke's hands were like iron pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Save me! Save me quickly! This is a monster. He is not Uchiha Suzuki at all. Hurry! Click! Suzuki kicked into the sky, causing Uchiha Feng Guo's jaw and the teeth in his mouth to be shattered by the kick, and all the remaining words for help were swallowed back in his stomach. Next is the arms. Suzuki said calmly. Then he pulled hard with both hands, twisted his wrist 360 degrees, and then suddenly folded it back. Click! Click! Uchiha Feng Guo's arms were directly twisted into a strange arc. The last thing is the legs. Swish! Click! Click! Suzuki kicked out 2 kicks like lightning, instantly kicked Feng Guo's knees to pieces. Snap! Suzuki casually threw aside Uchiha Feng Guo, who had fainted from excessive pain, clapped his hands and murmured softly. Well, according to your request, my mouth has been smashed and my limbs have been lost. It seems that I have inherited the great foodie empire and like the traditional virtue of reciprocity. Chapter 14 Ruthless Crush. Uchiha Beacon lay like mud at Sasuke's feet. The whole place was silent. At this moment, all the Uchiha were a little unresponsive. Quick! Too fast! It's simply faster than the time they spend exercising at home in the evening. From the moment Uchiha Feng Guo took action to being beaten to a disability, the whole process took less than a minute. Many Uchiha looked like they were watching a show beforehand, ready to watch this arrogant brat being taught a lesson. But they would never have imagined that the final result would be like this. Among them, the most shocking one was Fugaku. He originally planned to expose his Mangekyo Sharingan to save his son when Sasuke was about to be disabled. I never expected such a result. Fugaku. This guy, are you sure he is really your son? Uchiha Zonhito looked at Sasuke, who was standing quietly not far away, and asked in a deep voice. Hey! After Fugaku took a deep breath, he said firmly, no. This guy is definitely not my son. Sasuke cannot have the strength to kill a Jonin instantly. No, that's great, I can take action at will. Zonren suddenly showed a ferocious smile and approached Sasuke step by step. Not only do you pretend to be an Uchiha, but you also dare to come to our clan association to cause trouble. I think you are simply impatient. Don't take action, let me deal with this reckless guy. Zongren twisted his neck, his 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes were as red as blood, and a surging fighting spirit rose from his body. Being able to sneak into Uchiha without being discovered shows that you have some strength. And I haven't had a hearty battle for a long time. I hope you won't let me down. Seeing that Uchiha Munuhito was preparing to fight the enemy alone, Fugaku hurriedly reminded him. Be careful. This guy's strength is not simple. Don't worry. I won't be deceived by this guy's appearance like Feng Guo. Zongren stood 5 meters away from Sasuke. This is the best distance. It can advance, attack, retreat and defend, and it is also very suitable for the release of ninjutsu. Boy! Give you a chance. Tell me honestly your identity and your purpose of infiltrating Uchiha. I can spare your life, otherwise. There's so much nonsense, come and die if you want. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Sasuke's figure instantly appeared in front of Zongren, as fast as if he was moving instantly. Before Zongren could react, he was punched hard in the chest. However, bang! Uchiha Zonhito turned into a ball of smoke. It's the shadow clone. As an elite Jonin, Uchiha Zonhito still has 2 skills, but he actually used the shadow clone without knowing it. Humph! Do you think you can hide from my eyes? Sasuke's figure disappeared directly from the spot. On the beam, Zongren, who was hiding here and starting to form seals to release ninjutsu in preparation for a sneak attack, looked at Sasuke, who suddenly appeared next to him. He was stunned on the spot. How could he find the location of his true body so quickly? It's quite a good hiding, but it's a pity that it's not possible. Sasuke sarcastically said. Boom! This beam exploded directly, and countless sawdust flew everywhere. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Sasuke holding Zongren's neck and floating down, with a cool posture. I really don't know what you are pretending to be. Well. Zongren was choked and couldn't make a sound at all. What? Captain Zongren was restrained so easily. Damn it! Let Captain Zongren go. All the Uchiha couldn't believe their eyes. As an elite Jonin, Uchiha Munuhito couldn't even hold on for 10 seconds before he was subdued by the opponent, and he was held in the opponent's hand like a little chicken. Sasuke ignored the shouts of the Uchiha around him, and just looked at Uchiha Munuhito, who was holding his hands expressionlessly, and said calmly. Just now, you seemed to say that I didn't know how to live or die. Now, I'll let you know what true life and death means. When Zongren heard this, he thought of the horror of the beacon fire. He was so frightened that his body began to twist wildly, but it was of no use. Stop! At the critical moment, Fugaku stood up. He suddenly shouted angrily, and the Mangekyo Sharingan opened instantly. Although Uchiha Zongren had no dealings with him, he had the strength of an elite jonin and was the top force of the family, so he couldn't let him die like this. Especially he couldn't let Zongren die in front of so many clan members. The next moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan Eye technique was activated, and a powerful eye force surged towards Sasuke. Snort! The eternal Mangeki Sharingan in Sasuke's right eye instantly opened, and a stronger and more domineering eye power spurted out. Fugaku's pupil power, in front of this pupil power, was like a splash in the orchid waves. The moment the two pupil powers collided, he was ruthlessly crushed. The power of his pupils retaliated. Fugaku covered his eyes and knelt down half-kneeling. His expression was very painful, and his face was covered with cold sweat. "Don't show your weak eye power in front of me." Sasuke curled his lips disdainfully. "In front of this majestic pupil power, my pupil power is as small as an ant. Could it be that your eye is the legendary Eternal Eye?" Fugaku's face was full of horror, he was frightened by his guess. "Oh! I didn't expect you to have some knowledge." Sasuke raised his eyebrows. "Impossible! This is impossible! In the history of the family, only Madara Uchiha has opened the Eternal Eye, and the rest of the clan has never opened the Eternal Eye at all. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later." Fugaku murmured, and then he looked at Sasuke solemnly. "Although I don't know why you can have the Eternal Eye, since you have such eyes, you must have something to do with Uchiha even if you are not a member of the Uchiha clan. So, please let Zongren go. Everything before was all a misunderstanding." Sasuke thought for a moment and nodded. "For your sake, I will spare his life, but a little punishment cannot be avoided. Who made this guy so arrogant just now?" Phew! Fugaku suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could save his life, a small punishment was nothing. However, the next moment, Fugaku felt ridiculous for his thoughts. Crack! A dazzling thunder suddenly lit up in Sasuke's hand, and the terrifying thunder directly engulfed Uchiha Munuhito. Soon, the thunder disappeared. At this moment, Zongren was covered in black smoke, his skin was scorched black, and there was nothing on his head. Everyone can even vaguely smell the smell of meat. Fugaku was stunned on the spot. "Do you call this a small lesson?" Sasuke didn't care what Fugaku thought, he threw away the black charcoal zongen in his hand and turned around to leave. This time, no one dared to speak out to stop it. As an elite jounin, Uchiha Munuhito was destined to be killed instantly. They were not destined to serve food when they went up. They Uchiha are crazy, but not stupid. They will not take the initiative to die. After Sasuke's figure completely disappeared from everyone's eyes, someone came to Fugaku and asked angrily. "Clan leader! Did you let that guy go so easily?" "Oh! Then why didn't you stop the other party just now?" Fugaku looked at this tribesman with a calm face, as if he was looking at a fool. Because so." This tribesman hesitated for a long time without saying a complete sentence. At this time, another clan member came over and said, "Clan leader, is the eye that the other party just saw the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan?" Previously, all the Uchiha had focused their attention on Sasuke, so they did not discover that Fugaku had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. "This matter is related to the secrets of our clan. I will go to investigate in the future, so you don't have to worry." Fugaku's eyes were long-winded. And then he lowered his head to look at the two people who were half dead on the ground. "Right now, the most important thing is to send Zongren and Feng Guo for treatment." Chapter 15 Use some force. Sasuke was a little depressed when he walked out of the Uchiha clan meeting. He obviously planned to come to discuss important matters with his clan members, but why did he get into a fight inexplicably? How strange! Sasuke carefully reviewed the entire process in his mind. He wasn't the one who made the first move, he was just forced to fight back. Glancing at the sky, it was still early and Sasuke was not in a hurry to go back. He planned to find a place to practice his strength. Although you have gained great power, it still requires a lot of practice to better master this power. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Sasuke came to the back mountain of Konoha. The woods here are dense and few people come. It is a very good training place. Immediately, he started training. 2 hours later, Sasuke finished testing the power of his eyes and was ready to transform into a macho man to test how strong his pure physical strength was. At this moment, a slightly familiar voice came over. Uchiha Sasuke, I finally found you. Hyuga Manzuo walked out of the forest. Beside him, there was a Hyuga boy wearing a Konoha forehead protector. My cousin, that's him. During the ninja battle this morning, he attacked me unscrupulously and knocked out all my teeth. Now my face and mouth are in terrible pain. Hinata Manzuo covered his cheek with one hand and pointed at Sasuke with the other. Yet. I know. Hinata Deki nodded, came to Sasuke, crossed his arms, and spoke condescendingly. You are Uchiha Sasuke. The guy who injured my brother in a sneak attack. Roll. Sasuke just said one word lightly. He was too lazy to explain anything to such a little brat. Hey! That's interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting kid for a long time. He deserves to be from the Uchiha family. Hinata Deki was not angry either, but looked very interested. Kid. Let me see it clearly. You, Mr. Hinata Deki, are a genin. A genin. A real ninja. This kind of weight is not something that a kid like you who has not graduated from ninja school can understand. Hinata Deki pointed at the forehead protector on his forehead, with an arrogant and proud look on his face. For a genin to deal with a brat who has not graduated from ninja school, it is not a dimensionality reduction attack. So when his cousin came to ask for help, he agreed without hesitation. Looking at the little kid in front of me, he looks very stinky. Sasuke was speechless. When did a genin become so arrogant, as if he was a cage level? However, Sasuke was not in a hurry to teach the opponent a lesson. He happened to be tired from training and it would be nice to have some entertainment. Oh! What do you want? Do you want me to apologize to this guy? Sasuke looked at the other person and asked calmly. Hey! You're a smart boy. Hinata Deki was very satisfied with the attitude shown by Sasuke. However, you knocked all my brother's teeth out, and you're not just trying to make peace with it by just apologizing. Then what do you want from me, to pay for your brother's medical expenses? I have no money. Sasuke spread his hands helplessly. You don't have to pay any compensation. You just need to ask my brother to fight you back. Of course, I have to knock out your teeth. This is not good. Sasuke began to retreat and frowned. Don't agree? It doesn't matter, then I will knock out your teeth with my own hands. Hinata Deki geared up and approached Sasuke aggressively. Okay. I agreed to let Hinata Manzuo-san call back, but you must not take action. Sasuke stopped, as if he was afraid that Hinata Deki would do it himself. Humph. That's pretty much it. Hinata Deki showed a satisfied look, and at the same time said to the Hinata door behind him. You can take action boldly and safely. I'll hold the line here, and he won't dare to fight back. Awesome. As expected of my cousin. Hinata Manzuo complimented, and then walked up to Sasuke with a proud look on his face. Uchiha Sasuke, how are you? When you attacked me this morning, did you ever think about this situation? You must be very regretful now. Ha ha ha. Hinata Manzuo's face was full of joy, and he just wanted to see the annoyed expression on Sasuke, that stinky guy. However, the situation was completely different from what he thought. Sasuke just looked at him expressionlessly, and the expected expression of annoyance didn't appear at all. If you want to hit me, hurry up. Don't act like a bitch. Damn it. Your arrogant attitude is really annoying. The anger in Hinata Menzuo's heart was ignited. He gathered chakra in his hand and slapped Suzuki hard on the cheek. Let you pretend and see if I don't beat you to pieces. Suzuki did not dodge or dodge, letting the attack fall on his face. Snap! A loud slap resounded in the forest. This kind of attack, to Suzuki, is like a breeze blowing on his face, causing zero damage. However, this will not be the case for Hinata Menzuo. Ah! My hand hurts so much. Why is your face so hard? He covered his red and swollen hands with a look of surprise on his face. He felt as if he had been hit by a piece of steel, and his whole arm was numb. Didn't you eat? Try harder. Suzuki took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to put his face in front of the opponent, looking like he was asking for a beating. It's damn it. Hinata Menzuo took 2 steps back, not daring to take action again. Cousin, this kid has such a tough face, come and help me teach him a lesson. It's really useless. Hinata Dasha glanced at his brother with disgust. No one else fought back and let you hit him. You can't beat him. What a waste. He couldn't believe how hard a little kid's face could be. Immediately, he took 2 steps forward and greeted him with a slap, but was stopped by Suzuki with his hand. I didn't agree to let you take action too. Suzuki said calmly. How dare you fight back? Did I ask you to fight back? But Hinata Daki was irritated by Sasuke's behavior. His face was full of anger. He wanted to take his hand out, but he couldn't do it no matter what. At this moment, he was surprised. How could this kid be so strong? Quickly let go quickly. Otherwise, if I show my true nature, you will reap the rewards. He quickly warned, feeling that something was wrong at this moment. By the way, just now, I thought you said your name was Hinata Daki, right? Suzuki didn't let go, but instead asked an irrelevant question. My name is Hinata Daki, what's wrong? Inexplicably, he suddenly had an ominous premonition, always feeling that something extremely bad was going to happen to him. It's nothing, I just think your name is pretty good. Suzuki suddenly smiled toward Hinata. The next moment. Sharingan. Chapter 16 Illusion Test. Suzuki finally gave his opponent enough face and activated the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan Genjutsu against a genin. The next moment, a scarlet Sharingan appeared in the eyes of Hinata Daki. This is... He was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a trance in front of his eyes, and the world in his eyes became completely different. At this moment, in his eyes, the big tree beside him looked like a peerless beauty with unparalleled splendor. Affected by the illusion, Hinata Daki's desire at this moment was infinitely magnified. He began to struggle hard. Seeing this, Suzuki also let go of his hand in time. The next moment, Hinata rushed towards the big tree next to him. Then, he hugged the tree. There was a look of satisfaction on his face. It can be seen that Hinata Daki is very happy at this moment. But it was Suzuki who used the genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan to let him do it directly come up with a name. When Suzuki saw this, he nodded with satisfaction. The appearance of the other party just allowed him to test his ability in illusion. Judging from the results of this test, my level of illusion is still very high. However, what Suzuki didn't expect was that this inconspicuous move directly became the trigger for the night of genocide. Of course, this is all for later. Hinata Menzuo on the side has been stunned for a long time. Cousin! Cousin! What are you doing? Stop now! He hurried over to stop him, but was pushed away by Hinata Daki. Get out of here! Don't interfere with my good deeds! Several times he stepped forward to stop him, but he was pushed away mercilessly. Hinata Menzuo finally discovered the problem. He pointed his finger at Suzuki and said with anger on his face, "Damn it! It must be you, please tell my cousin to stop." Assistant ignored him and turned around to leave. His own abilities have been tested and it's time for him to leave. As for the little kid behind him, he has no interest in paying attention. Asshole! Uchiha Sasuke, you are dead if you dare to leave. You have humiliated our Hyuga clan like this. The masters of our clan will never let you go. Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly stopped, turned around and started walking back. Seeing the indifferent expression on Sasuke's face, Hinata Menzuo panicked for no reason. At this moment, he regretted a little. Why did he have to call this guy back? He always felt that something bad would happen next. Are you going to climb a tree like your cousin? You don't come over here, what do you want to do? Sasuke's steps were neither hasty nor slow, and his tone seemed very calm. I almost forgot, you guy just slapped me. And I am a person who pays great attention to courtesy. Since you slapped me, I should also slap you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke's figure swelled, his hair grew longer, and strong muscles bulged all over his body. In an instant, it rose to 2 meters. But he directly transformed into a macho form. On the way forward, Sasuke just slapped him casually, and a big tree next to him that was as thick as 2 people's arms was directly cut off. If this hit someone on the head, I'm afraid they would be blown up directly. Ah! Don't come over! Witnessing this terrifying destructive power, Hinata Menzuo was so frightened that he passed out on the spot, and his lower body was even wet. I was actually so scared that I peed on the spot. TCH. It's boring. Seeing this, Sasuke curled his lips with a bored look on his face, released the macho form and returned to his original body shape. Originally, I wanted to use the human body to test the strength in the macho form. But now it seems that this is not possible. Although the transformation is very oppressive, there is a drawback, that is, the clothes will be blown out after the transformation. At this moment, Sasuke looked at himself with only a pair of underwear left on his body, feeling a little helpless. It seems that I will need to put more sets of clothes in the system backpack in the future. Otherwise, after every battle, you would only be left with a pair of underwear, which would somewhat ruin your domineering image. Sasuke glanced at Hinata Menzuo, who was unconscious on the ground, with a look of disgust on his face. His clothes were full of filthy smell, so he wouldn't wear them. Finally, Sasuke, who didn't want to go home shirtless, turned his attention to Hinata Deki. Although the size is a bit inappropriate, I can only make do with it. After changing clothes, Sasuke left here, leaving behind the unconscious Hinata Menzuo and Hinata Deki with only a pair of shorts. After more than 10 minutes, Hinata Deki stopped. 5 minutes later, he found another big tree. Sunset and dusk. Next to a roadside green tree on Konoha Street. At this moment, there are circles of Konoha villagers surrounding the place. Who is this guy? How could he do such an immoral thing in broad daylight? This is too thick-skinned. How dare you do such a thing openly? Alas! The world is getting worse, the world is getting worse. Hey! Look at his eyes, they are pure white. They should be from the Hyuga clan. I'll go. I didn't expect it. Someone from the Hyuga clan would be so good at it, I really didn't expect it. Lao Wang! Lao Wang! Come out quickly, there is a good show here, come and watch it. All the Konoha villagers watched Hinata Deki's performance with great interest. This was the first time for a ninja to do such a thing in public, especially when the opponent was a ninja from the Konoha clan and the Hyuga clan. If you miss this time, you may never see it again in your life, so you have to see it as soon as possible. Of course, not everyone likes to laugh at others. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. An ant squeezed in from the crowd. She pulled Hinata Deki's arm and kindly advised. Child, kid, don't do this. Stop it. Even if you have this special hobby, you can do it at home, but it shouldn't be done in public. Get out. Don't interfere with my good deeds. Hinata Dasha threw his aunt away and continued to be immersed in his own world. Alas! This child! The aunt sighed, shook her head, and turned around helplessly to leave. Not long after Auntie left, a Hyuga clan member finally appeared. Go away, go away. Stop looking, there's nothing to see. This Hyuga tribesman had a gloomy face and pushed the villagers around him very roughly. The villagers who dared to be angry but dared not speak out stepped away one after another to give him a wide passage. Asshole! What are you doing? The Hyuga clan has lost all their face by you, why don't you stop? Hyuga Makina came to Hinata Daki and roared directly. However, Hinata Daki continued his great career as if he didn't hear it at all. Seeing this, Hinata Makina noticed something was wrong, and he quickly opened his Byakugan to observe. The next moment, he discovered the problem and cursed angrily. Damn it! It was an illusion cast by that bastard. I, the Hyuga clan, will never let you go. Bang! He broke the tree with a slap. Don't be embarrassed here, come back with me. Hinata Daki was still under the control of the illusion. He was obviously stunned for a while, and then he saw Hinata Makina next to him, and reflexively grabbed him. Asshole! Hinata Makina was furious, but he was not good at illusions, and the opponent's illusion was not an ordinary illusion, but the eternal Mangeki Sharingan illusion. The ordinary methods used to dispel illusions simply don't work. Therefore, Hinata Makina directly hit Hinata Daki's neck with a hand knife. Damn it! It's such a shame. Hinata Makina's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Pfft! Some villagers couldn't help laughing on the spot. Then, like a chain reaction, one villager after another started laughing. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Listening to the laughter all around, Hinata Makina's face turned darker. Being laughed at by a group of untouchables made him feel angry and regretful at the same time. If I had known he should not have come here, it would be embarrassing if the family was embarrassed. He was not the one to be punished anyway. It's okay now, we've come here, we can't just leave this idiot on our back. Helpless, he could only carry the Hyuga tree on his back, and quickly left here in the eyes of all the Konoha villagers looking at the joke. Chapter 17 Rizu is furious. The Hyuga clan. Hinata and Hinata were sitting at the top of the table, with a terrifyingly gloomy expression on their face, blazing anger burning in their eyes, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. The Hyuga clan members who were kneeling around them all had ugly expressions. The atmosphere in the whole place was horribly depressing. Bang! Suddenly, Hinata hit the armrest of the seat hard and roared angrily. Tell me. What happened? Why did you do such a thing in public? Do you know that we, the Hyuga clan, have all lost face because of you, idiot? If you can't explain why, then use your blood to wash away the shame of our clan. Our Hyuga clan doesn't need a fool like you. Obviously, Hinata and Hinata have lost their composure at this moment. Since he became the leader of the Hyuga clan, such a ridiculous thing has never happened. The Hyuga clan always pays great attention to appearance when it comes to appearance, and they show a rich family style to others. But today, the image of the Hyuga clan was completely ruined. When people mention the Hyuga clan, the first thing they think of is that the Hyuga clan are perverts and like to climb trees in public. Although the other party is just a member of the branch family, the villagers of Konoha don't matter whether you are a branch family or a clan family, in their eyes, you are all from the Hyuga clan. Below, Hinata Daki, whose illusion has been lifted, looks stupid. He seemed not to have heard Hinata and Hizu's shouts. Thinking of what he had done before, at this moment he just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. It's so embarrassing. How will he live in Konoha from now on? Asshole! Didn't you hear what I asked you? Hinata was so angry that she gritted her teeth and formed seals with her hands. Caged bird. Hinata Daki suddenly hugged his head and let out a miserable howl. The severe pain brought him out of his daze, and he hurriedly said, Clan leader, please spare your life, it's all Hinata Manzeo's fault, it's him, otherwise I wouldn't have done such a thing. When Hinata Daki said his name, Hinata Manzo, who was hiding at the end of the crowd, trembled. Hinata Manzeo! Tell me what's going on. Hinata Hizu's eyes locked on the little kid hiding behind, with a cold and chill expression on his face. Hinata Manzo walked out of the crowd shivering, knelt down, and started telling lies. It's all Uchiha Sasuke's doing. My cousin and I were sparring at the Konoha training ground in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Sasuke was also planning to train here. Relying on his status as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he very arrogantly asked us to give up the venue to him. For the sake of our Hyuga clan's face, of course my cousin and I wouldn't give in. I didn't expect that despicable guy Sasuke to suddenly attack me and my cousin. My cousin and I were unprepared and were plotted. My cousin fell under the illusion of that bastard Sasuke, and I had all my teeth knocked out by him. After saying that, Hinata opened her mouth and showed her toothless mouth to everyone. He looked angry and continued. Master Patriarch, it was Uchiha Sasuke who did this. You must make the decision for me and my cousin. And that bastard Sasuke also said that the Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha, and the Hyuga clan is not even worthy of carrying the Uchiha clan's shoes. Hinata Manzeo's face was full of grief and anger, and he spoke so vividly that it was almost like the truth. Hinata just looked at it coldly. Watch him perform, and then make an Indian pose with your hands. Caged bird. What I want is the truth, not for you to make up lies for me. Hinata Hizu has been the clan leader for so many years, how could he be deceived by the lies of a little brat? Ah! No! Patriarch, please spare my life. I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Hinata Menzuo covered his head and rolled crazily on the ground, with tears and snot flowing all over the floor. When the caged bird passed by, he stopped to take a deep breath. People who are used to lying will always use lies to get over whatever happens, thus completely shirking their own responsibilities. After being punished, Hinata Menzuo truthfully told the situation. The cause of the matter is because of the competition this morning. After about a few minutes, he finally explained the cause and effect of the incident. Patriarch, I just want my cousin to help me teach him a lesson, but what Uchiha Sasuke did is really too much. He shouldn't. In the end, Hinata Menzuo wanted to defend his actions, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Hinata. That's enough. What a waste. Because of your stupid behavior, our Hyuga clan has lost all face. At this time, Hinata Menzuo did not dare to speak anymore. Clan leader, although this is just a fight between juniors, what Sasuke Uchiha did was really out of proportion. In doing so, he did not take our Hyuga clan seriously. This matter cannot be left like this. Never mind. Hinata Makina said in a deep voice. His resentment was very high, because Sasuke's genjutsu had made him embarrassed. At this moment, he really wanted to catch that brat named Uchiha Sasuke and fix him severely. Snort! Hinata Hinashi sneered, his face covered with frost. Of course we can't just let it go. We, the Hyuga clan, can't humiliate others for no reason. Even if the other party is the Uchiha clan. Other ninjas may be afraid of Uchiha, but our Hyuga clan won't take pictures of them. Hinata had confidence on their faces. He always felt that Hinata and Uchiha were both the largest clan in Konoha and were equals. Let's go. Follow me to the Uchiha clan. Today, Fugaku must give me an explanation. Hinata waved their hands, calling for all the tribesmen to rush towards the direction of the Uchiha tribe. The land of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's house. Seeing Sasuke come back, Fugaku's face was still dark. But he was not sure whether the person in front of him was the real Sasuke or the impostor who would have scolded him before, so he asked in a deep voice. Are you Suzuki? Suzuki glanced at the other party and said casually. Nonsense. I'm Suzuki, I'm sure it's true. Fugaku's expression was stagnant. This kind of attitude in speaking confirmed that it was a fake. What is your purpose? Fugaku's eyes were fixed on Suzuki, the chakra in his body was ready to go, and he was ready to attack at any time. Oh! No purpose. Suzuki spread his hands and his attitude was very perfunctory. Fugaku gritted his teeth in anger, although you may be strong, I may not be your opponent, but I am not a weakling who can be manipulated by you. I hope you will not force me to fight you to the death. TCH. Just you? You deserve it. Suzuki flicked the non-existent dust on his fingers with a look of disdain. Asshole! You really think I'm a piece of clay? Fugaku instantly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, as if a battle would break out in the next second. But at this moment, a gentle voice came over, breaking the chilling atmosphere here. You two, what are you doing outside? Since you're all back, come in. Is there anything you can't say at home? Mikoto came out and looked at the two of them suspiciously. At this moment, she was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. She should have been cooking in the kitchen just now. What are you two doing? There's no such thing as a mother, I just feel like some people really try to put money on themselves. Suzuki shrugged, crossed Fugaku as if nothing had happened, and then changed his shoes and entered the house with ease. Husband, do you feel that Suzuki is acting weird today? Mikoto asked Fugaku, who was facing away from her. Not a person at all, of course it's strange. Fugaku said in his mind, and then closed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He did not directly answer Mikoto's question, but said solemnly. This matter is a bit strange, you don't need to think too much, I will handle it. Chapter 18 Angry Fugaku. Dinner time. On the dining table. Fugaku always kept a straight face, his eyes firmly fixed on Suzuki who was devouring food opposite him. What on earth is this guy here for? A strong man who is suspected of possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pretends to be his own son and even openly eats at the same table with him. At this moment, Fugaku's heart was in a mess. He really couldn't figure out the purpose of the guy in front of him. If he hadn't known that he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would have arrested the guy in front of him and tortured him, so as to force him to find out the opponent's purpose. Honey, why don't you eat? Is today's food not to your liking? Or is it because you have been under too much pressure recently that you have no appetite for food? Uchiha Mikoto noticed something strange about Fugaku, so she asked, with concern on her face. Fugaku just nodded and said nothing, but he still picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Suzuki doesn't care what was Fugaku thinking? At this moment, he only had food in his eyes, and destroying the food on the table was his only thought at this moment. I have to say that the food cooked by Uchiha Mikoto is really delicious, and her cooking skills are not inferior to those of the 5-star chefs in her previous life. With a mother who is such a good cook and is gentle and virtuous, Itaki in the original novel is actually able to do this. She is really unworthy of a human being. For the sake of this delicious food, Suzuki will never allow the tragedy in the original work to happen again. This is the simple thought of a person from the big foodie empire at this moment. After just a few bites, Fugaku put down his bowls and chopsticks and ate at the same table with such a dangerous guy. He really had no appetite. What happened? Husband, something is very wrong with you today. When Mikoto saw this, she asked with concern. Fugaku shook his head and said, "It's okay." After saying something perfunctory, he looked at Suzuki and said, "Come to my study after eating. I have something very important to discuss with you." After saying this, Fugaku put down his bowls and chopsticks, stood up, left the dining table, and walked toward the study. After hearing this, Suzuki wiped out all the food in the bowl in one gulp, then put down the bowl and chopsticks and said calmly, "Come to my room, I have something very important to discuss with you." Then he stood up and walked to his room. Fugaku's body froze, and he almost forgot that this guy was not his youngest son Uchiha Sasuke, but an impostor, and he would not give him any face at all. It was Uchiha Mikoto who spoke up, "Little Sasuke, why are you talking to your father?" When Sasuke heard this, he looked back at Fugaku with disdain on his lips. "He doesn't deserve it." After saying that, the door was closed with a bang. Alas! What happened to your child today? With that said, Uchiha Mikoto also put down the dishes, stood up and went to Sasuke's room to educate this disobedient child, but Fugaku stopped him with his hand. "You don't need to come, I will explain it clearly to him." Fugaku walked into Sasuke's room with a calm face. However, he saw that Sasuke had already cleared an open area in the room, with a coffee table placed in the middle. He found this coffee table specially so that communication would be more stylish. At this moment, Sasuke was sitting on one side of the coffee table. When Fugaku opened the door and walked in, he pointed to the empty seat opposite and said in a relaxed tone, "Come. Sit down, don't be polite, just like at home." Fugaku took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. At the same time, I was also telling myself crazily in my heart, "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive, you can't beat the opponent." After about a minute or so, Fugaku finally calmed down, at least he no longer had the urge to hit anyone. Seeing this, Sasuke raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "What a good boy, you are quite tolerant." No wonder Fugaku seemed to have a nickname called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in his previous life. Fugaku sat across from Sasuke and asked a series of questions. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my son? Where is my son Uchiha Sasuke now? And what is your purpose of doing this? What happened to your eye before? Is my son dead or alive? Are you?" "Stop, stop, stop!" Sasuke quickly interrupted, "There are too many questions, let's take them one by one." Fugaku frowned and said nothing, quietly waiting for an explanation. "First of all, the first question, who am I? It's not important." "No. This is very important." Fugaku suddenly interrupted. "It's not important." Sasuke said the same thing. "It's very important." "It's not important." "It's very important." "It's not important." In the end, it was Fugaku who took the lead in breaking this weird conversation atmosphere. After all, he was the one who was anxious, but Sasuke was not anxious at all. "Okay, it's okay if you don't want to tell me your identity. Tell me why you pretend to be my son. Do you think I do?" Sasuke complained in his heart, but he still had a calm expression on his face and said calmly, "This question is actually not important." Fugaku. "Come again, right?" If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat him, he would have slapped him in the face. "I'm really pissed off. Can you be so arrogant if you are powerful?" "Yes. You can really be so arrogant if you are so powerful." At this moment, Sasuke would have a playful attitude, completely not paying attention to Fugaku, a shadow-level powerhouse. "Then where is my son Uchiha Sasuke now? This question is very important. It is related to my son's life and death. I hope you will stop giving me the wrong look." Fugaku asked, suppressing his anger. At this time, his condition was on the verge of breaking out, and he just needed to turn on the kaleidoscope to summon Susana. "Okay. I won't tease you anymore. I can't answer the questions you asked right now. When the time comes, you will naturally know the answers." "Good guy, you finally admitted it, right? You guys have been teasing me before." In Fugaku's heart, 100,000 alpacas were galloping past. Again, if he couldn't beat him, he would have taken action long ago. Sasuke didn't care what he was thinking and continued. Now, you need to face a problem that affects the life and death of Uchiha. That is, do you know that Uchiha is about to be exterminated? I don't know the specific time, but I guess it will be within these few days. What? The Uchiha will be exterminated? What are you talking about? Who am I kidding? Fugaku immediately shifted his attention. This news gave him a huge shock, making him stand up from the tatami in shock. Impossible, you are definitely talking nonsense. Even if the top management of Konoha has been crazily suppressing my clan recently, causing the rift between our clan and the village to become wider and wider, I still believe that the third generation will not make crazy moves to kill the Uchiha clan. Fugaku looked unbelieving. Ha! I don't believe it. You think highly of the third generation's character, but you underestimate the evil heart of that old guy. Sasuke sneered, his face full of sarcasm and contempt. Chapter 19 The Unbearable Fugaku. No. No, although the third generation is hostile to us Uchiha, he will not do such crazy things. Fugaku shook his head, but it still didn't work. Besides, I have an undercover agent in Konoha's Anbu. If there is any emergency there, I can know it immediately. Is there any relevant information sent over there now? This means that the matter is not as serious as you said. You are just making random guesses. Fugaku raised his head and glanced sideways at Sasuke opposite him, feeling happy that his plan could overwhelm the opponent. But seeing that Sasuke still looked calm, as if he had already taken control of everything, he said in a very calm tone. Oh! Have you ever thought that the undercover agent you arranged has defected to Sarutobi? After hearing this, Fugaku smiled confidently, his brows filled with pride. Rebellion? Impossible. The undercover agent I arranged will never rebel. Sasuke was speechless, looking at Fugaku as if he were a fool. Itachi had long been brainwashed by Sarutobi, but Fugaku, as his father, didn't know anything about it. Why are you looking at me like that? I suspect you are laughing at me? Is there something wrong with my arrangement? Fugaku frowned, with a look of displeasure on his face. At this moment, Sasuke's look at him as a fool made him very unhappy. No need to doubt it. I'm just laughing at you, making you look like a fool. I'm not stupid. Fugaku growled and clenched his fists. Why is this guy so annoying? Ha! You're not stupid. Sasuke sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. The undercover agent you arranged is Uchiha Itachi. You thought your arrangement was perfect, but you don't know that Itachi has already betrayed him at this moment. Perhaps he leaked a lot of Uchiha's information to the third generation. Bang! Fugaku was so excited that he slapped the coffee table. Impossible! Itachi is my son, there is no reason for him to betray me. Don't talk nonsense here. Believe it or not. I'm just telling you the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Sasuke spread his hands indifferently. Fugaku looked gloomy. He would never believe that his son would choose to betray him. But looking at Sasuke's attitude at the moment, he was a little shaken again. A strong person with such strength should have no reason to deceive himself. Could it be that it's just fun to deceive yourself, and then satisfy your own bad tastes? It's not impossible. Thinking of the other person's irritating and bad personality, it's entirely possible that he was just having fun with him again. Damn it! Should you believe this guy's words? In just a few words, Fugaku's heart was like the headphone cables in his pocket, a mess. Suddenly, he frowned, as if he suddenly found a reason to refute, and said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about whether Itachi will rebel or not. Let's go back to the previous question. You said that the third generation will kill Uchiha. I think this is completely nonsense. As the shadow of a village, if he does this, all the ninja clan in Konoha will be panicked. By then, Sarutobi's position as Hokage will be over. After all, no ninja can tolerate the executioner of a genocide sitting in the Hokage's position. So, I believe that Sarutobi will never do something so irrational. Fugaku looked serious, and at the same time he gave his analysis a perfect score in his heart. In this way, he looked at Suzuki opposite him more like a liar. Suzuki chuckled lightly and said calmly, "Indeed. As a qualified politician, Sarutobi will indeed not do anything to exterminate the clan with his own hands. But he can let others act as the executioner in his hands, and Uchiha Itachi can just play the role of executioner. Afterwards, all he, Sarutobi, has to do is tell outsiders that it was Itachi Uchiha who was so insane that he massacred the Uchiha clan with his own hands. In this way, Sarutobi's old wall lamp can take down the Uchiha clan without a single blow, pass the blame to Uchiha Itachi, and also pick himself off cleanly. It's a perfect plan. And you, when Itachi really does something like this, in order to prevent father and son from killing each other, you will ultimately choose to just surrender, which is called respecting Itachi's choice." When Fugaku heard this, he was suddenly startled. He felt that he could not understand the person in front of him more and more. Could it be that the other person could see through people's hearts? He had just speculated in his mind that if Itachi really chose to side with Konoha and choose to use swords against people of the same clan, then in order to avoid fighting with his own son, he would indeed not fight Itachi. Fear. How horrible! His thoughts were completely figured out by the other party. At this moment, Fugaku felt that the person in front of him was very unpredictable. Although his mind was figured out, he would not admit it honestly, so he said harshly, "Humph! I'm not the kind of person who doesn't care about the overall situation. If Itachi really dares to do that, I will have to break this traitor's legs." Tisk. Suzuki sneered, stretched and said nonchalantly, "Forget it, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, I will take action. When the time comes, you only have to be responsible for evacuating the clan members." After a pause, Suzuki felt that something was missing, so he added, "After all, you are just a soy sauce character. It doesn't matter whether I have you or not." The corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched. In the eyes of a shadow-level powerhouse, he is just a soy sauce character, right? It's so crazy. If he had such strength, he would be crazy. I'm really envious. After calming down the messy thoughts in his mind, Fugaku said seriously, "Okay. I will find a way to verify the information you mentioned. Now, the question I want to know most is my son Uchiha Suzuki dead or alive?" After saying these words, Fugaku stared at the counterfeit opposite him without blinking. He eagerly wanted a definite answer. Although Fugaku usually has a very cold attitude towards Suzuki, he is still his own son after all. When something happens to his son, he, as a father, is naturally very worried. Suzuki raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. It seemed that Fugaku had some conscience. "Don't worry," I said, "this problem is not important. MD. Come back with this set." Now Fugaku feels a little sick in his stomach when he hears the word important. Open. The next moment, Fugaku's eyes turned scarlet, and the three Megatamas spun rapidly, quickly turning into a complex pattern. It actually opened the Manjiki Sharingan directly. Obviously, Fugaku could no longer bear it at this moment. You treat him like a fool over and over again, and you really think he is a fool. Seeing this, Suzuki stopped making jokes and answered very seriously. "Sorry. I can't tell you right now, but after this Uchiha turmoil passes, you will naturally know the answer." "Damn it! You guy! You have to give me a definite answer today. Otherwise, you will be dead." Boom! The aura on Fugaku's ferocious expression was also rising steadily. Under the impact of this aura, more than a dozen cracks appeared on the coffee table under him in an instant. "Oh! If you want to take action, then come." Boom! Suzuki was not afraid, an even stronger aura surged out, and the coffee table under him was directly crushed into pieces. The battle is about to break out. But at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Lord Patriarch! It's not good. Coffee table, MMP, only my injured world has been achieved. Chapter 20 I feel like my son is my father. It's not good, Patriarch. A sudden voice broke the solemn atmosphere between the two. Humph. I hope that as you said, I will get the answer by then. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. Fugaku snorted coldly, stood up and walked towards the door, not forgetting to say harsh words before leaving. Phew. After leaving the room, Fugaku let out a long breath, and a layer of cold sweat unknowingly broke out on his back. It was so dangerous just now. A feeling of fear arose in my heart. The pressure that Suzuki released just now was really too great, making even a top ninja feel frightened. I was really impulsive just now. Fugaku secretly reflected on his previous behavior, and at the same time he was a little lucky that he didn't do anything, otherwise the situation would have been terrible. To clarify, this is definitely not because he is afraid of the other party. After all, this is my home. If we take action here, the battle will definitely affect Mikoto. Therefore, it was definitely not because he was timid that he didn't take action. Hey? Husband, why is your face covered with sweat? Did something happen? At this time, Mikoto, who was clearing the table, noticed Fugaku here and asked in confusion. No. Something happened in the clan. I have to deal with it, so I won't tell you any more. Fugaku wiped the sweat from his face and hurried out of the house. Outside the courtyard, an ordinary-looking Uchiha man knelt on one knee. Tell me, what happened that made you so anxious to notify me? Fugaku asked with a poker face. The leader of the Hui clan is from the Hyuga clan. People from the Hyuga clan have come to our clan to look for trouble, and there are quite a few of them. Most of them are jounin of the Hyuga clan. Even the clan leader Hyuga Hisashi is here. It's obvious that the person who came here is evil. Hey? The Hyuga clan is here looking for trouble at this time. Fugaku frowned when he heard this, full of confusion. Uchiha and Hinata both looked down upon each other. Although their respective clansmen fought secretly, they would not bring the fight to light. Especially since the clan leader Hinata and Hizu came over in person, this seemed a bit unusual. Could it be that it was the third generation's instruction? Fugaku was puzzled and asked, did they tell us what the Uchiha's purpose was? Well, they only said they wanted justice from you, clan leader, and they also mentioned Master Suzuki, and said they would make Master Suzuki pay a price and so on. The corner of the Fugaku clan's mouth twitched. There was no need to think about it. This matter was most likely caused by the fake Suzuki. Thinking of the ferocious side of the fake Suzuki and the Hyuga clan leader himself come to your door. Fugaku had to think about the worst. It might be the fake Suzuki who beat several Hyuga clan members to disability. At this moment, Fugaku only felt a pain in his head. Even if he pretended to be his son, he was still causing trouble for himself outside. And I have to wipe my butt for this fake. It's really sad to think about it. At this time, the wooden sliding door behind him was pushed open, and Suzuki walked out. Looking for me? Why are Hinata's guys looking for me? I didn't warm them up. Suzuki said with an innocent face. Fugaku turned his head and cast a look of "Do you think I believe it?" Suzuki raised his eyebrows and recalled it carefully. He suddenly remembered that during training in the afternoon, he seemed to have taught two Hinata brats a lesson. Then he said, "Oh, I remembered, wasn't it just that I gave a little lesson to the two Hyuga brats in the afternoon? Just because of this matter, the Hyuga clan actually came together to find trouble. It's too narrow-minded." Are you sure you meant a little bit and not 100 million bits?" Fugaku expressed doubts. He was still clearly excited. What kind of lesson did this guy say when he caused trouble in the clan meeting? that was to electrocute a person half to death. At this moment, Uchiha Zonghito is still lying in the hospital ward receiving treatment. It's just a little bit, just to teach the little brat a lesson, I don't need to go to war. Sasuke was speechless. Does he look like the kind of person who cares about little kids? At this moment, he had forgotten that he had cast a genjutsu on Hinata Daki. They were just two little scumbags, and he wouldn't remember them too much at all. Okay. Just handle this little thing yourself, otherwise what's the use of having you as the clan leader? Sasuke waved his hand, turned around and went into the house. Fugaku's face froze. Is he so disrespectful in front of his younger brother? The Uchiha messenger below looked strange, feeling that Sasuke was his father. Of course, he was just thinking about it in his mind, but he didn't dare to speak out his thoughts. He maintained a respectful expression on his face and reminded. Lord Patriarch, you'd better go there quickly, otherwise the clan members may start fighting with each other. Ahem. Fugaku coughed twice, relieved his embarrassment, and then said seriously. Okay. Take me to see it quickly. After thinking for a while, in order to maintain his image as a majestic patriarch in front of his younger brother, he added. Sasuke, this kid, became a little rebellious after going to ninja school for a few days. I have to teach him a lesson when I get back. After hearing this, the messenger ninja quickly echoed. That's right. That brat of mine is like this too. He started to get carried away when he entered the ninja school. He even dared to talk back to me. Yes. Fugaku nodded with deep approval. Children of this age are more or less rebellious. As parents, we must educate them well. Next time we see my son, we must let him taste the weight of my iron fist. Yes, yes, the patriarch is absolutely right. Seeing this, Fugaku was very satisfied. This little brother of his was quite good. My mood suddenly improved a lot. But before the two of them had gone far, the wooden sliding door behind them was opened. Sasuke walked out with his hands in his pockets, glanced at Fugaku who was looking at him, and explained casually. Forget it, I'd better go with you. Mainly because I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. After walking a few steps, he found Fugaku standing still. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and urged. Let's go. What are you doing standing still? Your legs aren't cramped, are they? Let's go. You can rest assured that I'm here to hold the battle together. If those guys from the Hyuga clan dare to be arrogant, I will definitely make them miserable. Sasuke waved his hand boldly, and a big brother's demeanor emerged spontaneously. Ah, this! The messenger ninjas on the side were stunned at this moment. They were so rebellious. This is simply going to heaven. Unable to stand it, he decided to speak to the patriarch. Hey! Master Sasuke, how can you talk to your father like this? Be careful that your father will teach you with an iron fist later. Apologize to the patriarch quickly, otherwise. Shut up. Go away. However, he was interrupted before he finished speaking, and it was Fugaku who spoke. At this moment, he was walking in front with a gloomy face. And his mood that had just improved suddenly deteriorated to the extreme. Just as he was bragging in front of his younger brother, he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. His majesty as a clan leader was completely tested in front of this younger brother. As for this Uchiha messenger, his face was confused and his head was full of doubts. Patriarch, I am helping you educate your children. Why are you so cruel to me? Besides, you said you wanted to teach your son a lesson with your fists just now, why haven't you done it now? But after looking at Fugaku's face, which was so dark that it was almost dripping with ink, he finally didn't dare to ask out his doubts. Chapter 21 Confrontation. The reason why Sasuke wants to follow is because of the system mission. Yes, there is finally movement in the system that has been pretending to be dead before. Ding! Give Hinata Hizu a big mouth and be rewarded with 2 lucky draw opportunities. Although the mission rewards are small and there are only 2 lottery opportunities, the mission is simple. Yes, slapping the head of the Hyuga clan was a very simple matter in Sasuke's opinion at this moment. When the time comes, all you need to do is stimulate Hinata and Hinata to deal with him, and then give him a slap in the face and that's it. Got it. Simply perfect. The entrance to the Uchiha clan. At this moment, a large group of Uchiha tribesmen were blocking the entrance, all with evil eyes. The mere Hyuga clan dares to come to their Uchiha to find trouble. They are simply desperate. Opposite, the Hyuga clan led by Hyuga Hizashi all looked angry and looked at the Uchiha opposite, as if they were looking at the third party who cuckolded them. The atmosphere between the two sides is tense, and there is a strong tendency to start a fight if they disagree. It's coming. It's coming. Chief Fugaku is finally here. Master Patriarch, as long as you give the order, we will immediately let the group of white-eyed guys opposite know why the flowers are so red. Yes. We must show them some color. If they dare to come to our Uchiha to cause trouble, there will be a price to pay. All the Uchiha clan members noticed Fugaku's arrival and became excited. The crowd automatically separated into a passage, allowing Fugaku to come to the front. Hizu. Our 2 clans are both major clans in Konoha, and we have always been in harmony with each other. But what do you mean by bringing people to my clan to cause trouble? Today, you must give a reasonable explanation for your behavior, otherwise our Uchiha clan will not let it go. When Fugaku arrived, Bendang asked questions first, as if he wanted to vent all his unhappiness. Humph. I haven't seen you for a few days, but I didn't expect you to be thicker-skinned, Fugaku. Hinata Hizu's tone became even more unkind. Your son Uchiha Sasuke humiliated my Hyuga clan in public, but you still have the nerve to ask me for an explanation. It's simply ridiculous. Why are you insulting? It's just a fight between children. It's a completely normal thing. Hizu, you are too petty and don't have the magnanimity of a wealthy family at all. Fugaku frowned, feeling that this Rizu was just looking for trouble. Of course, the premise is that this fake Sasuke is telling the truth. Normal. Haha. The veins suddenly popped up on Rizu's face, and he said angrily, the face and image of our Hyuga clan have been completely lost. You and I call this normal. TCH. Didn't I just teach the 2 brats of your family a little lesson? Is it necessary to go on and on like that? I really don't understand the brain circuits of you white-eyed people. At this time, Sasuke walked out with his hands in his pockets, a look of disapproval on his face. The next moment, the Hyuga clan all looked at them with hatred, and they all looked like they wanted to kill someone. Your boy is Fugaku's son Uchiha Sasuke. Okay, I will remember you, and I will let you brat know later that our Hyuga clan is not something that a young boy like you can humiliate. Hinata and Hinata looked at Sasuke with hatred, their eyes as sharp as knives. If eyes could hurt, Sasuke would have been cut to pieces by 1,000 cuts. It was this harmless-looking boy who made the Hyuga clan lose face. Ha! It was obviously those 2 brats who came to provoke me first. I just gave them a little lesson out of self-defense. Isn't this reasonable? I can't fight back when others are bullying me. This would be too unreasonable. Sasuke spread his hands, looking innocent. That's right, Hayashi. According to what Sasuke said just now, it's just a fight between children after all. There's no need to make the matter a big deal. If you lose in a fight, according to ninja rules, if you are not as skilled as others, you can only blame yourself for your own lack of strength. There is no such thing as blaming your opponent for being too strong. Fugaku also said that he didn't want to make the matter a big deal and settled the matter quickly. Mainly because of a trivial matter, it is not cost-effective to worsen the relationship between the 2 clans. At this moment, Fugaku had completely recovered from being upset by Sasuke, and his tone was no longer as aggressive as when he first arrived. Fugaku, who had regained his composure, really didn't want to offend the Hyuga clan anymore, especially at this time. It is really irrational to offend the Hyuga clan under the crazy pressure from the top management of Konoha. Therefore, the Hyuga clan must not be allowed to stand on the opposite side at this time. Therefore, Fugaku's tone also softened. Forget it, Hizu, even if Suzuki is the kid who made a mistake and offended you Hyuga clan, then I will solemnly apologize to you on his behalf, okay? After saying this, Fugaku bent down and bowed deeply to the Hyuga clan opposite. Clan leader. Why do you have to apologize to them? We Uchiha are not afraid of them. That's right, why should I apologize to them? When all the Uchiha saw this, they all showed dissatisfaction. The Uchiha are the largest clan in the ninja world. How can they apologize to a mere Hyuga clan? That's enough. I have my own reasons. You don't need to question me. Fugaku put on a serious face and suppressed the dissatisfaction of the clan members in a deep voice. Then he raised his head and looked at Hinata Hizu with a sincere look on his face. Rizu, that's enough. I've already bent over and apologized to you. I've given you enough face, so how about letting this matter be revealed? My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. However, Hinata didn't buy it. The anger in his eyes did not diminish, and he sneered. Haha. Fugaku, it seems that you really don't know what good things your bastard son has done. You actually think that you want to end this matter with a simple apology. How ridiculous. Hearing this, Fugaku frowned and asked, aren't the kids fighting? If it's too much, at most Sasuke's shot was too harsh. Haha. Let me tell you now what your bastard son did. Rizu sneered twice, his voice suddenly rose, and he said loudly. Your bastard son, he actually used illusion to control one of my tribesmen, let him. Hinata and Hinata were too embarrassed to say those shameful words at the end. Then he looked at the big tree Hyuga that was coming with him, pointed at the big tree not far away, and ordered in a cold voice. You. Go and demonstrate your situation at that time. When Hinata Deki heard this, his face instantly turned pale. Clan leader, I. Let him do that kind of thing while sober. This will make him unable to raise his head in front of his tribe in the future. It's simply more uncomfortable than killing him. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful, regretting why he listened to his idiot brother's deceit and provoked Uchiha Suzuki, which led to the current situation. Go. Don't make me repeat it a third time. Rizu's voice was cold, and his eyes were even colder. Forced by the patriarch's power and the pain caused by the caged bird, Hinata walked step by step towards the big tree not far away. Then, in front of nearly 100 ninjas, he hugged the tree trunk and started on a familiar road. At this moment, there was no light in his eyes. There is only one thought in my mind, that is, I hope the ninja world will explode in the next second. Chapter 22 The Conditions of the Hyuga Clan. Some people are alive, but they are actually dead. This sentence is a true portrayal of Hinata Deki. This. Looking at the hopeless Hyuga boy, at this moment, all the Uchiha present had dull expressions on their faces. No wonder the Hyuga clan was so angry that even the clan leader personally took action. It turned out to be this reason. Think about it for a moment, if someone dares to let their Uchiha clan do such a thing, then they will definitely use the strength of the entire clan to make that guy taste the Uchiha's wrath. At this time, many Uchiha clan members looked at the Hyuga clan with pity in their eyes. From now on, the reputation of the Hyuga clan will be ruined throughout Konoha. After all, good things don't go out, and bad things spread thousands of miles. How pitiful! Fugaku stared blankly at Suzuki beside him. Good guy. That's what you call a little lesson. This writer is trying to crush the face of the Hyuga clan on the ground. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Hinata Hizu's temper was really good. If he wanted him, he would just drive a Susana to the door, and he would not talk so much with the other party. Suzuki noticed Fugaku's eyes and shrugged helplessly. To be honest, now he remembered that he used that Hyuga kid to test the illusion before, but he forgot to set the time. Looking at the angry look on the other side, could it be that the other side just ran to the street and did it? Suzuki guessed in his mind. But it's no wonder that he was allowed to come here to cause trouble as a genin. It's a sign of Sasuke's mercy that he survived. Fugaku. You said that our Hyuga clan has been so humiliated. Can you just apologize and end it? Hinata asked angrily with a ferocious face. Well. Fugaku only felt pain in his head. He really didn't know how to deal with this situation. In the end, he could only smile helplessly. Well, Hizu, I'm really sorry. I also think what Suzuki did was a bit out of line. Otherwise, you can make a condition. As long as it is within my ability, I can agree to your condition. Very good, it seems Fugaku is sensible. Hizu sneered and glanced at Hinata Makina beside him. The latter understood, took 2 steps forward, and said loudly, our Hyuga clan's condition is very simple, that is, hand over the culprit. Of course, we will not harm his life, but we will teach him a lesson. For example, we will strip the boy naked, hang him at the village gate, and hang him to dry for a day and a night. In this way, the grudges between our 2 clans will be settled. How? Hyuga Hizashi had discussed it with his clan members when he arrived. The family's face had been lost. In this case, asking for compensation from the Uchiha clan would not save the family's face. Moreover, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are both the top wealthy families in Konoha, and they also have some Uchiha clan, so there is little point in asking for compensation. It's better to retaliate in kind. Since their family has been embarrassed, the Uchiha family must also be embarrassed. In this way, the 2 top wealthy families in Konoha were embarrassed together, and the feeling instantly made me feel more balanced. Fugaku, I won't beat around the bush with you. The conditions that Makina put forward just now are what I mean. Afraid that Fugaku would still want to argue with him, Hinata pretended to analyze it. I think my conditions are not too much. This can also help you educate your son. I believe that after this incident, your son will understand the truth of being a human being. Okay, I agree. Hearing this, Hinata snorted, you won't agree, right? In that case, we will. What? You said you agreed. Only halfway through speaking, Hinata suddenly stopped. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. How could he agree so easily? So he quickly spoke to confirm, Fugaku, say it again. Fugaku composed himself, with a look of recognition on his face. Really said, I agree to your conditions. But if you want to take Suzuki away, you have to do it yourself. Of course, none of us Uchiha will interfere. After saying that, Fugaku waved his hand. The tribesmen understood and quickly distanced themselves from Suzuki. At today's clan meeting, they had seen how powerful Suzuki was, so they all understood Fugaku's plan. Even Uchiha, who was not qualified to participate in the clan meeting, immediately understood after hearing the explanations from the clan members around him. However, these people still have suspicion in their eyes. They really don't believe that a 7-year-old kid can easily kill an elite jounin. Suzuki, who was left alone, glanced at Fugaku speechlessly, and the latter just gave him a look that said, you will solve the trouble you caused. Snort. Seeing the behavior of all the Uchiha clan members, Hinata Makina looked disdainful. What do they mean? Do they think we can't take down this brat? Clan leader, I'm going to catch that brat right now. Hinata Hinashi nodded lightly. Hyuga Makina was a jonin and a well-known expert in the clan. Catching a brat who hadn't even graduated from the ninja school was as simple as eating and drinking. It even feels like it's a bit of a fuss. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air sounded. Hinata Makina's figure disappeared, and in just a few breaths, she appeared in front of Suzuki. Boy, remember. No matter what you do, you have to pay a price. Hinata Makina looked cold and stern, condescending. It's this kid who has made him embarrassed, so he must take advantage of the opportunity to do something. This is also the reason why he stood up first. Oh! But for me, no one can make me pay the price. Suzuki put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. Hey! A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. When you are stripped naked and hung on the village gate, I will see if you come out arrogantly. Hinata Makina grabbed Suzuki with one hand. Upon seeing this, the big Hyaga tree in the distance, which looked gloomy, finally had color in its eyes. Good. Damn Uchiha Suzuki. I let you humiliate me. Now you have to be like me. Ha ha ha. Even worse than me. I was stripped naked and hung at the village gate, being watched all the time. Just thinking about it makes me feel relieved. In the expectant eyes of Hinata Daki. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the field, and smoke and dust rose high, covering the two people. It also made it difficult for everyone to see clearly what was going on in the field. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Hinata Daki almost stared out of his eyes. How is this possible? Hallucination. Absolutely a hallucination. At this moment, there was a deep and shallow pit in the ground, and Hinata Makina was lying in the pit in a large shape. Suzuki stepped on the opponent's head, crossed his arms with his chest, and looked sternly. Ha! You're such a thing, and you want to hang me up at the gate of Konoha village, you idiot! Sasuke's sarcastic voice spread throughout the audience. All the Hyaga tribesmen's eyes widened and they couldn't believe their eyes. The famous Jonin in the clan was actually killed by a 7-year-old kid with one move. When did this world become so magical? Hinata subconsciously glanced at Fugaku behind him. He suspected that this scumbag was using illusions secretly, otherwise such a ridiculous thing would not be possible. Fugaku spread his hands innocently, indicating that he was not doing anything secretly. Chapter 23, Do I Need Chakra to Deal with You? Roll your eyes, open. Hinata's veins bulged on both sides of her cheeks, and she opened her Byakugan to look at Suzuki opposite. The next moment, he was shocked again. How could such an exaggerated amount of chakra appear in a 7-year-old kid? I'm afraid even the tailed beast is nothing more than this. No wonder that guy Fugaku agreed so easily. It turns out that the kid in front of him is basically a monster in human skin. Phew! He took a long breath and calmed down the huge waves in his heart. And the one behind said unwillingly. Okay. Uchiha Suzuki, why do you have such strength at such a young age? I, the Hyaga clan, have admitted defeat. Release Makina quickly, and the grudges between us will be cleared. With the strength shown by Suzuki and the terrifying amount of chakra contained in his body, Hinata understood that no one in the Hyaga clan could suppress this kid in front of him, unless they used the strength of the whole clan, but that was not cost-effective, so he decisively chose to give in. Ha! If you say it's clear, it's clear. Who do you think you are? Hinata's face changed when he heard this, and an unpleasant feeling arose in his heart. Then what else do you want? Suzuki pointed at Hinata Makina, who was stepping under him, and said calmly. Just now, this guy said he wanted to strip me naked and hang me at the village gate. As for me, I don't have many advantages. One of them is that I like to be polite. So, I decided to strip this guy naked and hang him at the village gate. Then time passed. Doubling it will take at least 2 days and 2 nights. Asshole! Uchiha Suzuki, don't go too far. Hinata and Hinashi were furious, and their whole bodies were shaking with anger. It's not enough to humiliate them once, but to want to do it again is simply too much. Excessive? I'm just giving you back the means you used to deal with me. Sasuke's gentle exertion on his feet instantly stopped Hinata Makina, who was struggling crazily. Fugaku. Is this yours too? Do you mean it? Do you want our two races to fight to the death? Sasuke couldn't be convinced, so Hizu turned his attention to Fugaku. Fugaku was silent after hearing this. Considering the current situation of Uchiha, he said to Sasuke. Sasuke. You have to be merciful and merciful. That's almost enough. There's no need to make things too tense. Besides, it's your fault first, so. However, before he finished speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Sasuke. Shut up! You have no place to speak here. Fugaku's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Asshole! Reprimanding him in front of so many people is really not giving him any face. Others don't know, but they think that Fugaku is his son and Sasuke is his father. I was pissed off by this bastard again. Humph! This guy must hang up at the village gate. I said even the immortal of six paths can't stop him. Sasuke kicked Hinata Makina at his feet and said calmly. As the leader of the clan, I will never allow you to do this. Hinata walked towards Sasuke step by step, her eyes always open. I say it again, let Makina go. Come on. If you can grab it, this thing will be returned to you. Sasuke raised his chin in a very provocative manner. At the same time, he hooked his toes and rolled Hinata Makina behind him. I admit that you have such strength at a young age, and you do have the capital to be arrogant, but... While talking, Hinata were already less than 2 meters away from Sasuke. But you are still too young, kid. Haven't you heard the saying in the ninja world, don't be approached by a prepared Hyuga ninja? Boom! A powerful aura that had been building up for a long time suddenly rose from Rizu's body. I've locked you in, brat, it's too late to escape now. Hinata and Hizu put on a strange posture, and vaguely, a Tai Chi universe and Bagua diagram appeared on the ground. And Sasuke was standing in the center of the Tai Chi diagram at this moment. Soft fist Bagua 256 palms. Hizu suddenly shouted loudly, and the next moment, countless palm prints hit Sasuke like a storm. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms 128 palms, 256 palms. Phew! After finishing the palm technique, Rizu took a long breath, with a victorious smile on his face. In order to deal with you, I hit the limit of 256 palms, feel honored, kid. At this moment, all the chakra points on your body have been sealed by me. Without the support of a huge amount of chakra, in front of me, you are just a little kid who can manipulate it at will. Hizu carefully confirmed it with his Byakugan. When he saw that the flow of chakra on the other person's body had completely stopped, he couldn't help but have a proud smile on his face. If you want to blame it, blame yourself for being too careless. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Sasuke. However, it was a mistake, and the person in front of me suddenly disappeared. Before his mind could turn around, a white palm magnified infinitely in his eyes. Snap! A loud slap resounded throughout the audience. Do I still need to use chakra to deal with you? Sasuke's face was expressionless, and he slapped Hizu in the face with a big mouth. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting +1 number of draws. At this moment, Rizu felt his head was buzzing, and half of his face was immediately red and swollen. He was actually slapped in the face by a little kid in public. When he realized what had happened, he was instantly furious. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Damn you brat, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you really think I can't cure you? Return to heaven! Rizu roared angrily, and his body began to spin at high speed. In an instant, a semicircular blue chakram mask enveloped him. He wanted to use this method to force Sasuke back. You want to use this crap against me, haha. Sasuke chuckled and punched the blue air mask in front of him. The next moment, in the incredulous eyes of Hinata Hizu, his Kaiten, which was known as the strongest defense, was shattered by a punch. Then, he watched helplessly as the little fist hit his chest. Bang! Click! Rizu flew out upside down, with countless ribs broken on his chest. Clan leader! A group of Hyuga clan members exclaimed and quickly caught the head of their clan. Asshole! How dare you humiliate our clan leader like this, I will fight you. Let's go together. I still don't believe that I can't take down this brat. Everyone in the Hyuga clan looked furious, as if they wanted to cut Sasuke into pieces on the spot. Of course, it is unclear how much of this is true expression and how much is just a joke. After all, most of the people here are members of the branch family. Many of them were slapped in the face and then knocked away. They felt so happy in their hearts, but of course they couldn't show it on their faces. Don't even make a move. You are no match for him. If you go up to him, you will be injured in vain. Rizu quickly stopped the tribesmen from drinking and prevented them from going up to continue killing people. Although you are so weak, you are still self-aware. When Sasuke saw this, he sincerely praised him. Hinata and Hinata. I don't know if you are praising me or mocking me. Chapter 24 Overlord and Domineering. Evening. After dinner, nothing the busy villagers walked out of their homes and chatted with their neighbors. Basically we talked about trivial matters, but today I unexpectedly ate a big melon. What? The Hyuga clan actually likes this, and they did it in public. A bald man looked surprised. Oh. Keep your voice down, and be careful of getting into trouble. This kind of rich family is not something ordinary people like us can mess with. The people around him quickly reminded him. Alas, what a pity, I was not present for such a strange thing. The bald man shook his head and sighed. However, I heard that the one in Hinata seems to have been under a genjutsu. The murderer is from the Uchiha clan. Now the head of the Hyuga clan has gone to the Uchiha clan in person. At this time, someone spoke in a low voice. What? Really? The bald man's eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. Even the head of the Hyuga clan has taken action personally. Now Uchiha may be in trouble. Humph. I really hope the Hizu clan leader can teach those arrogant Uchiha a lesson. The bald man had an angry look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had a problem with Uchiha. That's right. Those annoying Uchiha should really suffer a big loss. Those guys in the Uchiha guard are so disgusting. Not only did they knock over my stall last time, they also took away all my fruits. I was so angry. I really hope those Uchiha bastards can learn a lesson. Several people have the same attitude, they all hope that Uchiha will be defeated. Hey! What happened over there? Why are there so many people? Suddenly, the bald man raised his finger and pointed in the direction. Several people turned their heads and looked over, and saw a large wave of people coming this way on the street. The crowd approached, and a few people saw the specific situation clearly. Then, several people gasped in unison. In front of the crowd, Sasuke dragged Hinata Makina forward slowly with one hand, as if he was dragging a dead dog. Behind him were the extremely ugly-looking Hyuga clan, the excited-looking Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku who had a headache. Finally, there were the Konoha villagers and civilian ninjas who had followed as melon eaters. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the gate of Konoha, Hinata suppressed his anger and said, "That's enough. Uchiha Sasuke, Makina was dragged here from the Uchiha clan by you. The face of my Hyuga clan has been trampled on by you. Your grievances should also be vented. So, please stop it." After saying that, Hizu immediately took action to save Hinata Makina from Sasuke. Roll. Sasuke grabbed the opponent's wrist first and flicked it casually. His U was thrown away without any ability to fight back and hit a telephone pole on the side of the road. Damn it! Patriarch! Let's go together and save Makina! A group of Hyuga ninjas launched an attack on Sasuke. Humph! No matter how many ants there are, they will still be ants. Overlord and domineering. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure fell around Sasuke. Those Hyuga clan members who were close to Sasuke felt as if a big hand had pinched their hearts, feeling extremely uncomfortable and painful, as if they would die suddenly on the spot in the next second. Sasuke picked up the Hyuga Makina in his hand and swiped it suddenly, and instantly a large number of Hyuga clan members were smashed away. After simply waving the humanoid weapon in his hand a few times, Sasuke's surroundings were cleared, and all the Hyuga ninjas vomited blood and fell to the ground. Ha! Sasuke chuckled and continued walking towards the village gate with the half-dead Hinata Makina in his hand. Just now, what Sasuke used was the Overlord's haki that only a few people can awaken in the world of pirates. The domineering color and domineering spirit were exactly the rewards that Sasuke won in the lottery not long ago. Displayed at this moment, the effect is good, Sasuke is quite satisfied. The 2 lottery opportunities were used. As for what he got in another lottery, Sasuke was speechless. A smelly sock that hasn't been washed in 20 years. There is nothing to say, the system can always come up with some weird things for you. If it weren't for the inappropriate time, Sasuke would have thrown this thing away from his system backpack long ago to avoid contaminating the backpack. Sasuke carried Hinata Makina and continued walking, but before he had taken a few steps, several figures appeared in front of him, blocking the way forward. Several people were wearing cloaks and masks on their faces, and they were clearly ANBU ninjas. Stop! How dare you attack your companions in the village? Do you want to openly rebel? Hurry up and let him go. Then follow me to the ANBU and accept the punishment properly. The leader wore a dog-headed mask, making his face unclear. However, the white hair on its head has already exposed its identity. This person is none other than Hitaki Kakashi, who claims to be a 50-50 matchup with anyone, also known as the Kidney Deficiency Man. Kakashi happened to be on duty today. He thought it would be another uneventful day. He was thinking about going to the bookstore after get off work to see if there was any update on Intimate Love in Paradise. Then he discovered something was going on the main road of Konoha, and immediately took his men to check it out. Then he saw the shocking scene of a kid less than 10 years old defeating dozens of Hyuga ninjas in an instant. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was already filled with huge waves. When did such a perverted child appear in Konoha? Although he was surprised, Kakashi did not forget his own job. No matter who the kid opposite is in such a situation, he would capture him and take him back to ANBU. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I advise you to release the person quickly. This is Konoha, a place where no one is allowed to do whatever they want based on their strength. Kakashi warned for the first time, and at the same time he pulled out the kunai from his waist and got ready for battle. Several ANBU ninjas behind him also drew their weapons. Although the opponent is young, his strength is terrifying and they need to go all out. Sasuke glanced at a few people indifferently and didn't stop at all. I didn't pay attention to these people at all. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Kakashi shouted sharply. But the next moment... boom! A monstrous pressure rushed toward his face. At this moment, in Kakashi's eyes, the person coming towards him was not a 7 or 8-year-old child, but a god who was aloof and looked down on all living beings, which made him have the urge to kneel down and surrender. Damn it! It's not an illusion, it's real pressure. Kakashi's cheeks were already covered with sweat, his calves were shaking violently, and his knees seemed to be bent at any time. However, Kakashi still relied on his strong willpower to resist the pressure and barely remained standing. His teammates don't have as strong willpower as he does, and several of them are already kneeling at this moment. What is this pressure? As an ANBU elite, they couldn't even stand. At this moment, the faces of several people under the masks were both ugly and frightened. Just like that, Suzuki dragged Hinata Makina, who was like a dead dog, and passed them as if there was no one around, completely treating them as nothing. Damn it! Damn it! Move it! Move it for me! Kakashi roared crazily in his heart. Finally, when Suzuki was about to pass by him, he finally resisted the pressure on him. Stop it! Kakashi turned around and stabbed out the kunai in his hand. Suzuki turned his head and looked at the kunai stuck on his back shoulder. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at the white hair in front of him in surprise. It's interesting that you can actually break free from the pressure of my overlord color. Isn't it true that I am a 50-50 opponent who claims to be able to defeat anyone in 2 moves? Compared to Sasuke's calm demeanor, he can still make fun of him. At this moment, Kakashi was already extremely horrified. What kind of monster is this? The kunai actually only scratched the opponent's skin a little. You! Kakashi was about to say something when his face suddenly suffered a terrifying blow. Click! The dog head mask shattered on the spot, and even the black mask used to cover the face was directly smashed, and the whole person flew out upside down. Cough cough cough. Kakashi subconsciously covered his mouth with his collar to block his true appearance, but the blood he spat out stained his collar red. TCH. It turns out you have a pussy look. There's nothing strange about it. I thought it was a mouth full of buck teeth. Suzuki curled his lips and carried Hinata Makina forward in disappointment. When he took action just now, he specially scratched it with his nails in order to scratch Kakashi's mask and satisfy his curiosity from his previous life to see what Kakashi's true face was like. As a result, we also saw that Kakashi has a beauty mark on his left chin. He looks a bit handsome, but of course, it is definitely far behind him. Chapter 25 Hyagamakina's death. After Suzuki was far away, Kakashi's team members regained their ability to move, and they quickly came over to help Kakashi up. Captain, are you okay? Let me check your injuries. Ahem. Kakashi coughed twice and pulled hard on the red collar. I'm fine. Stop pulling on my collar. I'm sorry, Captain, I just wanted to see the injury on your face. The team member retracted his hand in embarrassment. Kakashi glanced at the other party speechlessly, but now was not the time to care about this. This matter involves the 2 wealthy families of Uchiha and Hyuga. The situation is probably very complicated and is beyond our ability to handle. We must report it to the Hokage immediately. Kakashi's tone was very solemn. Yes. Several team members responded quickly. The people who had witnessed the whole process were already in shock. What they saw was that a child of 7 or 8 years old killed dozens of Hyuga ninjas in an instant, and the ANBU were so frightened that they knelt down and did not dare to move. The only ANBU ninja who took action was slapped away. What kind of unfaithful child is this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Just like that, followed by a group of shocked melon-eating people, the gate of Konoha arrived. There are 2 gate gods in Konoha, Izumo Kamizuki and Steel. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting leisurely at the door guarding the door, discussing what to eat after get off work. Then they saw a large group of people rushing towards them. Damn it! What's going on? The 2 were startled and stood up quickly. Then they saw a child dragging a Hyuga clan member. Stop! What are you doing? How can you treat your comrades in the village like this and not let them go quickly? Shinayu Izumo scolded. Gang Ziti stood beside him, supporting his good friend. Get out! Stop meddling in other people's business. Suzuki just glanced at the 2 of them. In his previous life, he was jokingly called the 2 god-level ninjas who could defeat pain with one hand. He was so frightened that he backed away. The two people who stepped aside patted their chests with lingering fear. Their eyes were full of indifference. They had no doubt that if they insisted on blocking, they would definitely be killed on the spot. They are just gatekeepers. Their salary is not much, so they don't need to work hard. If something like this happens, the village will naturally send someone to deal with it, just wait. As a result, the two of them became happy people with a clear conscience. Sasuke raised his head and glanced at the tall Konoha gate, which was just right in the middle. Just when he was about to start operating. Uchiha Sasuke, if you really do Zetsu, we, the Hyuga clan, will be at odds with you. At some point, Hinata stumbled over. Sasuke just raised his hand slightly, and Hizu subconsciously ducked back. You're a loser, you're not worthy of saying anything against me. When Kumagakure puts pressure on you, you don't dare to resist, and you only use your brother Hisashi to blame you, you're worthy of being a loser. You, the entire Hyuga clan, are not even qualified to let me look at you. It's ridiculous to divide it into clan families and branch families, and to set up caged birds. You useless people just give it to me and I don't even want it. Sasuke mocked Ramon, his eyes full of contempt. Damn it! Asshole! Hinata and Hinata roared in their hearts, and their anger reached the extreme. As the saying goes, you can only expose someone's shortcomings when you curse them, but you can't slap them in the face if you hit them. But Sasuke not only opened his wound, but also sprinkled salt on it. He was so arrogant. Rizu couldn't help but go up and kill this guy right now, but when he thought about the strength gap between the two sides, he could only think about it. Sasuke ignored the incompetent and furious Hisashi, and ordered the Uchiha behind him. Go! Someone, come here and find me a hemp rope. He thought no one would listen, but as soon as he finished speaking, an Uchiha came out with an excited expression. I've already prepared all of this. This is a young Uchiha, only about 16 or 17 years old. He ignored Fugaku's sharp eyes and walked over with a thick hemp rope in his hand. Sir, here it is. My family specializes in the business of killing pigs. This is the hemp rope used to tie pigs. It is definitely strong and strong enough. Sasuke took the hemp rope and glanced at the other party in surprise. Noticing Sasuke's eyes, the Uchiha explained. My brother and a Hyuga clan member were on a mission and encountered an ambush. As a result, the Hyuga coward abandoned my brother and ran away alone, resulting in the death of my brother. So, I'm very happy if someone can embarrass the Hyuga clan. Sasuke nodded understandingly. It turned out to be a holiday with Hinata, no wonder he was so positive. While taking care of the hemp rope in his hand, he asked casually. Boy, I think you have a great future. Tell me your name and I will protect you from now on. The Uchiha boy was delighted when he heard this. This is what he was waiting for. He didn't mind being called a kid by a 7-year-old child. After all, in the ninja world, strength is everything. Then he quickly said his name. Sir, my name is Uchiha Urju. What the hell is this name? Sasuke complained in his heart, no wonder he cooperated with him so much, it turned out to be his destiny. Yet, it's a good name. Sasuke nodded slightly, and then sent the other party away. Tear apart. Sasuke tore Hinata Makina's clothes to pieces. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Suddenly, a pair of pink shorts with a pig pattern printed on them came into view. Oh haha! I didn't expect that a big man like you would be so good at it. Everyone watched with relish. Sasuke was merciless, wrapping the hemp rope in his hand up and down, and after a while, he tied up Hinata Makina. Perhaps because the rope was too tight, Hinata Makina woke up from a coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw people all around him. Everyone clicked their tongues, their eyes full of ridicule. Where am I? Why are they looking at me like that? Hinata Makina, who had just woken up, was still a little confused and his mind was not very clear. Soon, the tightness on his body brought him back to his senses, and then he noticed what he looked like at this moment. She was completely naked and tied up, and a pair of pink pig underwear was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, he understood why the people around him were looking at him like that. Ah! He suddenly let out a scream, and the shame and anger in his heart made his face become twisted and fierce. At this moment, he finally understood the mood of Hinata Daki at that time. Asshole! What are you doing? Don't go too far! Let me go! Let me go! Hinata Makina screamed loudly. The hurt he suffered at this moment was simply more uncomfortable than killing him. Stop barking! Isn't this the punishment plan you proposed? I just followed your plan. If you want to blame it, blame yourself. Suzuki took the end of the rope and jumped to the top of the door. Then let the rope pass through the wooden pillar on the door frame. Suzuki held the end of the rope and jumped down. The two of them moved up and down, and Hinata Makina was immediately lifted up. Don't! Don't! Please let me go! I was just joking at the time. I didn't intend to do such an extreme thing. Please let me go! Hinata Makina was hoisted up, with an elevated view. I see more and more melon-eating people coming here. He was really going to die from shame and anger, so he began to beg Suzuki for mercy. Suzuki just pretended not to hear at all. After tying the rope to the door frame, he spoke calmly. I'm going to hang here for 2 days and 2 nights. No one can put him down before the time is up. Having said this, Suzuki paused, and a pressure suddenly rose up from his body, like the arrival of a king. If anyone dares to put this guy down early, I don't mind taking action and hanging someone up. When saying this, Sasuke's eyes were always locked on Hinata and Hinata. The latter's face was extremely ugly. Threatenin'. This is a naked threat. Rizua believed that if he dared to put Makina down, the rampant brat in front of him would definitely strip him, the clan leader, and hang him up. With those extremely threatening words, even if the ninjas in the clan were forcibly ordered to save people, no one would dare to save them. Being stripped naked and hung up at the village gate for everyone to watch is so intimidating that no one wants to experience it for themselves. Ha! It seems to be working well. Seeing the fearful looks in everyone's surroundings, Suzuki nodded with satisfaction. Turning around, with a smile on his face and a happy mood, he was happy for the success of another courtesy exchange. We just walked not far in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air sounded. A high-speed spinning shuriken flew from nowhere. The shuriken passed by and the hemp rope was cut off directly. When Suzuki saw this, his smile faded, his face gradually turned gloomy, and his joyful mood suddenly disappeared. Who is so bold as to slap him in the face in public? Chapter 26 Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Are you going to hang me up there too? Before the person appeared, an old voice came over first. It's the 3rd generation, the 3rd generation is here. Okay. The 3rd generation is here, let's see if that guy Uchiha Suzuki still dares to be so crazy. Sandaime-sama, you must make the decision for our Hyuga clan. A group of injured Hyuga clan members shouted excitedly. The surrounding crowd also started to commotion. Unexpectedly, even the Hokage was alarmed. Now there was something good to watch. In the eyes of pairs of people who worship, awe, or revere. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage hat, walked slowly, followed closely by several ANBU ninjas. Interesting, I didn't expect the Hokage to come over in person for such a trivial matter. Suzuki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared and was very satisfied, and said something unhappy. But at this moment, the electronic mechanical sound in my mind sounded again. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Task content: use any method to make the always calm-looking Hiruzen Sarutobi angry. Reward for successful mission: number of draws +2. Oh haha. There's another mission. Although there are still only 2 lottery opportunities, the task is relatively simple. It shouldn't be difficult to make Sarutobi Hiruzen angry. Suzuki pinched his chin and began to think about it. Hinata Makina, who fell to the ground, didn't care at all about his swollen butt at this moment. His face was full of grief and anger, and he just cried to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sandaime-sama, how miserable I am. Not only was I beaten up, but I was also humiliated in public. If you hadn't come to save me, Sandaime-sama, I might not even have the courage to live in the future. Then, he pointed at Suzuki angrily and roared loudly. The culprit is this boy, Third-sama, you must not let him go. Don't worry. As Hokage, I will not allow anyone to attack my fellow villagers privately. I will definitely seek justice for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down, which immediately made Hayagama Kina burst into tears of gratitude. It was decided that he would join the ANBU and swear allegiance to Lord Hokage to the death. Gathering his heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Suzuki and said seriously. Although I don't know why your strength suddenly increased so much. You shouldn't attack your companions in the village just because of your strength. As members of the Konoha family, the power in our hands should be used to protect our companions, not to harm them. But Uchiha Suzuki, look at what you have done. Not only did you severely injure your comrades, but you also humiliate them like this. It's really too bad. Your behavior is tantamount to betrayal on the spot. You will be wanted and hunted down by all of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked changed, and there was regret in his eyes. It's such a pity to be charged with rebelling against the village at such a young age. What a pity. Suzuki crossed his arms and looked expressionless, just watching the other party's performance quietly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the other party was unmoved, he immediately changed the subject. However, considering that you are young and you suddenly gained great strength, you lost yourself, so I can understand your behavior. But you made a mistake after all. Even though you are young, you still have to pay for the mistakes you made. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped at this point, and after pretending to be thoughtful, he continued. Come to Anbu. There, I will personally teach you and make you a qualified Konoha ninja. Working for Anbu means serving Konoha as a whole. In this way, not only will you grow, but you will also be able to clean up your knowledge. Mistake made. Suzuki was speechless. After talking for a long time, it turned out that he wanted to win over him. But when I think about it again, I feel very normal. With the character of the old fox like Sandai, when he sees a child with both strength and talent, he will definitely take him back and brainwash him. Uchiha Itachi is a typical case of being successfully brainwashed by the 3rd generation. Sandaime-sama, this isn't this right? Hinata Makina said dryly. Didn't you say you wanted to help him seek justice? In the blink of an eye, he was able to suck the kid opposite him into the ANBU. And based on what Sandai meant, it seemed like he wanted to accept him as his disciple. What is going on? He is confused now. I have my own plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said casually and ignored it. How could the weight of an ordinary jounin be compared with that of a monster genius? Then, he stretched out his hand towards Suzuki, a chrysanthemum-like smile blooming on his old face. Come on. Little Suzuki, go back with me and Grandpa to learn the will of fire. With such strength, you should shine for Konoha. When he thought about it, if the Hokage personally invited him, Corporal Ryzen, Suzuki would definitely agree without hesitation. After a good training, and a useful and loyal subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt happy at the moment. Go away. Don't show such a disgusting expression to me. It almost made me vomit out my overnight meal. Suzuki had a look of disgust on his face and did not give the other person any face. Also, don't use such disgusting names for me. It makes me want to smash your stinky mouth. The friendly smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze. Ever since he became Hokage, no one had dared to talk to him like this. Not angry, it's just childish talk. The main responsibility for causing such a bad temper is the parents. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Fugaku who was watching the crowd and asked. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Fugaku, is this the good son you trained? How did you educate him? He is so disrespectful. Even I, the Hokage, dare to be so disrespectful. Fugaku continued to eat melon without even raising his eyelids, as if he was deaf. In fact, seeing the third generation being scolded, he felt quite happy. He didn't expect that an old fox like you would be where you are today. Over there, it was the head guard next to Hiruzen who couldn't bear it any longer. The so-called master humiliates his minister to death, and the Hokage is humiliated in public. He, the Hokage's bodyguard, must stand up to safeguard the dignity of the Hokage. Immediately he took 2 steps forward and shouted angrily. Kid! Pay attention to your attitude. It's a great honor for you that Hokage-sama appreciates you. Not only are you ungrateful for the acceptance, but you actually dare to insult Hokage-sama. I think you are. Snap. Click. When will it be a dog's turn to interrupt? Sasuke came to the guard leader in an instant and slapped him away. More than 10 meters away, the mask on the guard leader's face was completely shattered, his nose was crooked, most of his teeth were knocked out, blood was flowing from his face, and he passed out. Uchiha Sasuke! You actually dare to attack a ninja from the same village in front of me. Do you really want to become a traitorous ninja of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, with anger in his eyes. To actually dare to attack his guard in front of him, he simply didn't take him as the Hokage seriously. Too wild. And this is not a naughty child, this is clearly a little devil. Sure enough, except for a very few Uchiha, the rest are born evil. Doesn't this make you angry? Sasuke raised his eyebrows. At the same time, the system prompts sounded in my mind. Ding! The task is completed and the number of draws +2 will be obtained. Now, hand over the secret of your sudden increase in strength immediately. I can forgive you for the crime you just committed. Otherwise, I will personally put you in the ANBU prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his goal. He was an arrogant master. It was basically impossible to take him under his command. It would be better to take advantage of the other party's reckless move and force the other party to hand over the secret of their increased strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was burning, and he really wanted to know how a 7-year-old kid could suddenly have the strength to kill a Jonin instantly. Ha! I want to know. Okay, but you need to exchange something with me. Sasuke said with a smile. Oh! What is it? As long as I have it, I will definitely exchange it with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, and his heart instantly became excited. Sure enough, children are children, and they can get information out by just using a trick. It's so easy to cheat. The surrounding villagers, including the melon leaf-eating villagers and the onlookers ninjas, all held their breaths and pricked up their ears at this moment. Hey! Sasuke suddenly grinned, looked at the old face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and chuckled. That thing is your head. Give me your head, and I will tell you the secret right away. Chapter 27 True to Form. When these words were spoken, the whole place was silent. This is too bold. He actually dared to say such things to the Hokage. Did he not want to live? At this moment, everyone looked at Sasuke as if they were looking at a madman. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned completely dark. He was very skilled in cultivating chi, but at this moment, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. The most annoying thing is that just for a moment, he felt several murderous intentions coming from all around. Although it was only for a moment, as a shadow-level expert, he still captured it. Hateful. This shows that some of the 1,000 sword killers are actually tempted, and really want to exchange his head for it. Sasuke doesn't care what Hiruzen's mood is at the moment. Anyway, he will offend him sooner or later when the clan is exterminated in a few days. In this case, why not discuss the other person in advance and make yourself feel better? So, adhering to the principle that if Hiruzen is not angry enough, he will be angry to death, Sasuke urged. How's it going? Old man, why don't you give me a message instead? Shut up. You are just a hairless little kid, how dare you insult our great third-generation adults like that? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to the third generation, and then go to Konoha prison and squat for decades, so that you can offset your crimes? A rough voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from outside the venue. Obviously, there were people who couldn't bear to see their respected third Hokage being humiliated and came out to show justice. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound with curiosity and admiration. With the guard captain's warning, he actually dared to scold him. Who is this idiot who is not afraid of death? Looking at everyone's gaze, I saw a bald man looking at Sasuke with a brave and fearless expression. A large area was vacated around him, and no one dared to get too close to this guy seeking death. Safety first, stay away from evil pens. The bald man looked at the people around him with disdain, but his face showed no fear. What are you looking at? Kid. You have insulted our great third Hokage. Can't I stand up and say what's in my heart? What? The look in your eyes, you kid, do you want to do something to me? I'm warning you, I'm a civilian. In Konoha, ninjas can't do anything to me, a civilian. The bald man raised his head, as if I am a civilian and you can't attack me. In Konoha, there is indeed a rule that ninjas cannot harm civilians. If a ninja violates this rule, not only will this ninja be punished, he will also be despised and spurned by other ninjas, and his reputation will be ruined. So in Konoha, especially on certain occasions, civilian status is a very useful talisman. For example, the bald uncle at this moment, he didn't believe that the other party really dared to attack him, a helpless civilian, in front of so many people and the third Hokage. I seized this opportunity to show off in front of the third generation. I think it's not too much to go to the third generation's house and be a housekeeper. The future is bright. Just as the bald man was happily thinking about the future, the next moment, his vision blurred. And then, a sharp tearing pain suddenly came from his cheek. But it was Sasuke who slapped him so hard that his whole face was deformed. Uchiha Sasuke! Do you still have the shame of being a ninja? How dare you deal such a heavy blow to a helpless civilian? Sandai shouted angrily, pointing at Sasuke with an angry face. You're a bitch. You should be beaten. Besides, I'm not a ninja. I haven't even graduated from ninja school. Sasuke retracted his hand and said calmly. Everyone couldn't help but froze when they heard this. Such a powerful brat didn't even graduate from ninja school, and he wasn't even a ninja yet. In other words, the rules of ninja have no effect on him at all. You don't want face. You don't want to die. The bald man lying on the ground pointed at Sasuke with trembling fingers. Ha! It seems that some people are not only mean-mouthed, but also stupid. I'm going to help you cure your most despicable problem. Sasuke sneered, bent down, reached out and pinched the other person's chin. Stop! Uchiha Sasuke! Stop it now! The third generation shouted angrily, moved his body, and rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke didn't pay attention at all. He exerted a slight force on his palm, and with a click, he instantly crushed the opponent's jaw. Seeing this, the people around him quickly distanced themselves from Sasuke. Cruel! Too cruel! They won't mess with this devil in child's skin. Sasuke Uchiha, over and over again, you are the cancer of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped 4 meters away from Sasuke, the anger in his heart almost uncontrollable. Sasuke sneered and said disapprovingly. You should be glad that this guy is not a ninja, otherwise I would have crushed his head. Sasuke slowly straightened up, his eyes full of indifference. What? Old man, do you want to take action here to remove this so-called cancer of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and glanced at the countless Konoha villagers around him. In the end, reason overcame impulse. Fighting here will only hurt innocent people. As Hokage, I will never let this happen. But don't be complacent, Uchiha Sasuke, before long you will pay the price for what you have done. Ha! Really? Then I'll wait. Sasuke tossed his hair nonchalantly, and there was even a trace of expectation in his eyes. But I advise you to hang this thing up. Don't let me force you to hang someone up. Sasuke pointed at Hinata Makina not far away. He hasn't forgotten this guy's story yet. At this moment, Hyuga Makina had already put on his clothes, and his eyes when he looked at Sasuke were filled with overwhelming hatred. Humph! Don't even think about it. I will never take action against the ninjas of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. Uchiha, who was about to be exterminated, had been kicked out of the ranks of Konoha ninja. Sasuke didn't explain. He put his hands in his hands and walked leisurely towards home. The crowd automatically made way for him. Everyone has a little fear in their eyes. Being so cruel at a young age, Uchiha is indeed synonymous with evil. This is the thought of most people present at this moment. Looking at Sasuke, who left gracefully, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. It seemed that the Uchiha genocide plan would be put on the agenda as soon as possible. When the time comes, no one from the Uchiha family will be left alive, and Uchiha Itachi, who was the pioneer of the genocide, will also have to kill him afterwards. Because of Sasuke's performance at this moment, the third generation completely overturned his previous plan of keeping two. He wanted Uchiha to disappear completely from the ninja world. Sandaime-sama, can you find a quiet place? I have something important to discuss with you. At this time, Hinata Hizu, who also had a gloomy look on his face, walked over. Noticing the overwhelming hatred in the other person's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded clearly. Come on, follow me. Chapter 28 Conspiracy. Although the third generation is always targeting us Uchiha, he is the Hokage after all and the leader of the village. If you don't give him face in the presence of so many people, in the future, our Uchiha's situation in Konoha will be terrible. It's even more difficult. On the way back to the clan, Fugaku, who had been struggling for a long time, finally told Sasuke his worries. This time he learned to be smart and spoke in a rather tactful tone. He didn't angrily rebuke Sasuke for going too far and implicating the entire Uchiha. At the same time, his voice was also lowered, speaking in a voice that only two people could hear. Ha! Do you think that without what happened to me this time, that old fellow Sandaime would have let Uchiha go? Sasuke looked sideways at Fugaku and said disdainfully. Don't take it for granted anymore. Even if nothing happened today, the third generation would still kill Uchiha. It's just a matter of time. Fugaku was indifferent, obviously not believing it. He felt that if the third generation really wanted to carry out the Uchiha genocide plan, it must be because he saw the fake Sasuke. Alas, what a troubled time! What a troubled time! Fugaku looked up to the sky and sighed. Stop sighing here. If you have the energy to sigh, you might as well prepare in advance to deal with the crisis of genocide. Sasuke touched his chin, thought for a moment and then said. I humiliated that old man so much earlier, and when I became so angry, I might take action against Uchiha tonight. It seems that you also know how bad your actions are, Fugaku thought to himself. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke nodded and said firmly. Well, this possibility is very high. Tonight is the night of the Uchiha genocide. As soon as these words came out, the Uchiha who were following behind him went crazy. What? The third generation is coming to kill us Uchiha tonight. It's fake. Even if that guy on the third generation is annoying, I still think it's impossible to exterminate the entire clan. Humph. What a lie. I think the possibility of the third generation attacking us is very high. I can see through that old guy's intention to kill us Uchiha. Instead of being surrounded by noisy Uchiha, Sasuke turned to Fugaku beside him and ordered. It's not too late now, hurry up and make preparations. Don't become a prey in the hands of the third generation. Isn't this too exaggerated? Fugaku still didn't believe it. Although the third generation was embarrassed today, he wouldn't kill a family because of this. How many times have I told you that killing the Uchiha was a plan that the third generation had planned for a long time? What I did today just played a role in promoting it. Forget it. It's up to you, believe it or not, you are the clan leader and I am not the clan leader. Anyway, someone will take action when the time comes. But by then, when the battle spreads, the ordinary people in the clan may suffer a lot of casualties. Sasuke showed an indifferent attitude. After walking a few steps, he turned to Fugaku and said, "If you believe me, hurry up and organize your tribe to evacuate. If you don't believe me, haha." Watching Sasuke leave, Fugaku's indecisiveness recurred again. Should you trust the other party? Could it be that the third generation will really attack Uchiha tonight? Should we organize the tribesmen to evacuate first? But this process was very troublesome. If the third generation didn't come to attack tonight, how would he explain it to the tribesmen? Fugaku was very confused at this moment. Phew. After a long time, he took a long breath and made a decision. It smells like medicine. Fugaku said a name in a deep voice, and soon, an Uchiha with a resolute face came out. "Master Patriarch, do you have any orders?" Uchiha Yaoi spoke in a precise manner. "Go. Gather all the ninjas in the clan immediately. I have important matters related to the survival of the family to discuss with everyone." Fugaku ordered in a deep voice. "Yes." Uchiha Yaoin didn't say any nonsense. After receiving the order, he used the teleportation technique and disappeared. "This clan leader, do you really want to believe what your Master Sasuke says?" An Uchiha asked hesitantly. "I can make my own judgment whether I believe it or not. Regardless of whether the third generation comes tonight or not, it is better for us to be prepared than not," Fugaku said in a deep voice. Although he did not plan to organize the clan members to take refuge, he was planning to send the family members to all the ninjas inside were gathered together. If something happens, the ninja can also arrange for the civilians in the clan to evacuate. Alas! Let's hope something like that doesn't happen. Fugaku looked up at the gradually darkening sky and murmured. A dark room somewhere. A low table was placed in the center of the room, and a burning candle stood in the center of the low table. The whole room was only illuminated by weak candle light. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata were sitting across from each other across the low table. "Heinazu, you have something important to discuss with me." The deep and hoarse voice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly sounded. "It's absolutely safe here. No third party will know about our conversation. You can speak freely." Hinata took a deep breath and said seriously. "I agreed to the thing you mentioned to me last time." At this moment, his eyes were full of intense hatred. "We, the Hyuga clan, will officially join the Uchiha genocide plan from now on." Hearing this, Sandai once again smiled like an old chrysanthemum. Although his Hokage's majesty was severely challenged today, he received a powerful boost. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As early as more than a month ago, he personally visited the Hyuga clan and vaguely mentioned the Uchiha genocide plan. However, the attitude of Hinata at that time was very clear, that is, to remain neutral and not to help each other. But at this time, Hinata and Hizu chose to deal with the Uchiha clan. Such a result was not caused by Uchiha. Speaking of which, I have to thank that rampant Uchiha brat Sarutobi Hiruzen thought happily. Hizu, I very much welcome the Hyuga clan to join, but for such a big matter, don't you need to go back and discuss it with the elders of your clan before making a decision? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously. Regarding the serious matter of genocide, everyone on our side must have the same attitude. Don't start executing the plan then. If there is sudden opposition from your own camp, it will be difficult to handle. Therefore, he must confirm the attitude of other leaders of the Hyuga clan. Third generation sir, you can rest assured of this. The family has suffered such a great humiliation, I don't believe anyone in the family will raise objections. If there was, I would have killed him on the spot. Rizu added in his mind. Well. Seeing Hinata and Hizu's resolute attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The right decision. It seems that you, Hizu, have finally realized the evil of Uchiha. That's right. The Uchiha clan is a thoroughly evil clan. This evil clan should be eliminated in order to return Konoha to a peaceful world. Hinata and Hinata had a look of righteousness on their faces. If that's the case, why didn't I accept the invitation before? It's not just because of family interests that I chose to take revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in his heart. As a senior politician, he could see through the essence of the matter at a glance. Of course, he will never say what he wants to say, but he cannot push away the allies who finally joined. Then I would like to ask, Lord Third, when exactly will we take action against Uchiha? I hope to take action as soon as possible. Rizu's eyes shone with anticipation, looking impatient. He. According to the original plan, I planned to take action 5 days later. But now the situation has changed. For some reason, a freak suddenly appeared in Uchiha. So. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious and said word by word. Let's do it tonight. Chapter 29 Danzo Shimura. What? Do it tonight? Hinata and Hinata were shocked. Although I hope to do it as soon as possible, but if we do it tonight, the time will be too urgent. We, the Hyuga clan, are not prepared for anything. There is no other way. I also want to postpone it for a while. But it's too late. If it passes tonight, I'm afraid there will be bigger changes. So we must take action tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Variables? Apart from that Uchiha Sasuke, are there other variables? Hinata and Hinata couldn't help but frown and asked after hearing this. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spit out a name. Yet. Uchiha Itachi, I hear this name mentioned from time to time. A genius ninja who was promoted to Chunin at the age of 10. Compared with ordinary ninjas, he is indeed a monster. But compared with his monster-like brother, he is not a variable. Hinata had doubts and confusion on her face. After seeing how outrageous Uchiha Sasuke was, he instantly felt that Uchiha Itachi had become very ordinary. No. Your understanding of Itachi is still too one-sided, Hisashi. This child Itachi is only 13 years old now, but he has opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha is indeed the cradle of genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed sincerely. But Rizu was taken aback and said in shock. What? Mangekyo Sharingan? It is said that only Madara Uchiha can open the eye. This is troublesome. It's very difficult to destroy the Uchiha. I'm afraid we will also suffer heavy losses. Hinata looked worried, and then suggested. It's better Tsunade and Jiraiya should retrieve it before taking action, so as to ensure nothing goes wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and chuckled. Don't be too nervous, Hisashi. Although Itachi is from the Uchiha clan, he is an excellent successor to the Will of Fire, so he is still on our side for the time being. He will help us deal with the Uchiha. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but the eyes they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen were full of fear. This brainwashing skill is really terrifying. It can actually make Uchiha, and the son of the clan leader, betray his family. From now on, the younger members of the family must stay away from the old fox. Sandaime-sama is really awesome. Rizu opened his mouth to praise. But Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Despite this, there is still an uncertain factor here for Itaki. Because Itaki still doesn't know that his brother's strength suddenly increased. I'm not sure if his belief in the will of fire will be shaken when he learns of this. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. So, we must take action against Uchiha immediately before Itaki gets the news. Otherwise, if we delay for a long time, we may lose this high-level combat power. Hinata nodded in understanding why the third generation was so anxious to take action. But he was still a little worried and said, I can understand your worries, Third Day-sama, but I'm still worried about my side. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't worry, your Hyuga clan only needs to provide combat help. Danzo and his roots will naturally take care of other aspects. At that time, the root will be responsible for the frontal attack. We only need to hold down the formation on the outside and don't let any Uchiha tribesmen escape in the chaos. Rizu's eyes lit up. Okay, then there will be no problem on my side. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Next, let me tell you about the combat deployment in detail. Half an hour later, Hinata Hizu walked out of a very inconspicuous wooden house. The smile on his lips at this moment showed that he was in a very good mood. When he looked in a certain direction, the smile on his lips disappeared, and his eyes turned to reveal strong hatred. The direction he was looking was exactly the direction of the Uchiha clan. Hey, hey! Uchiha, your end is coming soon. I hope to see you showing regret. Uchiha Sasuke. Rude. It's really strange, Hiruzen. You're staying at the Hokage Tower when you're not here. What are you doing here at my base? Shimura Danzo, who had a white bandage on his right eye and an X-shaped scar on his chin, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who suddenly appeared at the root base, and said sadly, I am Hokage, and there is no place in Konoha that I cannot come to. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his longtime friend expressionlessly. Shimura Danzo has always coveted the position of Hokage, and Sarutobi knew this well. Therefore, every time the two get along, the atmosphere is not very friendly. Haha! How majestic, Hiruzen, you came to my base just to emphasize your identity as Hokage to me. Or is it because you were humiliated by an Uchiha brat today that you came here to vent to me? Shimura Danzo continues to be weird. What happened at the entrance of the village before, with the root ninja's ability to collect intelligence, he naturally knew the situation immediately. To be honest, Danzo felt particularly happy when he heard that Hiruzen was mocked like this by a kid. It was a pity that he was not there at the time and could not witness Hiruzen's furious face. At the same time, he was also interested in the kid named Uchiha Sasuke. He had such strength at a young age. It was unreasonable to think about it, so there must be a secret in him. There was a greedy look in Danzo's eyes. He had to find an opportunity to catch this brat down to his roots and study it carefully. That's enough, Danzo, I'm not just talking to you about these things, I have business with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. Is it about Uchiha? Haha. After all, you made a big fool of yourself before, and I can understand if you become angry. Danzo Shimura's one eye shined with the light of wisdom. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, ignored the other party's words that hurt him, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Tonight, Uchiha will completely disappear from the ninja world. Tisk. Do it tonight. Danzo Shimura glanced at the third generation in surprise. When did you become so courageous, Hiruzen? I almost think you are a fake. Don't talk nonsense to me. Danzo, I'm just asking you if you can move tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, a little dissatisfied that this guy Danzo kept hurting him. Humph. I have already prepared everything here. If you hadn't been dilly-dallying, I would have captured the Uchiha clan long ago. How could it be delayed until now? Danzo picked up the crutch in his hand and snorted disdainfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the other party's complaints and just said calmly. Although the time for the implementation of the plan has changed, our action plan has not changed. Go. Danzo, ask your people to go to the ANBU to call Itaki over and let him be the vanguard. Humph. Seeing that you are rarely so courageous, I won't care about your order this time. Danzo was dissatisfied, but he still ordered toward the darkness. A. Go to the ANBU and call Uchiha Itaki. Yes. A voice from the dark responded. Chapter 30 Deterrence. Anbu. Itaki, who was feeling complicated about the imminent annihilation of the Uchiha clan, suddenly received news that Konoha's top brass summoned him. Hey? The third Sama and Danzo Sama came to find me together, and the place of summoning was not ANBU, but the route. Is there something you want to report? Itaki asked the armor beside him. For some reason, he had a vague premonition. Have no idea. A's answer was concise and to the point. Did anything unusual happen in the village today? Ever since Itaki was told that he would carry out the Uchiha genocide plan in a few days, he had been shutting himself in a small room in the ANBU thinking about whether he should perform a righteous act of annihilating relatives for the sake of the village. His news has been closed these days. Coming out at this moment, he also wanted to know if anything big happened in the village these days. Have no idea. Unfortunately, A's answer was the same as before, and he couldn't get any news at all. We can only take one step at a time. The helpless Itaki followed A and quickly rushed to the route base. Sandaime-sama, Danzo-sama, I wonder why you two asked me to come here. Itaki asked respectfully after saluting the third generation and Danzo. Snort. Danzo turned his gaze to one side and did not look directly at Itaki. He was a little unhappy that his name was listed behind the third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kind smile and said gently. Itaki. You're here. I called you here this time to tell you about Uchiha. I have received information from a spy. Uchiha will stage a coup tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was solemn and a little helpless. So, in order to prevent Uchiha from being blamed for betraying the village, and for the sake of the peace and stability of the village, I decided after discussing with Elder Danzo to attack Uchiha tonight. After hearing this, Uchiha Itaki said in astonishment. Sandaime-sama, didn't you say that you won't decide to take action until 5 days later? Alas! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, with a heartbroken look on his face. Your tribe is close to crazy. I don't want things to turn out like this, but alas! There is really no way. We must take action tonight, otherwise tomorrow, the Uchiha coup will occur, and the entire Konoha will be transformed into a battlefield, and all life will be reduced to ashes. By then, countless innocent people will die because of Uchiha's mistakes. Not only that, other ninja villages will also take advantage of the situation. If Konoha is destroyed, Uchiha will be a sinner for the ages. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, showing his true feelings, and there was a faint luster in his eyes, as if he really saw Konoha turned into ruins. When Danzo next to him saw this, he felt contempt in his heart. This guy Hiruzen is really hypocritical. Unlike him, he only cares about Konoha. The third generation didn't care what Danzo thought and continued his performance. He said sadly. Itaki. As the heir to the will of fire, you definitely don't want that to happen, right? Itaki lowered his head, making it difficult for people to see his expression at the moment. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice. I understand. Third generation Sama. But you agreed to my request before. Rest assured. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He said with sincerity. After completing this mission, you will be the hero of Konoha. I guarantee that your brother Uchiha Sasuke will be absolutely safe if he stays in Konoha. Not only that, if he is talented enough, I will accept him as a disciple, personally teach him ninjutsu, and devote all my efforts to training him into an excellent Konoha ninja. In the future, if Sasuke's ability is strong enough, it is not impossible to become the Hokage of Konoha. In order to get Uchiha Itachi to take action tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen frantically painted a pie. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, your sincerity must be shown, so that your subordinates will be willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Unlike Danzo, he can't draw a pie, and he can't influence his subordinates with his heart. In the end, he can only use the tongue bane technique to forcibly control his subordinates. Uchiha Itachi was silent again for a long time, and then said, I hope the third generation will not break his promise. The next moment. Open! Itachi suddenly raised his head, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan. The third generation launched the Uchiha genocide plan in advance, interrupting his backup preparations. When he first received the Uchiha genocide mission, a mysterious man who called himself Uchiha Madara came to him. Itachi made a deal with him. The content of the deal is that after he slaughters Uchiha, he will join an organization called Akatsuki and serve for this organization. Similarly, in exchange, the mysterious man will help him protect Sasuke secretly, in case the third generation or Danzo secretly kills Sasuke. But now, the third generation suddenly announced that the plan was to be launched in advance, which made his prepared backup plan useless. Because he and the mysterious person have a single line of contact, the mysterious person can only contact him, but he cannot contact the mysterious person. Therefore, in order to make up for his lack of backup, Itachi could only show his Manjiki Sharingan as a deterrent. As if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't seen the kaleidoscope in Itachi's eyes, he had a face full of vows, waving his chest and promising. I guarantee on the honor of the Sarutobi clan that I will absolutely protect the life and safety of Sasuke Uchiha. And you, I hope Danzo-sama can also give me a guarantee. Itachi looked at Danzo on the other side. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Danzo stared closely into Itachi's eyes, and the greedy look in his one eye almost turned into reality. Another pair of kaleidoscopes. Another pair of kaleidoscopes. I will definitely get it. Danzo roared in his heart. At this moment, he has transplanted Shisui's Manjiki, so he is very aware of the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui's kaleidoscope is the most powerful genjutsu among other gods. I wonder, Uchiha Itachi, what is your kaleidoscope? At this moment, Danzo still had a vague expectation in his heart. Cough. The third generation coughed lightly, and Danzo came back to his senses. Snort. He snorted coldly at first, and then said disdainfully, he's just a brat who didn't even graduate from ninja school. I have no interest in this kind of brat. Okay. I believe you two adults can keep your promise. After receiving the assurances from the two of them, Itachi also closed his Manjiki Sharingan. Without further delay, Itachi, when you are ready, hurry up and go on the mission. All for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. Yet. Everything is for Konoha. Itachi looked serious and strengthened his belief. How hypocritical. Danzo cursed secretly, but seeing both of them looking at him at the moment, he casually said, everything is for Konoha. After Itachi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately turned cold and he said in a low voice. Danzo, find a suitable time to kill Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. The evil bloodline of Uchiha should completely disappear from the ninja world. Ha! Hiruzen, you are still as hypocritical as ever. But even if you don't say anything, I will find an opportunity to take action. For the sake of Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope and the secrets of Uchiha Sasuke, these two people must be caught, no matter life or death. Danzo added in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't be more familiar with his old friend. When he sticks his butt out, he is about to poop. At this moment, Sandai knew what Danzo was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Give the opponent some motivation to make a good effort in this operation, and then seize the fruits of victory after the war. After all, he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is the Hokage. Chapter 31 Helper. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen, I know you too well. I know exactly what you are thinking. If you want to take away my victory, there is no way. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating back, Danzo sneered in his heart. Then, he came to a dark wall and pressed a certain place with his fingers. The wall suddenly opened to both sides, revealing a dark passage. Danzo didn't light a lantern, so he just moved forward based on his feeling. Soon, he reached the end of the passage and stretched out his hand to push. Squeak! The sound of the wooden door being opened. This is a hidden room, with dim lights providing a light source, illuminating various experimental instruments in the room. At this moment, there was a figure sitting on a high quilt chair, studying the instruments on the operating table. Noticing that the door was opened, the figure stood up. Danzo, I told you, if it's not time for the Uchiha to exterminate the clan, don't bother me. A magnetic and hoarse voice sounded, coming from the figure's mouth. Danzo ignored it and strode in. At this time, the figure also took 2 steps forward, and under the light, its appearance was finally revealed. This person has long black smooth hair, purple eyeshadow on both sides of the bridge of his nose, golden snake-shaped earrings hanging from his earlobes, and a thick hemp rope tied in the shape of a bow around his waist. Orochimaru, it will be time for the Uchiha to be exterminated. Danzo paused the crutch in his hand and said in a deep voice. Oh! Orochimaru looked at the other party in surprise, his vertical pupils seeming to sparkle. The time has been advanced. Interesting, when did Sarutobi-sensei become so courageous? This is not like his style. Because there is a change in Uchiha Sasuke. This brat. Danzo told Orochimaru what Sasuke did today in detail. After Orochimaru heard this, he let out a Hilyu sound, and was so excited that he washed his face with his tongue, and his eyes revealed a gleam of interest. Interesting, really interesting. At the age of 7, you can easily kill a Jonin in an instant, and you don't even take the Hokage seriously. Haha. Orochimaru, in addition to informing you when I come this time, I also want to discuss with you the issue of Itaki and Sasuke. Danzo looked at Orochimaru and said calmly. Oh. Danzo, are you also interested in those 2 brats? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at Danzo. Humph. Nonsense, the kaleidoscope and the secret of sudden increase in strength are not only interesting to me, but that guy Hiruzen is also very interested. Danzo snorted coldly. I understand, you are afraid that Sarutobi-sensei will take those 2 brats away from you, so you want me to take those 2 brats away secretly, right? Orochimaru was very smart and guessed Danzo's thoughts at once. Yes, I came to you to deepen our cooperation. I am responsible for subduing those 2 brats, and you are responsible for taking them away secretly. You must not take advantage of Hiruzen. No problem, I agree. We will share the research results when the time comes. Orochimaru readily agreed, fearing that Danzo would have concerns, so he added. Danzo, you don't have to worry about me running away with the 2 brats. There will be many opportunities for you and me to cooperate in the future, but we can't terminate our cooperation just because of this immediate benefit. Well, Orochimaru, you are a smart man, and destroying our cooperation will not be beneficial to both parties. Danzo nodded noncommittally. Haha, that's true, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Orochimaru smiled and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Danzo also stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party, with a charming smile on his face. Hiruzen, Hiruzen. You think I am on the first floor, but actually I am on the third floor. You never thought I had a helper secretly. Danzo felt very proud. After achieving his goal, Danzo immediately turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly, he remembered something, turned to Orochimaru and asked. By the way, Orochimaru, how are you preparing the arm I asked you to prepare for me? There is progress, don't worry. 2 days ago, my men discovered a guy with a very special body. His body has no rejection reaction to any cells. When Danzo heard this, his one eye suddenly lit up. Well, if that's the case, I'll replace my right arm with that guy's arm. Danzo touched his right arm and said excitedly. His right arm had a hidden injury a long time ago, making it very inconvenient to use. So he had thought about replacing his arm a long time ago, but he had not found a suitable one, so he had put it off until now. But today, a suitable arm appeared. And it's a perfect arm that won't cause rejection. In addition, tonight happened to be the night of Uchiha's genocide, and at this moment, a brilliant idea suddenly appeared in Danzo's mind. Since there is no rejection reaction, maybe multiple Sharingan can be transplanted on the arm. As soon as this thought came out, it was out of control. Then I will make arrangements first. After saying these words, Danzo hurriedly left the secret room. He had to go back and instruct his men to do their best to collect the Sharingan. You can get whatever you want, today is really his lucky day, Danzo thought in his heart. Humph! That guy Fugaku didn't believe my inference. He didn't arrange for ordinary people in the clan to evacuate. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sasuke stood on the roof, looking at the Uchiha clan where every house still had lights on, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Anyway, he reminded what he should have reminded. When a battle does break out, ordinary people in the clan will suffer heavy casualties. You can't blame him. Then, Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore and decided to use the 2 lottery tasks obtained by Chi-Sande. I originally wanted to save up the opportunity to 10 times and then do a 10 draw in a row, but I couldn't resist my spirit of drawing. The system, lottery, and 2 chances are used together. Ding! The lucky draw was successful and you got 1 pair of Supreme sunglasses. Ding! The lucky draw was successful and you got a 4K gold chain. Sunglasses and a gold chain. System, do you want me to be the gang boss? Sasuke complained in his heart and asked the system. System, are these just ordinary sunglasses? Can you give me an explanation? Supreme sunglasses, isolate all insights. After wearing it, not even the white eyes can see your eyes clearly. The system gave an explanation. Sasuke raised his eyebrows after looking at it. These sunglasses seem to be of some use. You can just use it to hide your 6 Megatama Samsara eye. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the reincarnation eye is exposed, but since you have the conditions to hide it, you might as well hide it, it can also reduce some trouble. Of course, the main reason is that wearing sunglasses makes you look more stylish. Then Sasuke asked the system about the function of the big gold chain. 4K pure gold chain, a must-have accessory for Big Brother. Wearing it will make you more domineering. In short, you will be handsome. Okay, this is a waste. Sasuke came to a conclusion in his mind. After 2 draws, the sunglasses are still useful, so I'm pretty lucky. Chapter 32 The Night of Genocide begins. After drawing the prize, he had nothing to do for the time being. Sasuke simply lay down on the roof and stared at the rising full moon in a daze. With a thought, Sasuke added a pair of sunglasses to his face. There is no change in vision, it is very clear, just like when not wearing it. Good review. Well, this moon is so white, so big, and so round, and the silly white and sweet Otsutsuki Kagaya is sealed inside, like a group of guys from the Hyuga clan. Can you go up and get the giant reincarnation eye? If I blow up this moon, can I unblock Kaguya? I wonder if it is possible to use physical methods to break the seal? I wonder if the truth that great strength can produce miracles is applicable in this world? Sasuke looked at the moon, let go of his mind, and began to think wildly. Looking at it, he was a little hungry. At this time, he looked at the round moon and felt like a soft and delicious meatball. Meatballs? Wait a minute, Wanzi? Sasuke sat up suddenly. When he thought of meatballs, he thought of Uchiha Izumi asking him to eat meatballs. Then he remembered the memory of his previous life, as if there was a scene of Uki Obito killing Izumi on the night of the genocide. Although due to him, the plot of the original work has long been distorted. And I don't know if tonight is the night of genocide? Will Uchiha Obito show up? But just in case, it's better to take over the spring. Don't let this nice little girl get hurt again because of your carelessness. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure disappeared on the roof. According to the memory in the original owner's mind, he quickly rushed towards the Uchiha Izumi family. The land of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha Izumi family. Mom, I'm going out for a while. At the entrance, Izumi Uchiha, who had changed his shoes, shouted into the room. Where are you going so late? A middle-aged woman came out, looked at her daughter and asked doubtfully. I made a lot of meatballs, and I'm going to thank Sasuke-chan. He helped me a lot today. Uchiha Izumi lifted the snack box and said with a smile. Hey! Okay, go and come back quickly. The atmosphere within the clan and the village has become increasingly tense recently, so be careful. Kwan's mother warned, but did not stop her. It's okay, Mom. This is within the clan, and it's not far from Sasuke's house. Besides, I'm also a ninja, so there won't be any danger. After saying that, Izumi Uchiha slipped out the door with the snack box in hand. Oh, it's so big and it doesn't make people worry. Kwan's mother could only shake her head helplessly. It's been a long time since I last saw Itachi-kun. I don't know what mission he went on to perform. Haven't come back for so long. I really hope I can see Itachi-kun when I get to Sasuke's house later. On the way, the girl in Huai-chun was filled with expectations. Turning a corner, she suddenly saw a familiar figure standing under a streetlight not far away. That is? The speed of her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and the pace of her feet became faster and faster. As she got closer, she saw clearly, wasn't this the person she longed for? Itachi-kun, it's you, you've finally returned from your mission. Uchiha Izumi greeted Itachi in surprise, and the happiness on his face could not be hidden. Itachi-kun, you must have been working hard for such a long time. Come on. I just made your favorite 3-color meatballs, please try it. Chuan handed the snack box in his hand to Itachi. As for the original saying that these meatballs were for Sasuke, I'm sorry, she has forgotten it at the moment. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Itachi felt pain spreading in his heart. Because the girl in front of him was about to die, killed by him himself. But for the sake of peace in Konoha, he must endure this pain. Itachi forced his heart to become cold and numb. His face always remained expressionless. Hey! What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You seem a little strange today. Are you working too hard on the mission? Chuan noticed something was wrong at this moment, and couldn't help showing worry on his face. Her eyes widened, and she moved closer, observing Itachi's face carefully. Then, with the help of the light of the street lamp, she noticed the look of pain inadvertently showing in the corners of Itachi's eyebrows. Itachi-kun. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? The worry on her face became even stronger, and she stretched out her slender little hand, wanting to touch Itachi's face and give him some comfort. But before her hand touched Itachi's face, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in her field of vision, and then her consciousness completely fell into darkness. Sorry, Izumi. Uchiha Itachi held the small hand that was suspended in midair and hugged the unconscious Izumi, with a look on his face full of bitterness. He didn't want to kill her, but for the sake of the peace of the village, he had no choice. He planned to use illusion to create a happy dream for Chuan. Let her leave quietly in this way, this is the only thing he can do. Just as he was about to operate, a sighing voice suddenly sounded behind him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How heartless. You should be able to feel it, how much this girl likes you, and you can actually be so cruel as to kill her. Who? It appeared behind me silently, and I didn't notice it at all. Itachi was shocked, and his body's conditioned reflex caused him to instantly use the teleportation technique to leave the place. Whoosh! Itachi held the unconscious Chuan and appeared 10 meters away. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. After ensuring that the distance was safe, he turned to look at the person who just spoke. Hey? You are Suzuki, why are you here? Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Itachi felt surprised. Oh! You recognized me so easily. It seems that these sunglasses have no camouflage effect at all. Suzuki adjusted his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, feeling a little disappointed. He also thought that wearing sunglasses could hide his identity a little, but it seems that this is not possible. But since Itachi appears in the clan area, it means that my guess is correct. The old guy from the third generation was really angry and came to attack Uchiha tonight. Suzuki squinted at Uchiha Itachi not far away, thinking to himself, and at the same time he praised himself for his ability to predict things. And at this moment, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The Night of Genocide event has started and the task list is being generated. Ding! Task 1, give Uchiha Itachi a big-eared melon seed, and the chance of drawing a lottery +2. Ding! Task 2, hidden a big-eared melon seed by the group in Appreciation Village, lucky draw chance +3. Ding! Task 3, give Hiruzen Sarutobi a big-eared melon seed, and the chance of lucky draw will be +4. Looking at the 3 missions that suddenly popped up in the system, Suzuki complained crazily in his heart. What do you call the strongest system in all worlds? Just change it to a big-eared melon subsystem. All the tasks issued are to slap others' ears. The same thing happened to Hinata and Hizu before, and they also issued the task of smoking big-eared melon seeds. And can't you add one more opportunity to the reward lottery after completing the mission this time? This is killing obsessive-compulsive disorder. Suzuki counted. If this mission is completed, there will be a total of 9 lucky draw opportunities for the reward. Can't you do it one more time to make up for 10 draws in a row? He suspected that the system was deliberately messing with him, but there was no evidence. Chapter 33 Tsukuyomi. Itachi. What are you thinking in your head? Are you willing to become the killing tool of that old dog on the third generation and attack your own family? Suzuki crossed his arms and asked curiously. Itachi frowned and looked at Suzuki with sunglasses on his face. He felt that his brother at this moment was completely different from usual. I don't know where you got the information from. But for the peace of the village, I have to do it. The next moment, the 3 Megatama in Itachi's eyes rotated rapidly and turned into a triangle dart pattern. The Manjiki Sharingan is activated. He didn't plan to waste time arguing with his brother here. He would directly use the kaleidoscope eye technique to stun him, and then carry out the mission to kill all the clan members. Forgive me, Suzuki. This is really the last time. After saying this in his heart, the Manjiki Sharingan eye technique suddenly activated. Tongshu Tsukuyomi. A powerful spiritual energy descended on Suzuki in an instant. Was there any mistake? Come up and turn it up. Seeing Itachi directly turning on the kaleidoscope, Suzuki couldn't help but be stunned. He also wanted to have a chat with Itachi to see if he could convince him. I didn't expect Itaki, a guy with no martial ethics at all, to use the kaleidoscope eye technique to sneak attack. It seems that the best way to convince the other party is to beat them up and use this most primitive method. So, Sasuke let go of the mental defense in his mind and allowed Itachi's Tsukuyomi to hit him. He wanted to see what the dutiful son Itachi wanted to show him. The next moment, the scene in front of Sasuke's eyes faded. The scene on the Uchiha street disappeared, and the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose disappeared. After a brief trance, he found himself standing at the door of his home. Looking around the surrounding environment, I found that the sun was shining brightly at this time, white clouds drifted across the sky from time to time, butterflies were flying among the flowers in the yard, and cheerful birds were combing their feathers on the branches. What a beautiful picture! Squeak! The door was opened, and Uchiha Mikoto came out wearing an apron. Little Sasuke, welcome back. Come in quickly, don't stand outside, Mom has prepared your favorite wooden fish rice balls for you. Mikoto looked at Sasuke with a gentle face. Sasuke walked into the house as instructed and took a look at the environment at home. It's very realistic. Every detail is restored very well. I heard that you got the first place in this exam again. Very good, just like your brother. You are indeed my son. Fugaku, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw Sasuke come in. His eyes were full of pride. He was satisfied with Sasuke's performance in the ninja school. Come on, Sasuke, you can come over and eat. Remember to wash your hands before eating. After Mikoto arranged the dishes on the table carefully, she said gently to Sasuke. Sasuke turned his attention to the dining table and saw a table full of sumptuous food. Come on, Sasuke, sit here. Mikoto gently pulled out a chair and motioned for Sasuke to sit on it. Then, very suddenly, a bright sword flashed by. Phew! Mikoto's chest was penetrated by a sharp blade, and the tenderness on her face disappeared, replaced by a look of pain. Why do you do this? Mikoto looked at the big boy behind her and asked in confusion. Itachi didn't answer. He turned the short knife in his hand and drew it towards the heart. Poof! The blood was flowing out, and the bright red blood dyed all the delicious dishes on the table red. Sasuke couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he saw a large table of food being ruined. What a waste! Although it's fake, it still feels like a waste. A simple thought from a foodie. Itachi pulled out the dagger from Mikoto's back with an expressionless face, and half of his face was stained red by the splattered blood. At this moment, he looked very cold and ruthless, without the gentleness of the past at all, as if he was a completely different person. The strong smell of blood filled the room. Itachi! What are you doing? Are you crazy? Fugaku roared, stood up from the sofa suddenly, tore the newspaper in his hand into pieces. His whole face was extremely distorted. Itachi glanced at Sasuke indifferently, disappeared, and appeared behind Fugaku in an instant, with the short sword in his hand drawing an arc. A big head was thrown high, and blood spurted out. Bang! The headless corpse fell straight to the ground with a muffled sound. Throughout the whole process, Sasuke crossed his arms and watched with interest, as if he was watching a VR movie. The next moment, the world in my eyes changed. Still the same routine as before, first showing a beautiful and warm picture, and then Itachi appeared and destroyed all the beauty one by one. The whole world began to turn scarlet and dim. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Itachi staged the scene of killing his parents in front of Sasuke over and over again. At the same time, the frightened and desperate screams of the tribesmen came from all around. My stupid brother! If you want to kill me, just hate me. Curse me. Then just live on as an ugly person. Keep escaping just to live. Then one day, when you have eyes like mine, come to me. In this way, you can become a qualified container, and then... Speaking of this, Itaka suddenly stopped talking when he looked at Suzuki, who was sitting on the recliner opposite him and eating melon seeds leisurely. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Hey? Then what? Then what? Keep going, why did you stop? Is it stuck? Suzuki spat out the melon seed rinds in his mouth and watched the movie in front of him suddenly stop. He couldn't help but remind him. You are not Suzuki. Who are you and why are you pretending to be my brother? Itaka's face was terrifyingly gloomy. With the simplicity of his younger brother Suzuki, it was impossible for him to eat melon seeds and watch a show so calmly after witnessing his parents being killed. Therefore, the guy in front of you must be a fake. When he saw Suzuki wearing sunglasses earlier, he felt something was wrong. After testing it with Tsukuyomi, it turned out to be a fake. I am your ancestor. Suzuki sat up straight, leaned forward, and said with a serious face. Unworthy descendant. Why don't you come and pay homage to me, your ancestor? Itaka's face was gloomy. His younger brother Suzuki was his opposite. But now, someone dared to pretend to be his younger brother to tease him. It's simply unforgivable. Humph. Don't tell me. It doesn't matter. This is the Tsukuyomi world I created. Here, I am the master of this world. Everything here is under my control. I will let you taste countless different kinds of pain until you tell the truth. There was a cold light in Itaka's eyes, and his voice was bone-chilling. And as his voice fell, the whole world began to change. The original scene of the massacre of his parents disappeared, the surrounding buildings all turned into nothingness, and countless crosses suddenly appeared on the ground. The sky was scarlet to be precise, the whole world turned scarlet, and it was absolutely depressing just by looking at it. Here, whether it is time or space, everything is under my control. In the next 72 hours, I will let you. As he spoke, Itaka's words suddenly paused, as if something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from saying the next pretentious words. Then, his eyes widened suddenly, with a look of disbelief on his face. Exclaimed. How is it possible? I have changed the world. But why are the chairs under you and the melon seeds in your hands still there? Itaka was shocked. He discovered that in his Tsukuyomi world, he could not control the fake Suzuki in front of him. Oh! When did you realize that I fell into your Tsukuyomi's illusion? Suzuki threw a melon seed into his mouth, looked up at Itaka, and showed a faint smile. What? Itaka was shocked when he heard this, and then he saw a sudden change in Sasuke's right eye. The originally black pupils turned scarlet at this moment, with a complex six-pointed star pattern in them. This is a kaleidoscope. Itaka's pupils shrank, the other party actually had a kaleidoscope. And he could clearly feel that its pupil power was even stronger than his own kaleidoscope. He felt tremendous pressure. Could this be the legendary Eternal Kaleidoscope? Itaka's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and he was startled by his own guess. Then, alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. No. You can't look into his eyes. He just turned his head and looked away to avoid the opponent's pupil attack, but it was already too late. The next moment, the world in his eyes suddenly changed. The original Scarlet World disappeared and was replaced by a new world with clear skies and full of vitality. At this moment, he was standing in front of a house that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Itaka. Why does this plot feel a bit familiar? Could it be Chapter 34 real? Squeak. The door was opened, and along with it, a very gentle voice came out. Husband, welcome home, thank you for your hard work. A beautiful woman with waist-length hair came out. After seeing the appearance of the person in front of him clearly, Itaka couldn't help but be stunned. Izumi. He spoke with some uncertainty. The person in front of me looks so much like Xuan, he is almost like Xuan when he grows up. Hey! It's me, Izumi, your wife. What's wrong, Itaki? Is the Hokage working too hard recently? Hey? Naruto. Itaki couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then he noticed that his body shape was obviously wrong at the moment. He was obviously much taller than before, and his clothes were also very special. What he was wearing was the Hokage's divine robe. This. He quickly took off his clothes and looked at the back of the clothes, which clearly read the 5th generation Hokage. Itaka looked at these 6 big characters and was in a daze. He became Hokage? Or the 5th generation Hokage? No. Fake. These are all the tricks of that impostor. Itaka shook his head violently, the Manjiki Sharingan opened instantly, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Illusion explanation. Phew. A gust of breeze blew by, fluttering the Hokage's robe hanging on his shoulders. The surrounding environment has not changed at all, the sun is still bright, butterflies are still flying among the flowers, and the orange cat lying on the windowsill yawns lazily. Everything around him seemed to be telling him that this was an extremely real world. It's fake. You can't even try to deceive me. Itaka shook his head crazily, with a ferocious expression on his face, and the power in his eyes continued to release. Having a kaleidoscope, he couldn't believe that he couldn't unravel the opponent's illusion. Husband, what's wrong with you? Chuan held Itaka's palm with both hands and asked worriedly. Feeling the real and incomparable warmth coming from his palm, Itaka was startled and recovered from his madness. Looking at Quan's worried eyes, he murmured. So, is this an illusion? Or is it reality? In the house, Itaka was sitting on the sofa, looking at his wife who was busy Uchiha Izumi. There was confusion in his eyes. Is this true or false? Just then, the door was opened violently. A voice came in. Damn! That guy Boruto is so despicable. He actually attacked me. Next time we compete, I will definitely make that guy look good. Ha! It's not because you are too weak. If you were strong enough, how could you be attacked by a sneak attack? Another voice came. Humph! You are just as annoying as Susana when you speak for outsiders. The previous voice was obviously dissatisfied. TCH. I'm just telling the truth. Itaka stared blankly at the 2 little guys who pushed the door in. At this time, the 2 children also noticed Itaka sitting on the sofa. The 2 immediately stopped bickering, and among them, the boy with short hair immediately ran over excitedly. Dad, you came back so early today. Just in time. Dad, please teach me some powerful ninjutsu. Next time I will beat the shit out of that Boruto guy. The boy took Itaka's hand and started to walk out of the courtyard. The girl also came over, but she was more reserved and nodded slightly towards Itaka. Father, welcome back. Looking at the 2 little guys in front of him, Itaka was a little confused. Taki! Stop pestering your dad. Your dad is very tired today. Let him rest first. Hearing the noise, Chuan came out of the kitchen. Oh! Why is it like this again? It's hard to come back so early. The boy let go of Itaka's hand, a look of disappointment on his face. Father, don't worry about him. Even if you teach Taki ninjutsu, this guy won't be able to practice it well. The girl on the side said lightly. Humph, stop looking down on others, I will definitely practice well. Also, how many times have I told you, don't call me by my name, please call me brother, do you understand? The boy looked unhappy. Childish. A guy who is weaker than me is not worthy of being called brother. Besides, you were only born a second earlier than me, so what qualifications do you have to be my brother? The girl raised her head slightly, her eyes full of disdain. Humph! Even if I am 0.01 seconds ahead of you, I am older than you. I am your brother and you are my sister. The boy retorted loudly. Cut! The girl looked away, not wanting to argue with this guy. Hey, hey! You've been convinced. Remember to call me brother next time. The boy smiled proudly with his hands on his hips. Get out! Don't scream, don't even think about it. No. You have to scream. Looking at the two little guys who were bickering again in front of him, the memory in Itake's mind gradually became clearer. Right. These two little guys are Izumi's children. They are a pair of twins, the boy is named Uchiha Taki and the girl is named Uchiha Yu. At the moment, the two of them are still attending ninja school. As for the two children mentioned before, Boruto and Susana, they are the children of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Naruto and his younger brother Sasuke respectively. The more I think about it, the memories in my mind begin to fit together like pieces of a puzzle, and the memories become more complete and clearer. Remembered. More than 10 years ago, he used the power of his kaleidoscope to successfully resolve the conflict between Uchiha and the village, avoid a war, and became the hero of the village. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Within a few years, Sandai was old, began to feel unable to do things as he wished, and his energy declined, so he resigned from the position of Hokage. When Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, defected and both Tsunade and Jiraiya were unwilling to return to the village to serve as Hokage, Hokage could only be elected from the new generation. Because Itachi resolved the conflict between Uchiha and the village, Konoha became more prosperous. He was the hero of the village, and he was powerful and qualified to hold the position of Hokage. So he was promoted as the 5th generation Hokage by the 3rd generation. At that time, except for Shimura Danzo's objection, the other families in the village supported it, and then he naturally became the 5th generation Hokage. The first thing he did when he became Hokage was to investigate Shimura Danzo and collect the crimes he had committed over the years. If you don't want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. Committed by Danzo Shimura, there are so many crimes committed. As long as you search carefully, you can find a lot of black material. In the end, Shimura Danzo's crimes were made public, and he was sent to hell with the condemnation of all people. At this point, he finally avenged his friend Uchiha Shisui. After that, she married Izumi Uchiha, who had always liked her. A year later, she gave birth to twins, and her life was happy. At the same time, the next generation of the village also grew up. The younger brother Sasuke and the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Naruto have become good friends. The two are powerful and are the strongest ninja among the new generation of the village. Konoha is becoming more and more prosperous. In short, everything is very beautiful. Come on. Husband, please try these 3-color meatballs. My cooking skills have improved again. The taste will definitely be much better than before. On the dining table, Chuan put a meatball into Itake's bowl, with a hint of expectation in his gentle tone. Itachi put the meatball into his mouth and his eyes lit up. Hey? It tastes really good. Chuan smiled happily. Looking at this loving couple, the two little guys opposite looked envious. Haha. I forgot you two were there, sorry. Chuan noticed the gazes of the two children and quickly put a meatball into each of their bowls. Looking at this happy scene, Itachi couldn't help but smile. This is the real world. Chapter 35 Repeated Torture. Unconsciously, 6 years passed quietly. How good! Sitting on the Hokage's office chair, Itachi looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window and sighed sincerely. There was a gentle knock on the door. Itachi quickly sat up straight, took the documents and pen, and looked like he was working seriously. Cough. After coughing slightly, he said in a gentle voice. Please come in. Squeak. A young ninja with pineapple hair opened the door and walked in. What's the matter? Shikamaru. Itachi asked with a smile. Looking at the young man in front of him, he had admiration in his eyes. Nara Shikamaru inherited the excellent genes of his father, Nara Shikaku. He is extremely intelligent and has served as the Hokage's secretary for 6 years. He handles things in an orderly manner and has outstanding abilities. The only drawback is that he is lazy. However, this small shortcoming is not worth mentioning in the face of its excellent capabilities. In short, this is a very good Konoha ninja, and Itaki is very optimistic about him. Hokage-sama, tomorrow is the Chuunin exam. Will the content of this exam be the same as in previous years? Nara Shikamaru looked at Itaki with eyes full of reverence. Oh, time flies so fast, it's another Chuunin exam. Itaki, who was sitting on the Hokage's office chair, raised his head and couldn't help but sigh. The content of the assessment should remain the same as in previous years, there is no need to change anything. By the way, it seems that your boy also participated in this year's Chuunin examination this year, right? Itaka looked at Shikamaru with a smile. Alas, that boy of mine is just like that. He is just making up for the Chuunin exams. I'm afraid it will be difficult to even pass the second round of exams. Nara Shikamaru pinched his eyebrows with a headache, and then looked at Itaki with envy. Hokage-sama, those 2 children in your family are the real genius ninjas. They will definitely shine in this Chuunin exam. You think too highly of them. This time, the 4 major ninja villages, as well as the other small ninja villages, have also sent many talented ninjas to take the exam. I will be very satisfied if Taki and the others can successfully advance. Itaka shook his head modestly. Then, he pushed a large stack of documents in front of Shikamaru. Come on, Shikamaru, help me share the burden. I want to go back early to cheer up the 2 children, please. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Itaka said with a sincere face. Oh, okay. Shikamaru scratched his hair helplessly. In order to allow the 2 children to perform better tomorrow, Itaka made a special trip to the commercial street on his way home and bought a lot of vegetables. He planned to cook himself tonight to make a good meal for the children. At this moment, Itaka was walking down the street carrying large and small bags. The villagers on the road greeted him one after another, and he responded to them all with a smile. Soon, he entered the Uchiha clan and arrived at the door of his house. I'm back. Itaki opened the door, but the room was dark, with no lights on, and empty, without anyone. In the past, every time he came home early, that boy Uchiha Taki would come over excitedly and ask him to teach him ninjutsu, but this scene did not happen today. Chuan, I'm back, are you at home? Itaki entered the living room, turned on the light, and shouted something. The voice echoed in the house, but no one responded. Is anyone there? Taki, are you there? Still no one responded. Itaki's heart sank. It was almost dinner time, and Chuan and the others would never go out. A bad premonition suddenly occurred in his heart. Bang! The door of the master bedroom was opened. This was his and Izumi's room, and it was still empty. Bang! Bang! Taki and Yu's bedroom doors were opened one after another, but no one was there. At this moment, the house has not been opened, only a utility room is left. Itaka came to the utility room, took a deep breath, and opened the wooden door with a bang. Boom! The sky outside the window suddenly darkened, and then a thick lightning flashed into darkness. The darkness tore apart, bringing a moment of light to the world. At the same time, it also reflects the scene in the storage room at this moment. Buzz! The scene in front of him made Itaka's mind go blank for an instant, and his whole body was as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Quan's eyes widened, and his face was full of horror. He was pinned to death on the long table with a long knife, and his blood flowed all over the floor. Uchiha Taki's body was split into 2 halves, lying in a pool of blood with grey eyes. The strong smell of blood spread across the floor. Hey, you're back, Itaki, how are you? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Sasuke was dressed in white and carried a 1-meter-long ninja sword on his shoulder. There was a person strung on the sword, and that was Itachi's daughter Uchiha Yu. Ah! Itachi roared horribly, his face as ferocious as an evil ghost. I kill you! The Mangekyo Sharingan opened instantly, and Itachi was like a crazy beast, rushing towards Sasuke regardless. Behind Sasuke, 5 black rods suddenly flew out. Puff 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 puff. All 5 black rods hit the charging Itachi, piercing its limbs and nailing it to the wall. There was also a black stick inserted into his chest. Itachi struggled wildly and roared again and again, but to no avail. The special energy on the black rod sealed his chakra. Why? Why do you do this, Sasuke? Unable to break free, he could only question Sasuke sternly. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Hey! I'll tell you the answer after I kill this little guy. Snap! Sasuke shook off the girl skewered on the blade. The girl opened her eyes weakly and saw Itachi. Then, with difficulty, she stretched out a small hand stained red with blood towards Itachi. A small face full of pain, a hoarse voice squeezed out of the throat. Dad, save me! Sasuke behind him raised his foot and aimed it at the girl's head. Stop! Stop! Stop it! Seeing this scene, Itachi's eyes were bloodshot, his whole face was twisted, and he roared crazily. Sasuke ignored it, with a look of indifference on his face, and stepped on it. Bang! A big head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the ground. Ah! Kill you! I will definitely kill you! Itachi went completely crazy, twisting his body crazily to let more blood flow out of his wound. However, at this moment, he could no longer feel the physical pain at all, because the pain in his heart was 10,000 times greater than the pain in his body. At this time, Sasuke's eyes began to change, and his pupils turned into a complex 6-pointed star pattern, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked at Itachi and spoke slowly. There was no emotion in his voice, it was all indifference. Stupid brother! If you want to kill me, just hate me and curse me. Then just live on as an ugly person. Continuously escaping, just to live. Then one day, when you have eyes like mine, come to me. Then, you can successfully become a qualified container in my hands. However, Itachi couldn't listen to it at this time. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill his brother Sasuke. Just when his pain reached a limit, the picture in front of him suddenly shattered. Whoosh! Carrying large and small bags, Itachi stood at the door of his house, breathing heavily. What was that just now? An illusion. At this moment, his face was covered with sweat, and he had not yet recovered from the painful scene just now. I hope what just happened was all my imagination. Praying in his heart, Itachi opened the door. Snap! The bag in my hand fell off. In the living room, a bloody scene appeared. The wife and daughter were nailed to the wall, and the blood dyed the original white wall into red. Hey, come back and see the gift I prepared for you. How do you like it? Do you like it? Sasuke, dressed in white, was sitting on the sofa, with his hands crossed and pressed on the handle of the ninja sword. The tip of the sword was lowered to the ground, and his chin was placed on the back of his hands. He stepped on the dying Uchiha Itachi with his left foot and looked at it with a smile. Itachi walked in. Ah! Itachi went crazy in Zaido, just like last time, he rushed forward regardless. Then, the hot rod was nailed to the wall with a black rod. This time, Sasuke killed Itachi's son in front of him, and then came another wave of classic quotes. The pain reaches the extreme, the picture is broken, and a new picture begins, infinite reincarnation. His wife was killed, his son was killed, his daughter was killed. Pictures of various relatives being killed kept circulating in Itachi's mind, and waves of pain stimulated his brain one after another. Ah! Stop! 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 Itaka held his head in his hands and roared in panic. I don't know how many times it went through the cycle, and all kinds of painful pictures were spliced into one picture in his mind. Oh! With the sound of shattering glass, the picture shattered, and Itaka was finally freed from the endless pain. Chapter 36 Susana. Poof! Itaka suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot and began to bleed. Cough cough cough. He was half kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. At this moment, his brain is still a little unclear. After waking up, the huge pain caused by the illusion made him unable to tell whether it was reality or an illusion when he returned to reality, and his spirit was also damaged to a certain extent. Fortunately, Chuan is still alive. But when he saw Chuan lying quietly next to him, he couldn't help but feel lucky. How is it? This is the pain you are going to inflict on Sasuke. Now that you have experienced it yourself, how do you feel? Sasuke's joking voice came. Did Tsukuyomi have a backlash? It was so terrifying, it almost made me think that the illusion was real. Itaka covered his sore eyes with his hands and murmured, then he answered Sasuke's question. Ah! It seems that my previous thoughts were too selfish. This kind of pain should not be borne by Sasuke. Itaka laughed at himself and began to reflect on himself. Now that I think about it, I was so stupid before that I was tricked into becoming an executioner. How can a guy who can't even protect his family talk about protecting the village and Konoha? Then, Itaka looked at Sasuke, with gratitude in his eyes, and said seriously. I don't know why you pretended to be my brother, but thank you anyway. Thank you for helping me wake up. Since he once had beauty, he is not willing to give up this beauty. After experiencing a real illusion, Itaka completely woke up. Previously, he had always put the interests of the village first and the interests of the family second. But at this moment, he fully understood that the so-called interests of the village were nothing but the interests of those at the top of Konoha. He should protect the beauty in his heart by himself. As for the interests of the village, the will of fire and so on? Haha, go to hell. Looking at Itaka's performance in front of him, Sasuke felt a little sick. He didn't expect that he would wake up after being hit by the advanced version of Tsukuyomi. Although it was a good thing that Itaka was completely freed from Sarutobi Hiruzan's brainwashing control, the question was, what about his mission? He was going to slap Itaka. Now that Itaka has abandoned the dark side and turned to the bright side, it would not be justified to slap the other person forcefully. He is a reasonable person. Just as Sasuke was thinking about how to slap Itaka in a reasonable manner, the other party's voice came over. Although you made me wake up, I am very grateful. However, you killed my son and daughter after killing Chuan so many times in the illusion. This is absolutely unforgivable. There was a look of hatred on Itaka's face, the anger in his eyes was burning, and he said sternly. I have to beat you up. It seems that I used too much force. Itaka returned to reality, but the hatred towards him in the illusion still remained. Sasuke was a little speechless in his heart, but just as he wanted, he still had no excuse to mess with Itaka. The other party came to your door on his own initiative, but you can't blame him for being unreasonable. Sasuke suddenly smiled evilly. Hey! Then do you want to experience the feeling in the fantasy in reality? Hey? What do you mean? Itaka frowned. That's it this. As Sasuke's words fell, the unconscious Izumi beside Itaka disappeared without warning. Heavenly hand power. Under his sunglasses, Sasuke opened the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye. The next moment, Izumi appeared at Sasuke's feet, and there was an inconspicuous pebble in the original place. Sasuke raised his foot, pointed at Uchiha Izumi's head, and said in a teasing tone. Hey! You seemed to want to kill her before, right? How about I help you do it now? Buzz. This familiar scene caused Itaka's brain to shut down for a moment, and painful memories flooded into his heart. Asshole! Stop it! Before the words could even be finished, his body soared out like an arrow from a string. This is reality. If people are gone, they are really gone. Moreover, the identity of the other party is mysterious. He dare not bet that the other party is joking, or is he really planning to do this? If the other party's foot really steps down, then... No. He will never allow this to happen in reality. Too slow. Sasuke's face was expressionless. He tilted his head slightly to avoid the oncoming fist, then stretched out his hand to catch the ensuing kick. It's too weak. It seems that the stimulation given to you is not enough. Itake. Boom. Itake was lifted up by Sasuke's calf and smashed away. His body flew upside down and crashed into an abandoned residential building. The already precarious building collapsed suddenly, and a large amount of smoke and dust swept around. Whoosh! Itake quickly jumped out of the smoke. He looked at Sasuke opposite him and the pool of blood next to his feet. An extremely bad thought arose in his heart, and he asked in a trembling voice. Where's Chuan? Where's Chuan? Where did you take her? Here. Isn't that what it is? Sasuke pointed calmly to a pool of blood and a pile of minced meat next to his feet. You know, I'm very good at grinding people into pieces. Did Sasuke really grind Izumi into minced meat? Of course not, he came here to save this little girl, how could he do such a thing? Taking advantage of the time when he smashed Itake away just now, he had already created a shadow clone and took Chuan away from this place. As for the blood on the ground, of course he was the one who drained it himself. He has a strong physique, so there is no harm in draining some blood. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. There is also something that looks like minced meat on the ground, which was the sacrifice of his system backpack. Mannequin doll. In order to anger Itake and force him to use all his strength, he paid so much. As for the purpose of provoking Itake, of course it was to warm up before the battle, and the other was to test whether his current physical body could match Susana's. Boom! There was a roar in Itake's head. Ah! I'll kill you! Bastard! A shrill roar resounded through the night sky, a terrifying aura rose from Itake's body, and the huge chakra seemed to turn into substance. Not as if, but really turned into reality. The red skeleton surrounded Weasel, and then more and more skeletons appeared. These skeletons were spliced together to form a huge red skeleton. Itake's expression was ferocious, and blood was oozing crazily from his eyes, but he didn't care, still frantically squeezing the chakra from his body, hysterically releasing the power in his eyes. Then, the red skeleton began to grow meridians and flesh. In just an instant, the skeleton was wrapped in a red chakra coat. Itake directly activated the third form of Susanu. Go to hell! The red Susan held a chakra giant sword and struck Sasuke with one sword. Hey! Good time! Sasuke looked excited and did not dodge. Tear apart! The clothes ripped and he transformed directly into the form of a muscular man. The muscles full of explosive power punched the Susanoo sword falling from the sky. Boom! Rubbles flew and the ground was shaken. After the smoke and dust dispersed, a ravine more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. Sasuke appeared on the roof of an abandoned building and shook his bleeding arm. A hideous wound penetrated his entire right arm, almost cutting his entire arm in half. If he hadn't realized something was wrong and used his hand power to move himself in time, he might have been a corpse split in half at this moment. Sure enough, people can't be too inflated. Now his physical body can't harden Susan. It will take a few bottles of super soldier serum to realize his wish of hardening Susan. Chapter 37 Crush. Die. Itake found Sasuke's position, controlled Susan, and swept forward with his sword. Then, the red Susana sword was blocked and stopped abruptly in mid-air, unable to move forward even an inch. Itaka looked stunned for a moment, and then he saw rich purple chakra emerging from Sasuke's body. This chakra turned into substance, first the skeleton, and then the torso. Susan, you're not the only one who has one. I have one too, and it's bigger than yours. As he spoke, a tall purple giant quickly took shape. Sasuke also activated Susanoo. He was twice as tall as Itaka Susanoo, and he was also in the third form of Susanoo, and had not activated his full form. This is the power of the eternal Manjiki. It is also the third form, but its size is twice that of an ordinary Susanoo. Damn it! That kaleidoscope of yours is indeed the legendary Eternal Eye. But even so, I won't back down. Go to hell! Itaka gritted his teeth and once again controlled Susanoo's sword to strike at Sasuke. The purple giant stretched out his hand and casually held the red Susana sword. Then he squeezed it, and the red chakra sword suddenly shattered, turning into chakra energy and dissipating around. The purple giant grabbed the red giant's head with one hand and pushed it to the ground. Boom! The earth shook, the surrounding houses collapsed, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The red Susanoo was pinned to the ground. His strength was not as strong as the purple Susanoo, and he couldn't break free at all. So Itaka controlled Susana to condense a big sword again, preparing to stab the purple giant, so as to force the opponent back so that he could get up. However, as soon as the giant red chakra sword was condensed, it was held by a giant purple hand and then crushed. Too weak. You're Susan. You're not even qualified to let me warm up. Looking at the crazily struggling red giant beneath him, Sasuke said lightly. Ah! Damn it! Itaka's face was very ugly. He was crushed by the opponent in Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Susanoo. It was simply crushed in all directions. Who is this guy? The purple giant raised his right arm high, a huge amount of chakra condensed on it, and then, with a fist packed with terrifying power, it suddenly hit the red Susan's head. Boom! Like a tailed beast jade exploding on the spot, a terrifying loud noise resounded, and a circular airwave spread out in all directions. All the surrounding houses and buildings were not spared, and they all collapsed into ruins. Fortunately, when Sasuke used his Tenshou power to transfer himself, he moved to an abandoned area of Uchiha. The buildings here were basically uninhabited. Otherwise, if the two Susanas fought so unscrupulously, the Uchiha civilians would probably suffer countless casualties. Boom! One punch followed by another, and the red Susan's head was smashed on the spot. Poof! Itaka inside Susanoo spit out a large mouthful of blood. Although Susan is an energy body condensed by chakra, if Susan is injured, the caster will not be injured as well. But maintaining Susan requires a huge amount of chakra. Every time Susan's torso is destroyed, a huge amount of chakra is extracted from the caster. Purple Susana raised his fist again, and when he was about to smash red Susana's torso, purple Susana's body ignited with jet black flames. Hey! This is it! Noticing the black flames igniting on Susan's body, Sasuke couldn't help but Yuyi was startled. Amaterasu! Itaka endured the severe pain in his eyes and used another Manjikyu Eye technique on Sasuke's Susan. The so-called Eternal Flame, Amaterasu. There is another name, that is, the Fire of Mercy. That is because it appeared many times in the original work, but it never burned anyone to death, so it was called the Fire of Mercy. While Sasuke was stunned, Itaka seized the opportunity and quickly controlled the red Susana to get out from under the purple Susan. Hey! This kind of thing is of no use to me. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain and activated the Eternal Eye technique in his right eye, directly extinguishing all the black flames on Susanoo's body. Hey! Are you still planning to continue struggling in vain? Watching Itaka condense the red Susan's head, Sasuke said lightly. I won't fall down until I kill you. Itaka's eyes were determined, no matter what, he would avenge Chuan. At this moment, Fugaku came over with a large wave of Uchiha ninjas. What are these two monsters? Why did these two monsters appear in our clan? Were they sent here by that old dog Sarutobi? I've read this in ancient books. It seems to be the most powerful pupil technique that can only be used by the Mangeki Sharingan, Susanu. Those Uchiha ninjas who had never seen the world started shouting. Fugaku looked at the two people in Susana with a solemn expression. He knew Uchiha Itachi, his son. But who is this 2-meter-plus muscular man? He didn't remember that there was such a person in the clan. And he also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Stop! This is the land of the Uchiha clan. Please don't act recklessly here. Fugaku shouted sharply at Sasuke. A son of his own, a stranger he didn't know, of course he wanted to help his son. Go away! What an idiot! That old man Sarutobi has led his men to surround the Uchiha clan, and you are still walking around with those trash fish under your command. Sasuke cursed unceremoniously. If you dare to talk to him in this way, he thinks he should know who the other party is. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This should be the true face of the fake Sasuke. I didn't expect that the other party was actually a muscular man, but he liked to pretend to be his 7-year-old son. He was really pretending. Fugaku cursed in his heart. At this time, Itachi also spoke. Father, what this guy said is right. Danzo and the third generation have already surrounded the Uchiha clan. What? That bastard third generation actually made a move on us Uchiha. Fugaku's expression changed. He didn't care why the two were fighting here. He said hello and led a group of Uchiha to prepare for the battle. That old dog Danzo hasn't invaded yet, so he seems to be planning to reap the benefits. Since he won't come, I'll go find him. Sasuke sneered in his heart, then looked at Itachi in the red Susanai, and said lightly. Okay. The warm-up is over. I won't play with you anymore. It's time for me to go find that old dog Danzo. Play. Itachi looked angry and his face was ferocious. What a joke. I'm going to kill you to avenge Izumi. You actually said you were playing with me. Stop looking down on others. Itachi roared angrily, squeezing the chakra out of his body regardless, and actually condensed 2 more chakra giant swords. He was about to strike at the purple Susan, but the purple Susan in front of him disappeared, making him lose the target of his attack. What do you mean? Do you want to fight me with your body? Then pay the price for your arrogance. Itachi looked at Sasuke who had suddenly lifted Susanoo. He looked puzzled at first, and then felt ecstatic. If you want to fight against his 2 Susanoo swords with your body, aren't you looking for death? Immediately, he controlled Susan to swing down the giant sword in his hand and smash the bastard in front of him into a pulp. However, his eyes suddenly flashed, and Sasuke, who was more than 10 meters away, appeared in front of him in an instant. What? I'm in Susanai, how did he get in? Itachi was shocked that such a strange thing could happen. Could it be that his Susanoo defense was just a display? But he soon realized that it was not Sasuke who had entered his Susanai, but some unknown method that had transferred him out of his Susanai. The next moment, the strong wind roared, and the big palm-like hands came into close contact with his cheek. Snap! The slap was loud and powerful. Itachi flew out in a spin and crashed into a ruin. He tilted his head and fainted. Ding! Once the task is completed, congratulations to the host for getting +2 lottery draws. It has to be said that in the face of space pupil techniques such as Tenshou's power, Susanoo's defense is really useless. Looking at Itachi, who was seriously injured and lying motionless in the rubble, Sasuke felt happy. Beating you so badly is a small punishment for you, a filial son who is planning to kill your parents. Chapter 38 Arrival. The outermost area of the Uchiha clan. A few minutes ago. A large number of ninjas gathered here, and they were moved by the scene of the terrifying battle between the two giants in the distance. Could this be the legendary ultimate pupil technique that only the Mangekyo Sharingan can perform, Susanu? Hinata opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at the battle in the distance. The two Susanas asked the third generation next to them with a shocked look on their faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious and said in a deep voice. That's right. This is the Uchiha's strongest eye technique, Susanu. But this? Why are there two? Isn't Ataki Uchiha the only one who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hinata looked shocked with confusion on their faces. If my guess is correct, that guy Fugaku must have also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he must have summoned the other Susan. Fugaku. A complicated look appeared on Hinata Hinashi's face. He originally thought that he and Fugaku were both the chiefs of the largest clan in Konoha, so they were equals. But now, looking at the two Susanas fighting in the distance, he felt a little sad. The Hyuga clan has no countermeasures against such a terrifying giant. It seems that the so-called Hinata and Uchiha are both the largest clan in Konoha, which is just a joke. Immediately he sneered in his heart again, so what if he had such terrifying power? The entire clan is not going to be massacred tonight. After tonight, they, Hinata, will truly be the largest clan in Konoha. Seeing Hinata and Hinata's expression changing, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he was worried, so he explained. We should feel lucky. If we hadn't taken action earlier tonight, we would have been the ones facing Susanu. Now that Uchiha Ataki is playing forward for us, it just makes them both lose, and we get the advantage of the fishermen. Besides, there is Danzo and his root in front. This old friend of mine is very well prepared for Uchiha. We can trust him. And we just need to sit back and watch the situation change, and prevent any Uchiha from escaping in the chaos. Don't worry too much. The third generation chuckled, with a calm expression on his face. There is a sense of seeing Uchiha being wiped out in ashes while talking and laughing. But to be honest, Sandai is extremely happy at the moment. Unexpectedly, Fugaku, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could hide himself so deeply and secretly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, he instigated Uchiha Ataki and Uchiha Shisui in advance, otherwise when he faced Uchiha with 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes, the 3 Susanas would directly push the Hokage Tower, which makes me shudder just thinking about it. Of course, the reason why he thinks so is because he doesn't know that the prerequisite for Uchiha Ataki to awaken the Mangekyo is Shisui's death. In short, the third generation at this moment feels that his strategy is very superb. He could brag about killing Uchiha, who had 3 cage-level commanders, for the rest of his life. Pushing the perspective distance towards Uchiha, another wave of ninjas gathered here. Each of them wore masks on their faces, and they were clearly the root ninjas led by Danzo. Looking at the 2 demon-like red-purple giants, their terrifying battle scene, the houses and buildings were like tofu, breaking when they touched, and falling when they touched each other. Even from such a distance, you can still feel the air waves caused by the battle. Is this the enemy we have to deal with later? Isn't this something that ordinary ninjutsu can handle? A root ninja swallowed involuntarily, moved back slightly, and said with trembling lips. Oh! Are you feeling scared and want to retreat? Unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Although the voice he spoke just now was very low, he was still heard. The root ninja suddenly stirred up his spirit, turned around quickly, knelt on one knee, and said tremblingly. No, Danzo-sama, I just... Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a cold voice. That's enough. We don't need waste at the roots. In the past, if you behaved like this, I would have killed you on the spot. But today's situation is urgent, and I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Go and lead the battle at the front. If you can survive, I will not hold you accountable for your cowardly behavior just now. There was a cold glint in Danzo's single eye, and he did not consider the feelings of his subordinates at all. In his opinion, the root ninja is just a tool in his hand, and the tool does not require emotions. The root ninja who was kneeling on the ground felt cold. Danzo's intention was to let him be used as cannon fodder and to die. Looking at the terrifying fighting power of the two demon gods in the distance, he didn't think he could survive as a forward. Although there were 10,000 reluctances in my heart, there was nothing I could do. After reluctantly saying yes, I quickly came to the front of the team. Having been branded with the mark of the tongue, his life and death depended on Danzo's thoughts, and he was not even qualified to resist. From the beginning to the end, the surrounding root ninjas were silent, standing in place like a wooden stake, motionless, as if they didn't see it at all. Danzo is very satisfied with this situation. This is how a ninja should be, just being a cold and ruthless tool is enough. However, the cowardly behavior of the root ninja just now still made him feel dissatisfied. It seems that the training method of root ninja needs to be improved and made more cruel, so that these tools can abandon useless emotions. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Danzo secretly planned in his heart, and after planning to massacre Uchiha, he immediately went to work out a more cruel training plan. Then he turned his attention to the two Susanas who were fighting in the distance. Not only were there no fears in his eyes instead of fear, he showed a look of ecstasy. There are two Susanas. What does this mean? This means there are two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. One of them should belong to that brat Uchiha Itachi, and if the predictions are correct, the other one should belong to that treacherous villain Fugaku. Snort. Danzo snorted in his heart. That guy Fugaku seemed honest, but he didn't expect that he actually hid the secret of awakening the kaleidoscope. He was probably already planning a coup. But it's a bargain for me. I can get two pairs of kaleidoscopes right away. It's an unexpected surprise. Danzo licked his lips excitedly, his one eye bursting with greed. At this moment, he was already thinking about how to successfully transplant 4 Manjiki Sharingan into his body. When the time comes, after successfully transplanting 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, he will be able to block gods and kill Buddhas, and the position of Hokage will not be easily obtained. Danzo-sama, the 2 giants have decided the winner. Do we want to attack now? The confident ninja B reminded him loudly, and Danzo instantly recovered from his dream of becoming Hokage. He looked ahead, and sure enough, the 2 giants, one red and one purple, had disappeared at this moment, and it seemed that the winner had been decided. Good. Danzo looked excited and was about to crush the little white snake hidden in his sleeve. This is the messenger snake that Orochimaru gave him. By crushing it, he is sending a message to the other party, indicating that he should start taking action now. Then he looked around at the numerous root ninjas around him and said loudly. According to the previous battle plan, invade Uchiha. No matter men, women, old or young, kill them all, leaving no one behind. Try your best to collect Sharingan, mainly 3 Megatama. Whoever collects more will be rewarded heavily. After a pause, he continued. Also, give priority to finding that brat Uchiha Sasuke, and try to catch as many of them alive as possible. It doesn't matter if your limbs are broken, as long as you can still breathe. Remember, if anyone finds any trace of that kid, please notify me as soon as possible. Yes. A group of root ninjas loudly agreed, and everyone's eyes flashed with fierce light. They were trained in cruel ways and are full of desire for killing and blood. Especially the killing of helpless civilians can arouse their desire to kill. Just as they were about to use the teleportation technique to leave this place, a black shadow fell from the sky and hit them quickly. Hey? What is this? A root ninja raised his head in confusion, looking at the enlarging black shadow in his eyes, with a puzzled expression on his face. The next moment. Boom! Like a meteorite falling, the earth trembled, gravel flew everywhere, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and huge spider web-shaped cracks quickly spread to all directions. A huge hole suddenly appeared on the ground. The lucky root ninja was smashed into a pulp on the spot. The surrounding root ninjas who had no time to dodge were so shaken by the shock wave that they vomited blood and flew backwards. A deep, domineering voice sounded. "I heard you're looking for me, so there's no need to look for me, I'm here." Sasuke twisted his neck and slowly walked out of the pit. Chapter 39 Explosive Killing. "Who are you? How dare you make trouble in Konoha?" Looking at the stranger who suddenly appeared, Danzo asked sharply. The other party had an exaggerated amount of hair, almost from the top of his head to his feet, and was over 2 meters tall. He wore a pair of sunglasses on his face, and his rumpled muscles bulged out from the purple tights on his body. No need to think about it, this is a master with powerful power. The most important thing is that there is no such person among the experts in Konoha, and the opponent seemed to have come from the direction of the Uchiha tribe just now. Could it be that he was invited by the Uchiha tribe? Danzo squinted his eyes and guessed. "You don't need to know. When I crush your limbs, you will naturally know who I am." Sasuke began to move his arms, as if he was warming up before the battle. "Humph! No matter who you are, if you dare to break into my encirclement alone, you are simply asking for death." While speaking, the root ninjas who had come back to their senses had already surrounded Sasuke. Boom! Danzo sneered and slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground, signaling an attack. The next moment, whoosh whoosh! 3 sounds of cracking the air suddenly sounded, and a root ninja held a sharp ninja sword and struck Sasuke head-on. The other 2 appeared behind them, both holding ninja swords and planning to make a sneak attack. Sasuke didn't even look at the sneak attacker behind him, and slapped him across the face. Snap! Poof! The upper body of the ninja in front of him was instantly exploded into pieces, and the ninja sword in his hand was also smashed into countless pieces of iron. Blood spurted out, and his legs fell to the ground weakly. The blood droplets scattered by the explosion also dyed Sasuke's clothes red, but his face was expressionless, as if he had killed a fly casually. The 2 attackers behind him were obviously shocked by the tragic situation of their teammates. They couldn't help but increase the strength in their hands, trying to cut the muscular man in front of them into 3 parts. Bang! Bang! The blade struck the back, making a sound that could only be made by the collision of metal, as if it had struck a piece of hard steel. What? Under the mask, there were 2 extremely shocked faces. Just as they were about to pull away, the next moment, their heads were tightly squeezed by strong hands. "After a sneak attack, I still want to leave. What a beautiful idea." With one hand and one head, Sasuke lifted the 2 of them up in the air like a chicken. Then he laughed ferociously. He bent his arms and slammed into the middle. Bang! It was like 2 watermelons colliding violently together, white and red scattered all over the floor. Sasuke shook off the blood on his hand and laughed scornfully. "Don't send this kind of miscellaneous fish separately. To save trouble, you can all come together to save me the trouble of finding you one by one." Sasuke crossed his arms and looked around with a stern look, as if he were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But the next moment, bang! The ground between Sasuke's legs suddenly exploded, and a root ninja holding a kunai sprang out. This is a ninja who used Earth Escape to sneak up at some point. Aha! Under the moonlight, the dark kunai glowed with a cold light, thrusting straight upwards with a clear target. Seeking death. Sasuke's expression turned cold. Although his defense was amazing and the opponent's attacks were ineffective against him, he didn't want that part to be attacked. Lift your foot and step down hard. The head and big feet form an up and down picture. Poof! Under the influence of the huge force, the head of the root ninja was stepped directly into the buttocks, and he died miserably. Swish, swish, swish. Just after finishing the explosive killing of the shameless root ninja, the overwhelming kunai and shuriken were shot towards him. Don't take out toys for ninja games like this. It's of no use to me. Facing the attacks from all directions, Sasuke didn't even raise his eyelids and stood motionless with his arms folded. Clang 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 clang. Countless shurikens and kunai fell on Sasuke, as if they had been shot on a steel plate, making a clanging sound of metal. Ordinary metal attacks are useless to you, but you may not be able to defend against explosive attacks. I don't know if it was the root ninja who said something loudly. Being reminded like this, Sasuke immediately noticed that many kunai had detonating talismans connected to them by thin lines. Ha ha ha! Did you notice it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Go to hell for your arrogance. Ha ha ha! Amidst the proud laughter, all the detonating symbols were ignited and then exploded. Boom 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 boom! Countless detonating symbols exploded instantly, making a deafening sound. Fire shot into the sky, and Sasuke was directly swallowed by the explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose high, and the shock wave generated destroyed all the surrounding houses and buildings, and the surrounding root ninjas had to retreat some distance. Fortunately, in order to kill the Uchiha tonight, the nearby residents have been driven away in advance. Otherwise, with such an explosion, the ordinary residents of Konoha would probably be killed and injured countless times. Solution: is it solved? Looking at the thick smoke and dust, the root ninja asked hesitantly. Nonsense! I'm sure I won't die anymore. I'm afraid they'll all be blown to ashes. It is impossible for a flesh and blood body to survive such an explosion. Wind escape big breakthrough. Some root ninjas who were eager to confirm the results used the wind release ninjutsu. A strong wind swept past, and the billowing smoke was immediately blown away. As the thick smoke disappeared, the first thing that came into view was a huge pothole. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Looking down the pothole, they saw a figure standing quietly at the bottom of the pothole. Immediately, all the root ninjas opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? If he can survive such an explosion, he's still not human. Even a tailed beast. It's impossible to have such abnormal defense, right? Under the masks, all the root ninjas were shocked from ear to ear. Is this level of explosion tickling me? Sasuke shook the long hair behind his head, shook off the dust, and then calmly patted off the clothes that were destroyed by the explosion. The explosion just now had no other results except blowing up his clothes, and it didn't even mess up his hair. It seems that in the future, I will have to have someone customize a battle uniform for myself. Otherwise, I will only be left with a pair of underpants after every battle, which will affect my domineering image, Sasuke thought to himself. The reason why his defense power is so amazing at this moment is not the effect that just taking 2 bottles of super soldier serum can achieve. He added 2 more bottles, making a total of 4 bottles of serum, which gave him such terrifying defense power. As for how the extra 2 bottles of serum came from, Dangra got them through a lottery. That's right, he couldn't help but used all 3 lottery opportunities Ataka got before coming here. Fortunately, I was very lucky this time, and I exploded 2 bottles of serum 3 times. There is another reward, which is useless waste, a bottle of expired poison. By the way, is expired poison more poisonous? Or is it no longer toxic at all? Chapter 40: Escape. Ninjutsu. Attack with ninjutsu. Keep the distance. Attack together. I don't believe I can't break through this guy's thick skin. A ninja who seemed to be the captain of the root army roared and commanded, his voice excited, as if he was giving orders to others. He stood on a rooftop, folding his hands to form an afterimage, preparing to form a seal to perform ninjutsu. Fire release, dragon fire. He puffed up his mouth and was about to spit something out. Phew! Bang! A pebble that turned into an afterimage hit him from the forehead, enter and fly out from the back of the head. The next moment, his entire head exploded, blood scattered everywhere, and the headless body rolled down from the roof. "You're the only one who talks a lot, right?" Suzuki tossed a few gravels in his hand and said with an indifferent expression. This scene once again shocked all the root ninjas. The pebbles just ejected from their fingers had such terrifying power, many times more powerful than the kunai they threw. It's simply a monster in human skin. At this moment, a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to their Tianling Gai. Had they not been controlled by the seal of the tongue's bane, they would have run away on the spot. After all, survival is an instinct engraved in human genes and has nothing to do with anything else. Snort. Noticing the timidity of his subordinates, Danzo snorted dissatisfiedly. Sure enough, these tools are not perfect enough, and the survival instinct still remains. It seems that after returning, the training program must be improved to be even more inhumane. Boom! The crutch hit the ground heavily. Danzo's voice was cold, and with anger burning in his one eye, he shouted coldly. "Whoever dares to take even half a step back will die. Come on, I don't believe this guy has any weaknesses. I will risk my life to find out this guy's weaknesses." Phew! As soon as he finished speaking, a stone faster than a bullet shot toward his head. Before he had time to react, the stone penetrated his head. Bang! However, what exploded was not a cloud of blood mist, but a cloud of white smoke. Suzuki raised his eyebrows. He was indeed a cunning old dog, and he actually used the shadow clone without knowing it. Otherwise, the blow just now would have completely killed Danzo. Fire release, fireball technique. Thunder escape earth walk. Wind release vacuum jade. Earth release earth dragon bullet technique. Water release water dragon bullet technique. While Suzuki was killing Danzo's shadow clone, the surrounding root ninjas had already completed the seals and performed ninjutsu at the same time. The next moment, flames, lightning, mud bombs, wind blades, flowing water, all kinds of escape attacks were overwhelmingly attacking Suzuki in the pit. Bang! Suzuki spat softly and stood there with his arms folded, still refusing to dodge. He wanted to test to see how strong his body was at this moment. What was the limit of his defense? If he senses danger, he can use his heavenly hand power to divert it, so he doesn't panic at all. Boom 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 boom! In an instant, countless escape attacks engulfed Suzuki, and the fire caused by the attacks directly lit up the area. The air waves set off even blew the gravel on the ground in all directions. Kazuo, it's effective. Even a tailed beast would be injured by an attack of this magnitude. All the root ninjas opened their eyes wide, straightened their necks, and looked at the bottom of the pit expectantly. What they want to see is the scene of that arrogant guy turning into rubble. But it is a pity that their expectations will definitely be disappointed. As the thick smoke dissipated, a figure was standing upright at the bottom of the pit. Phew! Suzuki blew out his breath to extinguish the fire on his shoulder. At this moment, except for his thick hair which was a little burnt, the rest of his body was unscathed. Good! Suzuki clenched his fists, feeling very satisfied with his strong body. Except for some powerful S-level ninjutsu, ordinary escape attacks are basically ineffective against him. I just don't know if my physical body can resist Susana at this moment. I'll have to find a chance to give it a try. This monster, this is a monster in human skin. Under the masks, there were frightened faces. They all felt scared at this moment. Hey! Desperate! You bastards! Now, it's my turn. Suzuki smiled ferociously, his eyes shining with bloodthirsty light. Bang! With a muffled sound, a huge pit appeared at the bottom of the pit, and Sasuke's figure had disappeared. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, it was the scene of Suzuki kicking a root ninja in half. Ah! The next moment, Suzuki rushed into the crowd and started the peerless mowing mode, letting out a desperate scream that could not be heard. Like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, these root ninjas' bodies are as fragile as bubbles, almost breaking if touched and dying if touched. No one can withstand his blow. This is a one-sided massacre game, and the root ninja has no resistance. With one punch and one kick from Sasuke, 2 lives were lost. Ha 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 ha. Bathed in the rain of blood, Sasuke smiled wildly with joy. He was enjoying the pleasure brought by killing, as if there was a beast in his heart, longing for the feeling of blood splashing on his skin. Although he can directly activate Susana and slap all these ants to death. But he didn't do that. As for the reason, he guessed that it was most likely caused by taking too much serum. The serum affects him, making him more willing to use fists to finish off his enemies. As for such a result, Sasuke is not disgusted. After all, punching to the flesh is a man's romance. Ah! I will fight with you. One person holds the base of 2 ninja swords. The ninja, with red eyes and a ferocious face, roared and rushed towards Sasuke. Clang clang! The blade struck Sasuke's shoulders on both sides, making 2 crisp sounds. Courage is commendable. But it's a pity. Sasuke put his hands on both sides of the man's shoulders, smiled bloodthirstily, and thrust his arms to both sides. Poof! Tear apart! The man was split into 2 halves on the spot, and a large amount of blood rained down, covering Sasuke. Then he turned around and slammed his huge palm down. Click, click, click. The spine of the sneak attacker behind him was shattered inch by inch, and his head passed through his body and rolled out from his lower body. Cruel! Too cruel! The rest of the people who witnessed this scene were all terrified. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of all the root ninjas. Despair. Extremely hopeless. How should they fight this monster that cannot be hurt no matter what means they use? Fug. This kind of monster. We can't handle it at all. Run away. Finally, after Sasuke harvested a dozen more lives, the root ninja cursed angrily, then turned around and ran away. When there was one, there were 2. Upon seeing this, the other root ninjas ran wildly in different directions. They would rather face the pain caused by the activation of the seal of the tongue's bane than face this unbeatable monster. Driven by this idea, they all chose to escape. Of course, the main reason was that they saw that Danzo, the leader, had escaped first. Grass. He sneaked away quietly, but asked them to die, and they wouldn't do it. Chapter 41. The conspiracy succeeded. Hey! You think you can escape? Looking at Danzo fleeing, a sneer appeared on Sasuke's lips. Bang! When he stepped on his toes, a pit suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure rushed out like a shell, ignoring the fleeing root ninjas, and chased Danzo straight away. Bang bang bang! The rocks or buildings blocking the road along the way were violently smashed into pieces, and the figures of the 2 people quickly drew closer. In just a few blinks, Sasuke caught up with Danzo. Stretch out your muscular thighs and make a sweeping sweep. The strong wind roared, as if even the air had been blown away. This whip leg, packed with boundless power, whipped directly towards Danzo's thighs. Sasuke's idea is very simple. He plans to destroy his legs first and then have fun. Bang! However, when the attack hit Danzo, the opponent exploded into a cloud of smoke. It's the shadow clone again. This ninjutsu is really annoying. Sasuke shook his hair in dissatisfaction, and at this moment, there was a sudden sound of cracking in the air behind him. Whoosh! Danzo held a kunai wrapped in the wind escape ninjutsu and stabbed Sasuke directly in the back of the heart. Poof! The kunai came into contact with the back, causing the skin to break open a little. Oh, that's right. You old guys' wind release skills are quite good, and you can actually break my skin. You are indeed a guy who can break Susana's defense with wind release ninjutsu. Sasuke turned his head and praised him heartily. You, what kind of monster are you? Looking at the kunai with his hand broken into 2 pieces, Danzo looked shocked. This is a kunai wrapped with high-density wind escape chakra. Its cutting power is very powerful. Even if it is used to deal with rough skin-tailed beasts, it can still cause damage. But such an attack only broke a little bit of the opponent's skin. Sasuke didn't care what the other person thought, he just slapped him. Bang! Danzo in front of him exploded into a ball of white smoke again. Why is it a shadow clone again? This broken ninjutsu is really annoying. Sasuke frowned, very dissatisfied. Every time he caught a shadow clone, he was very unhappy. But then he sneered and said, "Humph! I want to see how many shadow clones you, old guy, can create. You're not Naruto, so I don't believe that your clones are infinite. And you're not the only one who can create shadow clones." The next moment, Sasuke folded his hands to form a cross seal. Ninja technique, shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang! More than a dozen clouds of white smoke exploded out of thin air. As the white smoke dissipated, a dozen muscular men appeared. Without any instructions, these shadow clones automatically chased in different directions. Bang 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 bang! After destroying more than 10 shadow clones one after another, Sasuke set his sights on the last Danzo. "Hey! I found your true identity, let's see where you run." With a sneer on his lips, his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Danzo, who was running fast, learned the news that all the shadow clones had been destroyed. He glanced at Sasuke, who was running fast behind him, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it! Why is this guy so fast? He was cursing crazily in his heart and his face was extremely ugly. He wanted to make peace with Sarutobi Hiruzen first, and then deal with this monster together. There are many masters over there, so it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a guy who only fights with brute force. But now, with the speed difference between the two, he might be overtaken soon. I have to think of a way to delay it for a while. Danzo, who was thinking about countermeasures, suddenly noticed the root ninja who was also running away not far from him. Immediately, he changed direction and rushed towards the root ninja. This root ninja also noticed Danzo running toward him, and he immediately feeling something bad, just when he wanted to stay away from the other party, a cold voice came. "You loser! Why are you running? If you don't stop quickly, go help me stop that guy and buy me time." Grass! He was running away, but he still wanted to call himself a loser. The root ninja cursed in his heart and wanted to continue running forward, not wanting to pay attention to Danzo's orders. But the tingling sensation coming from the tip of his tongue forced him to stop, go to carry out Danzo's order, and stay behind. Facing Sasuke, who was charging straight at him, the root ninja quickly formed seals with his hands, and then slammed the ground. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A rock wall without carved dog heads rises from the ground. He wanted to block Sasuke by creating a roadblock. It's just a pity that this kind of earth wall is just like a piece of tofu to Sasuke, there is no difference. So, of course, he didn't even think about it, and didn't slow down at all, and just crashed into it. The next moment, bang! Bang! The earthen wall was directly smashed into countless rebels. As for the root ninja behind the earthen wall, it exploded into a ball of blood mist in an instant. What a waste! Upon seeing this, Danzo couldn't help but cursed angrily. Then, he suddenly threw another unlucky root ninja he had just caught behind him, and put a detonating charm on him. Go! Stop him for me! Boom! The human bomb behind him exploded, and Sasuke rushed out of the smoke. This level of attack interference cannot stop him at all. Old guy, it's really unlucky to be your subordinate. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sasuke taunted, and at the same time, he punched Danzo in the back. The hairs on his back stood up. Danzo sensed the danger and hurriedly turned his body around and put his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Danzo was blown away more than 10 meters, and a residential building along the way was directly hit and collapsed. Sure enough, only by personal experience can you know how terrifying the power contained in that monster is. If I hadn't relieved myself in time, both arms would have been broken. Danzo shook his numb arms, a look of fear on his face. Cough cough cough. He coughed and stood up. Just as he was about to continue running away, a big hand suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Run away. Why don't you keep running away? MD, you old guy. You can run away very well, right? Sasuke grabbed Danzo's neck with one hand and lifted him up in the air, cursing on his lips. Asshole! You can't kill me. I am an elder of Konoha and a high-ranking official in Konoha. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of Konoha. You will definitely face the pursuit of the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. At that time, no matter how strong you are, you will only die. After being caught, Danzo not only did not beg for mercy, but started to threaten him. Ha ha ha! Kill you? No, I have no intention of killing you. Sasuke said with a smile. When Danzo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that the other party was indeed afraid of becoming a mortal enemy of Konoha. After thinking about this, Danzo immediately showed a proud look on his face and scolded. Humph! If that's the case, why don't you let me go quickly? As long as you let me go, I won't hold you accountable for the massacre of my subordinates. It will be treated as if it never happened. At the same time, I will also give you a guarantee so that you can leave Konoha safely. No. I think you misunderstood. Sasuke shook his head slowly at first, then sneered and said. What I mean is that it would be too easy for you to directly kill you, an old dog. I will cut off your limbs, make you miserable, and let you spend the rest of your life in endless pain. Haha. Really? Danzo did not feel scared after hearing this, but instead laughed twice. Life is worse than death. It sounds really scary. But the premise is that you can do it. You think I can't do it? Sasuke raised his eyebrows and immediately stretched out his hand, preparing to tear off Danzo's right arm first. But at this moment, Danzo suddenly showed a smile that showed his conspiracy had succeeded. You were fooled. You brainless idiot. Other gods. Chapter 42, Surprise or Not, Unexpected or Not. The right eye that was covered by the bandage, a dart-shaped Mangeki Sharingan, was emitting a strange red light at the moment. A powerful and strange pupil technique instantly poured into Sasuke's mind. The other god, who is known as the most powerful illusion, has successfully activated it. Other gods have very perverted abilities. They can directly tamper with other people's memories, then control them, force them to do things they don't want to do, and even make them commit suicide. However, God is always fair. If other gods are so perverted, their restrictions are also very powerful. Other gods have used it once. If they want to use it again, it is said that they need to wait for more than 10 years of cooling time. This is very reasonable. If other gods had no cooldown time and could use it without restrictions, then Shisui would have been invincible in the ninja world. At this moment, the vicious Danzo tampered with Sasuke's memory, which was to make Sasuke a loyal dog. There is more or less personal grudges in this. Humph! Put me down quickly. You loser dog! Seeing that his pupil technique had successfully hit, Danzo snorted coldly and gave the order with some pride. Sasuke obediently lowered his arm slowly, without he let go of his hand and let Danzo fall directly, as if he didn't want the other party to be hurt at all. Very good. Danzo, who landed smoothly, was very satisfied. After straightening out his somewhat messy clothes and looking at the obedient strong man in front of him, Danzo could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. He grinned, a charming smile on his ugly face, and laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha. I told you so much nonsense just to make you relax your vigilance. As I expected, you, a guy with a brain full of muscles, was really fooled. If you fall in love with me, just be my dog. In fact, when Danzo saw that Sasuke had such ferocious strength, he thought about using other gods to control him and let him use him as a murder weapon in his hands. The other gods are known as the strongest illusions, so Danzo is not worried. The other gods will not be able to control a reckless man who only relies on his muscles to fight. The only thing he was worried about was that he would be killed by the opponent before he could use the other gods. So for the sake of safety, Danzo chose to meet up with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to deal with this muscular man together. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's masters as a check, his other gods were 100% sure to hit the opponent. But he didn't expect that his men were so useless. After only a few minutes of delay, they all fled, leaving him no time to run to join Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Being caught up, he could only change his strategy, threaten the other party, and talk nonsense, in order to buy time for himself to activate other gods. The result was very successful and perfect. Directly gain a thug who will not betray, is strong and absolutely loyal. With a mad dog like you, it's not easy to kill an entire Uchiha. Even the position of Hokage is just a piece of cake for me. If Hiruzen is not convinced, I must let him see what it means to be powerful, ha ha ha. At this moment, Danzo was very excited and couldn't help but think about the future. It was as if he had already seen the picture of himself using Sasuke to successfully ascend to the position of Hokage. Then he coldly ordered Sasuke in front of him. Why are you still standing? Why don't you kneel down and pay homage to your master, you crazy dog? However, Sasuke in front of him was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything at all, and remained motionless. Upon seeing this, Danzo frowned slightly, wondering if he had just been controlled by another god and was still unable to resist with his own will. Immediately he raised his voice and said sternly, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask you to kneel down?" As if the louder voice had an effect, the strong man in front of him began to bend his knees, as if he was slowly kneeling down. Upon seeing this, Danzo nodded with satisfaction and smiled, "This is right." Just when he was about to enjoy Sasuke's kneeling ceremony, a big slap hit his old face. Then there was a pop sound, and Danzo, with a proud smile on his face, spun and flew out. "I'm just teasing you, idiot. You really believe it?" Sasuke clapped his hands and said sarcastically. Not far away, Danzo was a little confused as he was thrown to the ground. What attacked me? Obviously, his head is not clear at this moment. But soon, the pain coming from his cheek brought him back to his senses. He turned his head and looked at Sasuke, who was striding over, with an expression on his face that he had seen a ghost. "How is it possible? How is it possible? My other god obviously succeeded in hitting you, why can you still attack me? Why do you still have self-awareness? Why has your memory not been tampered with? This is a god who claims to be the most powerful illusionist. How could he not be able to control a reckless man who only relies on his muscles to fight? It's incredible." Danzo was shocked, puzzled, horrified, incredible, stimulated by all kinds of intense emotions. He looked like a gambler who had lost all his money, shouting crazily. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Danzo was still yelling crazily. He thought the plan was a complete success, but unexpectedly, there was a 360-degree reversal, which made him really unable to accept such a result. Snap! It wasn't until Sasuke picked him up again and slapped him in the face that he stopped yelling crazily. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Why? Why aren't you controlled by other gods? Looking at the person in front of him, Danzo's face was twisted and he asked with red eyes. "Don't call me a plagiarist like you. Even if the original owner of this Uchiha Shisui, cast a spell on me himself, he would never be able to control me." Sasuke looked proud, and his tone was full of absolute confidence. He is not talking big words, but it is indeed the case. In the final analysis, other gods are just ordinary kaleidoscope pupils. They can control other people, but it is impossible to control him who has the eternal kaleidoscope. Not to mention, he also has a reincarnation eye. The eternal kaleidoscope is one level higher than the ordinary kaleidoscope, and the samsara eye is 2 levels higher. With these 2 eyes, if they can still be controlled by the pupil technique of an ordinary kaleidoscope, then all the immortals of 6 paths may not crawl out of the underworld. Bang bang! Suzuki instantly rewarded Danzo with a dozen big mouths and sneered, "You dare to call me a mad dog, aren't you very proud of me?" After that, I slapped him a dozen times again. Ah! Bastard! Danzo let out a shrill roar. His face that was swollen like a pig's head looked extremely ferocious at the moment, and his one eye was full of ferocity, as if he wanted to eat Suzuki alive. "I am the leader of the dignified family. I am the person below 1 person in Konoha and above 10,000 people. How can I allow you, a mad dog, to be so insulting? Die! Die to me!" Danzo yelled crazily. The next moment, Suzuki heard a hissing sound, as if something was lit. It was the detonating talisman. Danzo ignited all the detonating talismans on his body. Of course, he also knew that this kind of explosion was ineffective against Suzuki, so this was not his purpose. The next moment, boom boom boom! The Danzo that Suzuki was carrying was blown into pieces. After brushing away the smoke from his eyes, Suzuki narrowed his eyes slightly. Did Danzo choose to commit suicide because he couldn't bear the humiliation he had given him? Chapter 43 Danzo's Madness. Dead? Danzo, a shadow of shadow, died so easily. After being slapped a few times, you couldn't bear the insult and chose to commit suicide with a detonating charm? Suzuki suddenly grinned. He didn't believe that Danzo, an old dog, would end his life so easily. The next moment, Susano who first form. Suzuki suddenly gathered 2 huge purple skeleton arms around him. Rumble! The 2 giant hands danced rapidly like the blades of an electric fan, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another and turned into ruins. In just a moment, a large open area was cleared. Then, Suzuki released Susano in his first form, folded his arms and waited silently with an expressionless face. Time passed slowly, and at a certain point in time, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air at Sasuke's 3 o'clock direction. Seeing this sudden figure, a smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. "I've finally waited for you, old man." Danzo looked at the bulldozed buildings around him and stared at Suzuki in shock. How do you know I can use Izanagi?" At this moment, Danzo's right eye, which was covered by the bandage, had turned grey. "Hey! Do you still need to say that? A dog like you who is greedy for life and afraid of death can choose to commit suicide so easily. Besides, your Sharingan can cast Izanagi, do you really think I don't know that? If you want to escape in this way, you are looking down on me." Sasuke's face was filled with disdain and contempt. He knew very well about Danzo. He would never choose to die with the enemy unless it was absolutely necessary. Danzo's expression was extremely ugly. As soon as the other gods failed, he thought of using Izanagi to escape. Izanagi is one of the ultimate eye skills of the Sharingan, which can transform all adverse realities that occur to oneself into dreams within a period of time. To put it simply, you can roll back. In the original work, when Danzo fought against the second pillar, the Sharingan in his first hand was used to cast Izanagi, so this guy was killed many times by the second pillar, and would be resurrected after a while, which was very shameless. Although Izanagi is extremely shameless, the price is that after using it, the Sharingan becomes permanently blind. But Danzo felt that compared with his own life, the price of blindness was not worth mentioning at all. Although this is a Mangekyo Sharingan that can cast other gods, the cooling time of other gods is too long, and the next time it is used will not be until the year of the monkey and the horse. Therefore, Danzo planned to abandon this kaleidoscope, use Izanagi and fake death to confuse the opponent. After resurrection, he would use the cover of the surrounding buildings to escape smoothly. I just didn't expect that the other party would actually predict that he would use Izanagi to demolish all the surrounding buildings. Without the cover of these buildings, he was directly exposed to the opponent's sight after his resurrection. Danzo's plan failed, so he turned around and ran away. At the same time, he bit his finger and used his psychic technique to summon his own psychic beast, the Dream Taper. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, a strange creature with yellow skin and an elephant trunk appeared on its head with the same white bandage as Danzo's. Wind escape big storm. The Dream Taper opened its mouth and sucked in, then spit it out suddenly, and suddenly a huge storm comparable to a level 12 wind blew towards Sasuke, who was pursuing him. Sasuke's speed did not slow down at all, and a storm of this level had no impact on him at all. Moo! Being so ignored by a human, the Dream Taper seemed a little angry. He let out a roar and opened his mouth to bite Sasuke. "You're a very loyal beast. But it's a pity that your master only summoned you to die." Sasuke sneered, clenched his fingers, and punched out. Bang! The terrifying force directly caused this poor psychic beast to explode into a ball of blood mist. Noticing the movement behind him, Danzo glanced out of the corner of his eye, and then saw the scene of the Dream Taper being punched into blood mist. This monster! At this moment, Danzo finally felt terrified. Although his psychic beast, Dream Taper, is not a top psychic beast, it is not one of those weak psychic beasts. Even if it is against a tailed beast, it is still qualified to fight with a few moves. But in front of that guy, he was instantly killed in just one encounter. The opponent's strength, how terrifying it must be! Danzo, who was in fear, felt a tightening in his neck the next moment, and then his eyes lifted up, and he was picked up again like a chicken. Bang bang! Sasuke caught Danzo and slapped him with more than a dozen slaps without saying a word. Danzo's face, which had returned to its original state due to the use of Izanagi, instantly swelled into a pig's head. Sasuke nodded slightly, very satisfied with his work, and smiled. "Old man, if you have any other tricks, just use them." Bastard! Don't go too far. Don't force me, or I will die with you." Danzo's pig face was full of ferocious color, and he warned heartbreakingly. "Oh! What's wrong with you?" After saying that, Sasuke slapped him a few more times. "Ah! Die! 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 Stop living!" Danzo was completely crazy. He was the dignified leader, but he was humiliated over and over again. His uncle could bear it, but his aunt couldn't. The next moment, he mobilized the chakra in his body and gathered it crazily towards his chest, where a special pattern similar to the Bagua graphic was carved. "Do you really think that with your thick skin, I can't do anything to you? Now, I'm telling you, stupid young man, there are many ways for the ninja world to deal with you. Konoha is not a place where you, a mere reckless man, can run wild. I am the leader of the root, the darkness of Konoha, and cannot be insulted by you, a mad dog." Feeling that the chakra had almost gathered in his chest, Danzo's face twisted and he laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! Come, go to hell with me." Forbidden Technique, the 4-symbol sealing technique. This is a forbidden technique that can pull the enemy together to seal it, and it is a means of dying together. In the original work, Danzo wanted to use this technique to seal Obito and the 2 pillars together, but only half of the bridge was sealed. Therefore, this forbidden technique is also called the bridge sealing technique. After the chakra was gathered, the pattern on Danzo's chest began to heat up and become brighter, as if something would splash out soon. Sasuke struck out with lightning speed, clasping Danzo's shoulders with his 5 fingers, piercing the skin with his sharp nails, and then tore it apart. Tear apart! Phew! The entire skin on Danzo's chest was suddenly torn off, dripping with blood. Sasuke didn't waste any time and hurriedly threw out the human skin with special patterns engraved in his hand. While the human skin was still in the air, a large amount of black substance like ink was sprayed. Immediately afterwards, these black substances spread rapidly, forming a huge spherical shape, and then shrunk, and soon compressed into a point, and then disappeared completely. In the end, Danzo used the URI-4 symbol sealing technique to seal a piece of human skin in a large ball of air. The results are better than the original work. Danzo was completely stunned, as if he couldn't even feel the severe pain caused by his upper body being skinned. His 4 elephants sealing technique, the last resort to perish together with the enemy, was broken so easily. In fact, even Sasuke felt quite surprised at this moment. He didn't expect that the URI-4 elephants sealing technique could be broken like this. Of course, even if he couldn't break it like this, he could still use the power of the heavenly hand to transfer himself in time. This technique was of no use to him at all, but it was just a bit advantageous for Danzo, making it easier for the other party to die so easily. Sasuke lifted Danzo in his hand and sneered. "Want to die? Haha, I don't agree, even if you want to die. Kill me. If you have the dignity of a strong man, then give me pain." The last resort failed, Danzo began to act badly, and even asked for death. Sasuke shook his head, showing a devilish smile in Danzo's eyes. "Killing you is a nice thought. I have said before that your life will be worse than death. You bastard!" Danzo cursed weakly. He never imagined that tonight was supposed to be the night of Uchiha's genocide, but why did it end up like this? Just when he was despairing, a very familiar voice came into his ears, which ignited his desire for life again. "Stop! Put Elder Danzo down quickly." It was the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finally led his people to the battlefield. "Hiruzen, you bastard is finally here." At this moment, like never before, Danzo felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded so kind. Chapter 44 The confidence is back. "Stop, let Elder Danzo go." Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was dressed in black armor and dressed as a battle uniform, was the first to appear. Following closely behind were the ANBU ninjas wearing masks, as well as the family ninjas and civilian ninjas who came over after hearing the news of the battle. There were so many people, so densely packed, that 80% of Konoha's ninjas had rushed here, surrounding a big circle, and Sasuke was now surrounded in the middle of the big circle. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku also arrived with a group of Uchiha. As soon as they arrived, they saw that Danzo's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his chest was bloody. You could clearly see the flesh and blood oozing crazily. He was being picked up by a strong man with one hand. They were all shocked. Those who were stunned also included the surrounding Konoha ninjas. "I didn't expect that as the root leader of Shadow Darkness, he would be beaten so badly. After I came back to my senses, I felt very relaxed and happy." After all, Danzo, this old Gainashi was targeting one of their top Uchiha officials. The more miserable Danzo is at this moment, the happier they will be, wishing they were that strong man. It's so refreshing and refreshing. Therefore, the eyes they looked at Sasuke were full of admiration and respect. Even Fugaku felt that Sasuke was more pleasing to the eye at this moment, but at the same time he was still a little worried. With the root leader in this state, and now being surrounded by so many Konoha ninjas, including the third Hokage, it will be difficult to end it. "So, how do you deal with it?" Fugaku stared deeply at Sasuke. The other side. Unlike the happy mood of everyone in Uchiha, most of the ninjas in Konoha had ugly expressions, and their eyes were full of hostility when looking at Sasuke. Although Danzo is not very popular in the hearts of Konoha ninjas, he is also one of the top leaders of Konoha. At this moment, the top management of their village was beaten so badly by an outsider, so they were naturally angry. Arrogant, too arrogant. If Elder Danzo was not still in the opponent's hands and the third generation didn't issue an order, they would have launched an attack long ago. Ha ha ha. My reinforcements have arrived, boy. Don't let me go yet. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men arrived, Danzo regained hope of survival and gained sufficient confidence. The look he looked at Sasuke became playful. Because except for Genin, almost all Konoha ninjas gathered here, he didn't believe that the guy in front of him dared to kill him. Are you still pretending to be calm? It's useless. Looking at Sasuke's calm face, showing no signs of panic at all, Danzo felt very unhappy and said sternly. Hurry up and let me go. I'm seriously injured now and need to be treated in time. If I die, you will be buried with me. Someone with more sense. Snap. Shut up. It's so noisy. Sasuke slapped him away, frowned and shouted. You, how dare you? You still dare to attack me, you don't want to live, do you? Danzo was so angry that his body was shaking, and his eyes were full of anger. The other party is surrounded by many people, but you still dare to slap him. Do you really don't want to live? And being slapped in the face in front of so many Konoha ninjas, Danzo felt extremely embarrassed. Okay. Okay. You dare to hit me. Now, you are finished, completely finished. Even if you let me go, you can't leave Konoha intact, at least keep your hands. If you don't leave some body parts, you will never leave Konoha. Danzo roared with excitement, his eyes bloodshot. MD. You didn't hear me tell you to shut up, did you? Sasuke's face turned cold, and he immediately slapped his palms left and right. Bang bang! A dozen more loud slaps were slapped in the face, causing the pig's head to swell again. This time, Danzo no longer dared to push, but stared at Sasuke with one eye hatefully, his bloody chest rising and falling violently. Seeing this scene, everyone in the venue looked shocked. No one expected that Sasuke would dare to act unscrupulously when faced with being surrounded by nearly 20,000 ninjas. And he did it in an insulting way, like slapping his mouth, beating Danzo into such a miserable state that even his mother might not be able to recognize him. How crazy! Too arrogant! It is simply a naked disregard for everyone. Stop it, bastard! Stop it now! Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the first to react, spoke coldly, with an ugly expression on his face. Although Danzo didn't deal with him on weekdays and always coveted his position as Hokage, he was still his longtime friend. At this moment, seeing his friend in such a miserable state and being slapped in the face in front of him made the anger in his heart burn brightly. At the same time, he also couldn't understand. He was originally here to deal with Uchiha tonight, so how could he end up like this? Could this strong man be the foreign aide invited by Uchiha? His thoughts were the same as Danzo's. And they both believed that Sasuke was a foreign aide brought in by Uchiha. Sasuke glanced indifferently at the densely packed Konoha ninjas around him, his eyes were extremely calm, without the slightest fear. After all, at his level, the number of people has lost its meaning. Except for the top combat power, which needs attention, other ordinary ninjas are just bigger ants. Sasuke stopped what he was doing, turned to look at the third generation who was glaring at him, and said calmly. What did you just say? Can you say it again? I didn't hear it clearly. I told you to stop. The third generation's eyes were cold and stern, and his voice was full of murderous intent. Oh. What then? Sasuke asked calmly, with a relaxed tone, as natural as asking what to eat for dinner. Asshole! Of course you let me go. Do you think you can't compete with the more than 20,000 ninjas here? A dragnet has been set up here, and all the elites of Konoha have gathered. You have no way to escape. Therefore, if Elder Danzo dies in your hands today, then Konoha will be your burial place. But as he spoke, the conversation suddenly changed, making a 360-degree turn, and his tone softened. But if you let go, there will be room for maneuver between us. There is no need to fight to the death. Sandai glanced at Fugaku on the other side. Perhaps you are just being taken advantage of by some people. There must be a misunderstanding. I don't know you. There is no grievance or enmity between the two sides. You really shouldn't get involved. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly, and then said as if he had made a difficult decision. Let's do this, I promise, I can let you leave safely, and there will be no embarrassment afterwards. After all, we in Konoha don't want to have a powerful enemy for no reason. After a pause, he explained helplessly. After all, we in Konoha first experienced the Third Ninja War, and then the Nine Tails Rebellion. We lost the powerful fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and a large number of outstanding ninjas. The overall strength of the village declined significantly. So, we in Konoha really don't want to be enemies with a strong person like you. I was too excited earlier and my words were a bit offensive. I hope you can understand. Not only that, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually nodded slightly and expressed his apology. The attitude is very sincere. Chapter 45 Really let go. In short, after some well-founded rhetoric, it seems that as long as Sasuke releases Danzo, the two sides can shake hands and make peace. Fugaku squinted at Sandai and said something like an old fox in his heart. This kind of rhetoric is false at first glance. Except for fools, no one can be fooled. He doesn't think this fake Sasuke is a fool. Immediately, Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance with a sneer on his face, preparing to see a joke. This is indeed the case. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this just to save Danzo safely. After all, Danzo is not only a good guy who can help him with his dirty work, but he can also take the blame at critical moments and become a scapegoat. He didn't want to lose such a perfect talent. Moreover, the two of them have been friends for many years. They have known each other since childhood and still have feelings for each other. He really does not want anything to happen to Danzo. As for Sasuke really letting Danzo go, haha, then go to hell. Dare to come to Konoha to cause trouble, not only killed most of the root ninjas, but also ruined the Uchiha genocide plan tonight. Regarding this sudden troublemaker, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never let him go. As for whether the strategy can be successful, you have to try it to know. Looking at Sasuke's well-developed muscles and his image of a reckless man who relied solely on brute force to fight, the third generation felt that the strategy had a high chance of success. Really? Is it true that as long as I let go, you won't embarrass me? Will you let me leave here safely? Sasuke asked with a happy face and surprise on his face. I am also entrusted by others, and I have no intention of becoming a complete enemy of Konoha. If I can resolve the grievances between us by letting go, then I will let it go immediately. Sasuke looked at the third generation expectantly. Such an answer made Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. The plan really worked. Woohoo! I didn't expect the other party to believe his lies so easily. It was stupid to really think that if I let Danzo go, I could leave Konoha safely. I actually believe such a simple statement. It turns out that guys with strong muscles have relatively simple minds. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sasuke as if he were looking at a fool. He sneered in his heart, but said, "Of course, as long as you let go, I guarantee on the honor of Hokage that you will leave Konoha safely and no one will do anything to you." "Okay, I agree to your terms, and I'll let you go now." Sasuke nodded heavily, then stretched out his free hand, grabbed Danzo's left arm, and then twisted and pulled hard. Tear apart. Along with the scream, Danzo's left arm was torn off violently, and a large amount of blood immediately spewed out from the fracture. Snap! A bloody severed arm was thrown in front of the third generation. "Really let go? Here. I let go. Can you let me leave Konoha safely?" Sasuke looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a smile, and said to Danzo at the same time, "Don't blame me for being cruel. This is what the third Hokage asked me to let go of." "Ah, you! Damn it! Danzo glared at Sasuke with one eye. Over there. Looking at the severed arm on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for half a minute, and then he became furious and veins popped out on his forehead. Asshole! You are teasing me. Sandai was furious. He said, let go. Is this letting go? What, is one hand not enough? Do you want me to give you another hand? Sasuke raised his eyebrows pretending to be confused, then asked with a smile. Then, he reached out to grab Danzo's intact right arm, as if to twist this arm off. Ah! Hiruzen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Danzo's shrill roar. You stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth in anger and pointed at Sasuke with trembling fingers. I originally thought that the other party was a fool who was easy to fool, but in the end it was myself who was fooled. The clown is actually me. This is a show. What a show! Fugaku, who was watching the excitement from a distance, looked satisfied. He knew that this fake Sasuke was not a good person, but the third generation actually wanted to fool him. It was simply outrageous. This must be really uncomfortable. This old guy Danzo lost an arm. Fugaku felt happy when he saw it. Bastard! If you dare to tease me like this, no matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter what force you come from, Konoha will fight you to the death. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his old face was livid, and he said sternly. The heritage of Konoha is beyond what you, a mere fool, can imagine. Pay the price for your arrogant behavior. Today, this will be your burial place. He looked ferocious and shouted suddenly. Now, be wise and let Elder Danzo go immediately. I can leave you with a whole body, otherwise you will only end up with your body broken into pieces. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to ensure Danzo's life. It seems that these two people may be true love. Quick! Let Elder Danzo go. Being unscrupulous will only make you fall into hell. Release him quickly. Don't be ignorant. The surrounding Konoha ninjas also agreed. The mountains roared and the tsunami roared with great momentum. It seems that he wants to use this kind of power to force Sasuke to let him go. I'll give you 10 seconds to release him immediately. Otherwise, I will make you regret living in this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned again. The voice is full of murderous intent. 10, 9, 8. Sandai began to count down, and with each count, his aura became stronger. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It seems that as long as he counts down and Sasuke doesn't let go, he will take action directly and will not care about Danzo's life or death. Whoosh! And at this moment, the sound of breaking through the sky sounded. Sasuke took Danzo and disappeared. Then, snap! A loud slap echoed through the night sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed all the words he was still counting down and slid back for more than 10 meters until he hit a wooden pole erected in the ruins. Sasuke appeared at his original location and said with an impatient expression. Mother-in-law and mother-in-law have their things over. If you want to take action, don't talk nonsense, just come and do it. This moment, the whole place suddenly fell silent. It's so quiet that you can hear a needle drop. Everyone stared blankly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the clearly visible slap marks on his face. There is always a huge wave in my heart, and I cannot calm down for a long time. A slap in the face. He actually slapped the Hokage in front of so many people. That's the Hokage. The shadow of a village. He is the supreme ruler of Konoha and the third generation of adults they respect most. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe that Naruto would be slapped in the face in public. This guy, how dare he? Do you really think your life is too long? This is Konoha. If you slap their leader in the face in Konoha, wouldn't you just slap them in the face? This is a naked provocation to all their Konoha ninjas. Fugaku was also shocked. Damn it! How dare you? It's okay to fight Danzo before. After all, this is a guy that many people hate. If you fight him, fight him. But now, he actually dared to give Hiruzen Sarutobi a slap in the face in public. This was a third-generation master that many ninjas respected. To be honest, this is really what he has always wanted to do. Accepted. He was completely convinced. If he had the strength of this fake Sasuke, then he would never dare to do that. After all, it's the shadow of a village. It's just that it's great, but I'm afraid I'll have to face the siege of all Konoha ninjas later. No matter how strong this fake Sasuke is, it is impossible for him to fight against a ninja from a great ninja village by himself. Should I bring my clansmen to help? Fugako looked at the clan members whose eyes almost glowed, and then looked at Sasuke who was full of domineering, and fell into a tangle. Chapter 46 3 Generations of Rage. You. Do you know what you did? Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry. An old face had a distorted expression, looking particularly ferocious. This is Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world. And he is the Hokage of Konoha, the #1 person in Konoha. This is obviously the home ground of his Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke is the weak side, he is the strong side. If he wants to slap the opponent in the face, he should slap him in the face. But at this moment, what the hell is going on? Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen could even feel the strange looks from the surrounding Konoha ninjas looking at him. Even his own shadow guards cast doubtful glances at him. It's like saying, "Our Hokage-sama is too weak. How could he be slapped in the face so easily? Could it be that the strongest Hokage in history was just a boast?" Being humiliated in such a big way in front of so many of his subordinates, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentality exploded. His eyes were bloodshot and he stared at Sasuke, his voice slightly distorted. "Boy! You don't follow martial ethics and you sneak attack a 69-year-old man like me. You're finished. You don't even have the last chance to beg for mercy. Go. Kill this kid without leaving any body intact. Beat him to ashes. Don't worry about Elder Danzo." Sandai gave the order fiercely. "Hiruzen, you bastard!" After hearing this, Danzo cursed loudly. "Danzo, your sacrifice is worth it for Konoha, I believe you can understand. After you die, you will be Konoha's hero, and I will choose the best Feng Shui treasure land for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold, without any emotion, like a cold machine. No matter what, the guy who dared to slap him in the face must die here. Even if Danzo dies for this, it doesn't matter. After all, Danzo's life is nothing compared to his Hokage majesty. Asshole! Hiruzen, you are indeed a hypocritical guy. Danzo could only curse helplessly. And just when he felt despair, with a bang sound, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and a ninja wearing a root mask and holding a ninja sword sprang out. "Don't panic, Danzo-sama. My subordinates will rescue you right now." The root ninja held the sword with both hands, and from bottom to top, he slashed at Sasuke's arm holding Danzo with the sword. For a moment, Danzo thought he saw hope. I didn't expect him to be such a fool. The opponent should be a root ninja stationed on the outside, so Sasuke's physical defense is not clear at all. Thinking that with a sneak attack, he could cut off his arm and rescue Danzo, and then achieve great success. Danzo's eyes were indifferent, and he knew the result without looking. Sure enough, the ninja sword struck his arm, making a loud ding sound. Under the mask, there is a face with a solid smile. "You, what kind of physical defense is this?" Bang! Sasuke didn't even bother to say anything nonsense, so he kicked him out. A bloody hole was kicked out of his chest, and his body flew more than 10 meters before landing. He was already dead. Although this root ninja's surprise attack had no effect, it sounded the clarion call for Konoha to attack. Crack! The moment he kicked the root ninja away, the sound of thunder suddenly exploded behind him. Thunder release Chidori. Kakashi, who was wearing a dog head mask and holding a dazzling thunder in his hand, was rushing towards him. Under the mask, the three Megatama Sharingan flashed crazily, trying to capture Sasuke's possible dodge direction. However, Sasuke remained motionless, as if he had no intention of evading. TCH. Aren't you going to hide? It seems you are very confident in your body's defense. However, I am a Chidori that can penetrate all things. It is not comparable to ordinary blades. If you don't dodge, then you will regret your arrogance. I will make a big hole in you. Kakashi thrust the Reikari in his hand forward. As the lightning flashed, he seemed to have seen the image of Sasuke being penetrated through the heart. However, bang! Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Under the mask was a ghostly expression. I saw that Reikari hit Sasuke in the back of the heart, but the surface was only slightly charred, and apart from the slightest trace of blood oozing out, there was no other result. Kakashi only felt that it was not like hitting a person at all, but like hitting a big mountain. You, what kind of monster are you? Kakashi looked up and asked in shock. Oh, not bad. As expected of the Chidori, who is said to penetrate all things. Ever since I took 4 serum potions, you are still the first one who can make me bleed. Sasuke glanced at the traces of blood flowing out from behind him, raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but praise. Are you complimenting me? Kakashi's face was dark. Hearing the other person say the Chidori that penetrates all things, he felt that this was a naked mockery of him. It's up to you, but you'd better get out of the way now. Sasuke slapped him, as fast as lightning. Before Kakashi could even react, his head was blown open. But what exploded was not meat foam, but a ball of thunder and lightning. To be precise, Kakashi's entire body turned into a large ball of thunder and lightning. Thunder escape thunder clone. The thunder that exploded instantly climbed onto Sasuke's body. Sasuke and Danzo were both bathed in lightning. However, this level of thunder and lightning was equivalent to a comfortable electrotherapy massage for Sasuke, which was numb, quite comfortable. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But this is not the case for Danzo. His hair was standing on end, his whole body was burnt black from the electricity, and he could vaguely smell the scent of meat. Then he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fainted. Everyone, be careful. This guy's physical defense is extremely abnormal. Ordinary attacks are completely ineffective against him. If you want to cause damage to him, you must use a more powerful attack. In the ruins of a collapsed building, the broken wooden boards were pushed away, and Kakashi emerged from it. As soon as he came out, he announced the information obtained by his clone. Sasuke raised his hand, pointed it at Kakashi, and said calmly, Chidori, you didn't use it like that, this is how you should use it. Kakashi frowned when he heard this, thinking about the meaning of the other person's words. Could it be that the opponent can also use Chidori? But I didn't teach it to the other party. Just as he was wondering, Sasuke's outstretched hand suddenly lit up with dazzling lightning. This is Chidori. How did you know this? I don't remember teaching Chidori to anyone. Or did you just learn it after watching it once? Kakashi's face was gloomy. His signature ninjutsu was easily learned by his enemy, which made him feel very bad at the moment. This is the real Chidori. Yours is the fake Chidori. Goodbye, Shirogane. Sasuke said calmly. Then the chakra was infused like thunder in the hand, and the next moment, a blue-white light beam shot out instantly. Thunder escaped thousand birds' sharp spear. Poof! Kakashi's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at the blue-white light beam that penetrated his chest, his face full of astonishment. Chidori, can you still play like this? The distance between the two was 20 meters. And they were attacked instantly. The Chidori sharp spear is recovered. Looking at Kakashi, who was half kneeling on the ground, Sasuke said calmly. It seems that the shot was deflected. It was originally intended to be aimed at your head. However, it won't happen this time. After saying that, he raised his hand and aimed it at his head, with thunder shining in his palm. Stop! Just a second before the Chidori sharp spear was about to be fired, a ninja wearing green tights, with a watermelon hairstyle, and his body wrapped in green air waves appeared in time. Bang! A heavy kick hit Sasuke's muscular arm. Although it did not cause any real damage, it caused the direction to deviate. The final Chidori spear only penetrated a half-collapsed residential building. Chapter 47 Sasuke vs Metkai. Watermelon head, green tights. The identity of the opponent is self-evident, it is Metkai, who almost kicked out of the finale in the original work. Finally, we have an interesting opponent. Sasuke grinned and became a little excited. Compared to the ninjutsu battles between ninjas, he really prefers fist-to-fist hand-to-hand combat. Next, I will be your opponent. Metkai put on a fighting stance with a solemn look on his face. The opponent is very strong. The kick just now, not only broke the opponent's arm, but it couldn't even bend it. It only slightly deflected the direction of the arm. On the contrary, he himself was directly ejected. Metkai stared at Sasuke with unblinking eyes, his expression tense, not daring to relax at all. Bang! Sasuke did not rush to attack, he flicked Danzo aside like garbage. Let's leave this piece of garbage here for now. Now, it's time to enjoy the battle, watermelon head, don't let me down. Uh-huh. The figure disappeared instantly. What, so fast? Metkai was suddenly startled. Even if he didn't blink, he couldn't catch the other person's disappearance. In that case, let's face the peacock. Metkai roared angrily and waved his afterimage with both hands. And with every punch he punches, a fireball will be produced. The speed of his punches became faster and faster, as if he had thrown hundreds or even thousands of punches in an instant. The next moment, with him as the center, countless fireballs burst out, like a peacock spreading its tail. Youth is burning. No matter which direction you attack from, you will eat my attack. Burn. Youth. Oh, hit, hit. Metkai roared angrily, and his whole body seemed to turn into a dazzling sun. Then, he was a little dumbfounded. Because when he saw Sasuke, he didn't dodge at all, he just rushed over and let countless fireballs hit him, as if nothing happened. We've only opened 6 doors, who are you looking down on? Sasuke suddenly approached and punched out. Metkai quickly raised his arms to block. Bang! Pfft! Metkai vomited blood and flew out upside down. If you get hit hard. The pupils were trembling crazily, a little suspicious of the person. Is this terrifying power still a power that humans can possess? This is clearly a monster in human skin. While he was in the air, Metkai quickly adjusted his position so that his feet were on the ground. He didn't stop safely until he had glided more than 10 meters. Okay. You are indeed a strong man. If I don't fight with all my strength, I will be disrespectful to you and let down my youth. Metkai's eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was rising. The 7th door. The shocking door, open. He roared suddenly. As a certain acupuncture point on the body is opened, the chakra in the body begins to boil. The green steam around him turned into blue steam at this moment. The veins on his forehead were bulging, his face was red, and the air waves were rolling around his body, making Kai look like a god of war at this moment. The aura released by him at this moment is not weaker than any shadow level. This I didn't expect, that there is such a strong person in the village. He is so inconspicuous. Uchiha Fugako looked gloomy, deeply surprised. Unexpectedly, it was rumored that he knew only taijutsu but not ninjutsu, and even a small person he had never paid attention to could actually explode with such powerful combat power. At this moment, Fugaku felt extremely lucky to have this mysterious strong man to help them Uchiha. Otherwise, if they have to face so many masters tonight, their clan will really disappear in the ninja world. Konoha has gained another top-notch combat power, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to escape unscathed. Fugaku looked at Sasuke, the worry on his face became even heavier. Compared to Fugaku's worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. I never thought before that a mediocre taijutsu ninja could actually explode with such great strength. What a surprise! At a young age, he was able to cultivate the 8-gate Dunjia to the 7th gate. Afterwards, you have to drag Kai into the ANBU and become your direct subordinate. Swish swish swish! More than a dozen blue phantoms appeared in the sky. They were moving too fast and were just visual illusions produced by human eyes. Konoha's great whirlwind. Boom! A side kick, packed with boundless force, landed heavily on Sasuke's shoulder. There was a loud sound like a drum, and an invisible airwave swayed from it. The power is pretty good, it can actually make me feel a little pain. Sasuke's figure moved sideways involuntarily, his eyes filled with admiration. It's not over yet. Metkai roared, and his body turned into a cripple. The shadows attacked Sasuke from all directions. In the 7-door state, both his speed and strength have been greatly increased. A punch or a kick can make a sonic boom. Bang bang bang! The attack fell on Sasuke, and there were continuous explosions. Sasuke tried to counterattack, but his opponent used super high movement speed to get out of the way in time and couldn't attack at all. At this moment, the battle between the two was as if Sasuke was being beaten one-sidedly. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas watching the battle began to shout excitedly. Kai! Watch out for you and kill this arrogant guy for me. If you dare to be disrespectful to the 3rd generation, you must make him pay the price. Come on, Kai! Konoha is not a place for a guy like you to run wild, show him some color, Kai. My dear, there will be more after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. However, Kai, who had everyone's expectations placed on him, looked increasingly solemn. He could clearly feel that his attacks had no effect at all, they were just scraping the opponent. The more I fight, the more frightened I become. What kind of perverted body defense is this? Even the tailed beasts can't compare, right? Fight with me and you dare to be distracted. Sasuke turned around and launched a flying kick, which immediately hit Kai's chest. Bang! Kai turned into a blue meteor and crashed into the group of Konoha ninjas who had made the loudest noise just now. Ah! Poof! Many unlucky Konoha ninjas were hit so hard that they vomited blood. Ninjas are indeed some professions with high attack and low defense. Even Kai, who has opened 7 doors, is no exception. I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. This is reality. Sasuke had a clear understanding in his heart, and at the same time he felt lucky. Fortunately, he had the super soldier serum to take, which improved his physical fitness in all aspects. Ah! An attack of this magnitude cannot possibly defeat me, who is burning with youth. Metkai roared and rushed out of the crowd. Hirutora! He roared angrily, and the airwaves around his body rolled crazily, becoming more and more powerful. The power in the body was poured into the arm, and it suddenly exploded. The next moment, the terrifying power turned into reality, forming a phantom of a white tiger, roaring and lunging towards Sasuke. As soon as the white tiger's shadow appears, it brings suffocating pressure. Even though the Konoha ninjas who were just watching the battle were not targeting them, they still felt heart palpitations. The power of this jutsu is definitely not weaker than any S-level ninjutsu. Come on! Hirutora, crush that arrogant guy into pieces. Such a terrifying move, if you don't believe it, you can't do anything to that guy. All the Konoha ninjas looked excited, looking forward to the scene of Sasuke being crushed to death by Hirutora. Chapter 48 Bondage. What is he doing? Forming a seal, is he going to use ninjutsu? Idiot, you actually want to use ninjutsu to fight Hirutora. Aren't you looking for death? In the field. Before the move came, a strong wind blew in his face, making Sasuke's long hair fly. Facing the roaring white tiger's shadow, he chose to stand on the spot and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire release, fireball technique. The next moment, a huge fireball spit out from Sasuke's mouth. The flames burned like a small sun, and the dark sky was as bright as day at this moment. This terrifying amount of chakra. Witnessing such a huge fireball being born in front of his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately lost his composure. In my memory, the only person who can use this kind of fire escape ninjutsu is the legendary man Uchiha Madara. Damn it! Is there another monster that can rival Uchiha Madara in the ninja world? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked ugly. Tonight's night of genocide could be the night of Konoha's destruction. Seeing this, the surrounding Konoha ninjas couldn't help but widen their eyes. How is this possible? A mere B-level fire escape ninjutsu can actually use the power of an S-level ninjutsu. This is not a ninja. It simply subverted their three views of ninjas. Boom! The fireball collided with the white tiger's shadow, causing a violent explosion. The loud noise of the explosion resounded through the night sky, and a huge mushroom-shaped air mass formed. This just a casual escape attack neutralized my Hatsura. Metkai looked dull and his eyes were grey. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. His strongest move at the moment was actually cancelled out by a B-level fireball. At this moment, his heart suffered an unprecedented blow. Youth can no longer be burned. The whole person was depressed. Haha! Is this your strongest attack? It seems that without opening the 8 doors, you are still just an ant in front of me. Sasuke appeared in front of Kai, his voice was calm, but his eyes revealed disappointment. It seems that the battle between you and me has come to an end, and I have waited for one in vain. With a sudden whip kick, he whipped out. However, Kai was not whipped out. The reason is that he was not attacked. Sasuke's thighs, which were full of muscles and full of power, stopped in the air and could not be whipped out smoothly. Because at this moment, his thigh was unexpectedly entangled by a bunch of dark shadows. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Not far away, Naruto'S was half kneeling on the ground, keeping his hands in a seal posture. His shadow stretched and was now connected with Sasuke's shadow. Pfft! The next moment, Naruto'S spit out a large mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! How can this guy have so much strength? He doesn't even look like a human being." Then he hurriedly urged, "Hurry! Get Metkai away quickly. His current condition is not suitable to continue fighting. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer." Pfft! As he spoke, another large mouthful of blood spurted out. "Don't panic, Shikaku, I'm here to help you now." As soon as Shen Zhonghai saw this, he quickly ran over to support. "Both of us, inside and outside, don't believe that we can't cure this guy." The index fingers and thumbs of his hands touch each other, and the 4 fingers are closed to form the word. As if taking a picture of someone with a camera, Yamanaka Hai pointed his mouth at Sasuke and immediately used the family's secret technique. Ninjutsu, heart-turning technique. The next moment, Yamanaka Hiki's consciousness instantly penetrated into the depths of Sasuke's consciousness. What is this? The ideological Yamanaka Hiki looked horrified. Because what appeared in his eyes at this moment was a tall and towering giant. Standing on top of the sky, it is impossible to judge how tall this giant is, as if he is a high-altitude god. And he, high in the mountains, is an arrogant and ignorant ant who dares to intrude into the territory of gods. Is this guy's consciousness? It's so huge, how huge his spiritual power must be. I have entered the sea of consciousness of so many people, and I have never seen a guy with so much spiritual power. It is simply unbelievable. He murmured in his mouth, shocked by Sasuke's terrifying mental power. Because the greater the mental power of a ninja, the greater the consciousness it condenses. And Sasuke, who has the Samsara Eye and the Eternal Eye, has very terrifying mental power. No. I have to get out quickly. This kind of terrifying consciousness is not something I can control. Yamanaka suddenly came back to his senses from the shock. Hey! If you want to leave, my sea of consciousness is not a place where you can come or leave whenever you want. The giant Sasuke said with a ferocious smile, his voice was like thunder. The sound waves alone gave Yamanaka signs of collapse at this moment. Damn it! The art of turning the mind around is solved. However, Yamanaka discovered that he had not returned to his body. He looked at the giant Sasuke in front of him with a look of horror. Who are you? You can even control the sea of consciousness so accurately that I can't escape. Hey! Be careful next time, don't rely on your family's secret breaking skills to enter other people's bodies at will. Sasuke laughed evilly, stretched out his hand and pinched it, like squeezing an ant to death, crushing Yamanaka-hiki's consciousness. To the outside world, Yamanaka-hiki temporarily handed over his body to the family's ninjas for safekeeping because of his use of family secrets. The next moment, the consciousness of the body returns. Pfft! With his eyes closed, Yamanaka suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and his body twitched wildly, but he did not wake up. Then, the ninja of the mountain clan saw that the head of his clan was also wet. The surrounding ninjas from the mountain clan suddenly panicked. The clan leader is incontinent. Clan chief, patriarch, what's wrong with you? Cheer up, wake up! Wake up! What's going on with that guy? Why was the clan leader so severely affected? He actually developed extremely rare symptoms of incontinence. Amidst the anxious shouts of everyone, Yamanaka finally woke up leisurely. At this moment, he looked at the clan members with eyes full of weakness. He pointed at Sasuke with trembling fingers, looking horrified. This is a monster. Never use family secrets on him. After saying that, he simply fainted and did not wake up again no matter how his clan members called him. The main reason is that he is incontinent at this moment, which is so embarrassing. So I can only pretend to be dizzy to ease the embarrassment. Over there. Although Sasuke was conscious, it took him less than a breath to crush Yamanaka to death. But taking advantage of this period of time, Metkai in front of him had been taken away. At the same time, he also found that the binding force on his body was stronger than before. More shadows wrapped around his body. If you don't use some force, you won't be able to break free for a while. How about it, you muscular monster? Don't underestimate our Nara clan. Although I alone can't control you, with my clan members together, you may not be able to break free. Nara Shikako gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were fixed on Sasuke, as if he wanted him to prove the strength of the Nara clan. And all around Nara Shikako were people from the Nara tribe who were practicing their family's secret arts. At this moment, they used the shadow imitation technique, together, temporarily restraining Sasuke. Chapter 49 Wave After Wave. Puff puff puff. As Sasuke twisted his body vigorously, the shadows on his body broke off one after another. Pulled by the huge force, all the Nara tribesmen suffered backlash, and they all vomited blood. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Even with all the efforts of the whole clan, we still can't trap him. Nara Shikako gritted his teeth and roared, his mouth was already crazy. Bleeding wildly. Then he suddenly shouted. Dingzuo! Aren't you ready yet? If you don't take action, this monster will break free. Pfft! As he spoke, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku, I'm ready. As the words fell, a giant over 100 meters tall suddenly rose from the ground. Ninja technique, the technique of super doubling. Akimichi Choza, who has long red hair, quickly took the family's secret medicine pills with the help of Narashikaku's time. The chakra surged, allowing him to instantly transform into a giant over 100 meters tall. It's the ultimate secret technique of the Akimichi clan. Let's get out of here. Due to the huge size of Akimichi Dingzao, and the sudden increase in size, the surrounding people spread out to make room for him. Take the move. Watch me grind you into a pulp. Super Meat Bomb Chariot. Akimichi Dingzao roared angrily, and his huge body rolled forward, turning into a giant roller, crushing towards Suzuki. Rumble. The earth shook wildly, trembled, and even had many cracks. Wherever it passed, smoke and dust billowed, houses collapsed, and rocks shattered. It was unstoppable. It seems like it can crush everything in front of it into powder. Okay, crush that kid into a pulp and see if he still dares to be arrogant. Come on, Dingzao, crush him to death. Asshole, let's get to know our Konoha heritage. Upon seeing this, the Konoha ninjas roared excitedly. This is the strength of their Konoha, strong ones emerge endlessly. Even if someone falls, a strong person will quickly come up. This is Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, and its status is unshakable. Facing the huge roller that was coming, Suzuki showed no expression and stretched out a hand indifferently. With the expectations of all Konoha ninjas and the power to destroy everything, Akimichi Dingzao slammed into Suzuki. Then, his entire huge body, maintaining a curved posture, stopped abruptly. The stop was very sudden, beyond everyone's expectation. After the smoke cleared, they saw Suzuki blocking Akimichi Choza with one hand. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but take a breath of air. How is that possible? This is a giant over 100 meters tall. In this form, Koji Akimichi has been able to outlast the tailed beasts in 3 battles. Compared with him, Suzuki at this moment was no less than an ant at the feet of a giant. And the current situation is that the ant lifted the giant with one hand. It's unbelievable. What kind of monster is this? Narashikaku's face looked ugly. Damn it, we worked so hard to delay it just to restrain it in place so that Dingzao could successfully hit the target. But the result is like this, so what's the point of us working so hard before? Bang! Narashikaku punched the ground with a frustrated look on his face. Tisk, when you tried so hard to restrain my actions before, I thought it was going to be some kind of killer move? I didn't expect this. I was looking forward to it in vain. Suzuki curled his lips, showing a disappointed expression. Asshole! Stop looking down on others. Akimichi Dingzao seemed to be angered by Sasuke's expression, and he punched Suzuki head-on. Boom! The huge fist hit the ground, making a huge pit in the ground, and spider web-like cracks spread in all directions instantly. Too slow. Suzuki appeared above Akimichi Dingzao's head. Asshole! Get off my head! Hearing the sound, Akimichi Choza wanted to take a photo of Suzuki. However, before he could take action, he felt his feet leave the ground. Then, the world turned upside down. But it was Suzuki who grabbed his hair and used brute force to lift the giant up. The scene is shocking. What the hell kind of monster is this? Some Konoha ninjas were completely dumbfounded. Smash it to me! Sasuke's muscles bulged and he roared. Like being thrown over the shoulder, the 100-meter Akimichi Dingzao was thrown in one direction. Quick, get out of the way, it's coming towards you. Someone noticed the huge black shadow above their heads and immediately shouted a reminder. Boom! Akimichi Dingzao was hit hard to the ground, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake, and countless houses were crushed into powder. After a while, he was exhausted and returned to his original size. He rolled his eyes and passed out. Suzuki crossed his arms and stood at the highest point of the house, looking down at everyone present with arrogant eyes. I just wanted to say who else to improve my performance. And at this moment, a heroic female voice came. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can act unscrupulously just because of your strength. I'll let you experience the pain of being strangled. Kuroimaru, let's go. Woof. Yay Tanja. The next moment, Inuzuka Claw and Kuromaru rotated themselves at high speed in an upright sawing manner, and at the same time turned into two whirlwinds that seemed to be able to cut everything, and headed towards Suzuki. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The person who launched the attack at this time was the leader of the Inuzuka clan, a woman who exuded wildness all over her body. Human, that is, Inuzuka Kaiba's mother. TCH, the Inuzuka clan? There are so many secret arts families in Konoha. We've solved them one after another. Suzuki was a little dissatisfied, he actually dared to interrupt himself and pretend to be 13. Immediately he took the initiative and disappeared on the roof. When he reappeared, he was already in the middle of two whirlwinds. He punched and kicked randomly, and with two bang-bang sounds, one man and one dog immediately vomited blood and flew backwards. They were no match for him at all. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Suzuki landed on the ground, he heard a dense rustling sound behind him. When I looked back, I saw countless flying insects. There were so many flying insects that they covered the sky and the sun, and seemed to be rushing towards me like a black cloud. Behind these insects were a dozen ninjas from the Aberame clan who wrapped themselves tightly. What's the matter no matter how strong the power is? What's the matter no matter how strong the defense is? In front of insects, these are meaningless. Because the bugs will eat you to pieces. Repent. Invader. Secret technique, parasitic worms. Aberame waved her hand, and countless parasites immediately rushed towards Suzuki like crazy. Suzuki formed a seal with his hands, preparing to use ninjutsu. It's not that he's afraid that these bugs will break his defense, but that he doesn't want to see himself crawled all over by countless bugs. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Opening his mouth and spitting out, a huge flame dragon appeared out of thin air. The giant flame dragon let out a silent roar and rushed towards the sea of insects. It seems to be spiritual, flying and hovering in the air, appearing wherever there are parasites. The flames burned, and countless parasitic insects were turned into ashes in the high temperature, not even the dregs were left. In just a few breaths, all the parasites were burned away. Why, how could this happen? All the bugs were wiped out. Abarame's highway's face looked ugly. Bear, bear, bear. The giant flame dragon that burned away the insects stared at them, carrying boundless air waves, and rushed towards the group of oil women. Chapter 50 Compromise. What? Faced with the charging flame dragon, all the faces of the oil girl clan members changed dramatically. Without the parasites, they had no means of defense against such an intense attack. Damn it! If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have brought my clan members with me. Abarame's highway couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just when he was despairing. Wow! A huge wall of water suddenly appeared, blocking them in front of them. Water escape water formation wall. Boom! The fire dragon crashed into the water wall. Under the high temperature, a large amount of water is evaporated and turned into rich steam. When the white mist cleared, Abarame's highway could clearly see the person who came to save him. Immediately, he became excited and felt ashamed at the same time. Third generation sir. It's my subordinate who is incompetent. I'm really ashamed that I bothered you to come to the rescue personally. It doesn't matter, as the Hokage, I will never remain indifferent while watching my fellow villagers in danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands with a righteous look on his face. After a pause, he said again. You have done your best, Don't feel guilty about it. Yes, I'm sorry, Third Day-sama. The Ibarame people were even more ashamed. With subordinates like them here, they actually asked the leader, the third, to take action himself. It really shouldn't be possible. While I was very grateful, I was also impressed by Sanday's generosity. This is the third generation, this is the leader they believe in, and the third generation Hokage they love. Okay, you go ahead. The opponent is very strong and is not an enemy you can deal with. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling for the Ibarames to retreat. The Ibarames all exited, and the Konoha ninjas around them suddenly became extremely excited when they saw the third generation personally exiting. Everyone was shouting and roaring, and their emotions were as high as ever. It's the third generation. The third generation is going to take action himself. Sandaime-sama, you must teach this arrogant bastard a lesson, and you must not show mercy. Although I also believe in the third generation, I am still a little worried. I am worried that the third generation may not be my opponent. After all, that guy is so terrifying that he is not easy to deal with. Shut up. You actually dare to question the third generation. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. He can beat that bastard with one hand. How can you question it? Listening to the tsunami-like shouts of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt slightly unnatural on his face. Because he stood up now, not to fight with Sasuke. Your Excellency, that's it for now. He looked at Sasuke and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency has injured so many of our comrades. Even if there is any dispute between you and Elder Danzo, it should be evened out. There is no point in continuing to fight, so please leave and leave Konoha. As for what you did before, I just pretend that it never happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen said these words very calmly. In short, he didn't want to fight. It's actually not right to say this. It should be said that he chose to give in after seeing Sasuke's strength. After watching the battle just now, he sadly discovered that even if he, the third Hokage, took action himself, he would only be defeated. If you take action, you will lose and you will be embarrassed again. If you don't take action, you won't lose, and your face will be saved. In this case, it is better not to take action. Moreover, Sasuke left Danzo aside before the battle. Naturally, the Konoha ninjas successfully rescued Danzo. The person who took the blame was successfully rescued, and the purpose of this support was achieved. There is no need to increase casualties just to deal with a monster. So, the battle is over. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking at this moment. Although he felt aggrieved by being slapped in public, he had the urge to cut the perpetrator into pieces. But now that I calm down, it actually feels like nothing. Who makes the other party stronger? In the ninja world, big fists are the last word. Ninja hero Sarutobi Hiruzen, this title is not for nothing, the key point is the word nin in front of it. Just like Kumagakuer kidnapped Hinata, was exposed and killed, and then bit back and threatened Konoha to hand over the murderer of the Hyuga clan. Be patient and it will pass. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he wanted to cease the war, before Sasuke could say anything, the surrounding Konoha ninjas exploded first. What? Does the third generation mean to let this bastard go? Why? That guy hurt so many of our comrades, why should we let him go so easily? Sandaime-sama, that guy just slapped you in the face. Can you bear this? Yes, is it possible that the third generation is afraid? Or is it that the third generation, the strongest Hokage in history, is no match for that guy? Who? Listening to the noisy discussions around him, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, and then suddenly shouted loudly. That's enough. I have my own intentions in doing this. His face darkened slightly and his voice was solemn. Based on my observation, this person is very powerful. I am afraid he is only a little weaker than me. It's not easy for me to defeat such an opponent. When the time comes, when I fight this person, the fight will definitely turn upside down. At that time, under the influence of the aftermath, more Konoha houses will only be destroyed, and more Konoha villagers will be implicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly became impassioned. For Konoha, for the thousands of people in Konoha, for everyone, the humiliation I suffered from being slapped in the face is not worth mentioning at all. After saying this, many Konoha ninjas burst into tears. Original, that's it. It seems that we misunderstood you, third generation Sama. It's not that the third generation can't defeat the opponent, but for the sake of Konoha, you have to compromise with the opponent. As expected of our great third generation, you always put Konoha first. I feel sorry for you, third generation. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. In this way, not only was Danzo successfully rescued, but his own face was also saved, and he also gained a reputation. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It's perfect. Then, he looked at Sasuke and said seriously. Sir, I think you have seen my sincerity. How about please leave Konoha immediately and not interfere with our Konoha affairs? Haha. As for the sincerity you said, I didn't see it. I only saw an old bastard shouting in front of me. Is this the strongest Hokage in history? He could still endure being slapped in the face. It really made me laugh to death, haha. Sasuke sarcastically said, not giving any face at all. Sir, don't go too far. I've already given you enough face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression quickly darkened. I didn't expect that the other party would be so disrespectful, even the dignified Hokage chose to bow his head. It's simply too arrogant. If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat him, he would have taken action long ago, and he would still be patient here. If you want to stop the war, you can. But you have to return my spoils to me. Sasuke crossed his arms and looked proud.